Видеть, что визит был своевременным и весьма полезным. Мы поговорили практически по всем направлениям нашего взаимодействия, но прежде всего, конечно, говорили о возможном разрешении украинского кризиса на справедливой основе. И, конечно, у нас была возможность, что мы сделали, поговорить о генезисе, о причинах этого кризиса.
Putin also acknowledged America's push for a quick end to hostilities and said that the meet brought Russia and US closer to the necessary solutions.
Повторяю еще раз, была возможность спокойно, детально еще раз изложить нашу позицию. Мы, разумеется, с уважением относимся и к позиции американской администрации, которая видит необходимость скорейшего прекращения боевых действий. Ну и мы тоже этого бы хотели. И хотели бы перейти к решению всех вопросов мирными средствами. Разговор был очень откровенным, содержательным.
Although both leaders reiterated their desire for peace, still no deal was made during the meet. However, attention has now turned to the next round of talks, this time between Trump and Ukrainian President Zelenskyy. This will be crucial in determining the war's future trajectory.
Viewers, moving on, Air Canada has suspended all operations as more than 10,000 Air Canada flight attendants went on strike after a deadline to reach a deal passed. The incident has left all the travellers around the world high and dry. Now, during the peak summer travel season, this is a condition that has come to light.
A bitter contract fight between Canada's largest airline, Air Canada, and the union representing 10,000 of its flight attendants escalated, which resulted in the cancellation of hundreds of flights. Air Canada and the Canadian Union of Public Employees have been in contract talks for about 8 months, but they have not yet reached a tentative deal. The cancellation of the hundreds of flights has impacted almost 10,000 of passengers, which included many flying to and from India. The incident has left all the travellers around the world stranded and scrambled during the peak summer travel season. Canadian Union of Public Employees spokesperson Hugh Polliott has also confirmed the incident. Among the flights that got impacted by the cancellations were direct flights from Toronto, Vancouver and Montreal to New Delhi, as well as those from Calgary with a stopover in London. Federal Job Minister also met with both the airline and union and urged them to work harder so that it is easier for them to reach a deal once and for all. Jobs Minister also posted on social media. Since Air Canada operates around 700 flights per day, a complete shutdown will impact about 130,000 people each day. Along with that, about 25,000 Canadians a day may be stranded aboard. Air Canada's Chief Operating Officer Mark Nasser also commented on the situation, saying once a tentative deal is reached, it will take a full week to restart operations. Meanwhile, the passengers whose travel is impacted will be eligible to request a full refund on airline's website or mobile app, according to Air Canada. In fact, the airline also said that it would also offer alternative travel options through other Canadian and foreign airlines when possible. Air Canada has daily flights leaving from various destinations across the world. And this halt in the operation midway will hamper the passengers as well as its long-gained reputation over the years.
News coming in from around the globe. For a third straight night, anti-government protests in Serbia turned violent as police fired tear gas at demonstrators in Belgrade and other cities. Protesters clashed with riot police, accusing authorities of corruption and brutality following a deadly infrastructure collapse. The videos showing police beating protesters have raised concerns, though officials deny using excessive force. Hundreds have been detained as unrest grows against President Alexander Vucic's government. The desperate residents in village in Spain joined the firefighters on Saturday in a frantic effort to stop a fast-moving wildfire from reaching their homes. Armed with brooms and hoses, they battle flames fueled by extreme heat as Spain faces a wave of wildfires. Over a dozen active fires have prompted the deployment of more than 13,600 state security personnel with thick smoke visible. Authorities warned that the temperature could soar above 44 degrees Celsius through the weekend. The nocturnal fountain show of fire returned to the Palace of Versailles, drawing 16,000 spectators to a dazzling night of music, flames and firework. Baroque melodies, dancing fountains and fiery performance lit up the gardens, ending with dramatic drone and fireworks finale. The event runs every Saturday through September 20 and continues to attract growing international crowds. The Danish Prime Minister has publicly criticized Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, calling him a problem in the ongoing Israel-Gaza conflict. He expressed concerns over Netanyahu's leadership and handling of the war, saying it complicates efforts towards peace and stability in the region. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is scheduled to visit India on Monday in a bid to ease ongoing tensions and strengthen the diplomatic engagement between the two nations. The visit comes amid a prolonged border standoff and is expected to include talks on regional security, trade and restore efforts normalcy in bilateral ties. Shifting focus, viewers, a powerful storm is gaining strength in the Atlantic tonight. Hurricane Erin is now the first named hurricane of the season, and it is already triggering alerts across parts of the Caribbean. While it's expected to stay over open waters, the system could still bring heavy rains, flooding and dangerous surf to several islands, including Puerto Rico. The federal agencies are mobilizing as the region braces for impact. Here's the full story.
As Hurricane Erin strengthened while approaching the northeastern Caribbean, forecasters issued warnings for possible flooding and landslides. Though Erin is expected to remain over open waters, tropical storm watches were issued for Anguilla, Saint Martin, Saint Barts and surrounding areas. Heavy rainfall is forecast across Antigua and Barbuda, the US and British Virgin Islands and southern and eastern Puerto Rico. The National Hurricane Center in Miami says up to 4 inches of rain are expected, with isolated totals reaching 6 inches. The center also warned of dangerous swells, but noted that the threat of direct impacts to the Bahamas and the US East Coast is gradually decreasing. As of the latest advisory, Erin was located about 585 kilometers east of the northern Leeward Islands, packing maximum sustained winds of 120 kilometers per hour and moving west-northwest at 28 kilometers per hour. Erin is the first hurricane of the Atlantic season and is forecast to become a major Category 3 storm by late this weekend, passing roughly 320 kilometers north of Puerto Rico. In preparation, the US government has deployed more than 200 personnel from FEMA and other agencies to Puerto Rico. A flood watch has been issued for the entire US territory from late Friday through Monday. The US Coast Guard announced that it has closed 6 seaports in Puerto Rico and 2 in the US Virgin Islands to all incoming vessels unless specially authorized. In the Bahamas, officials have prepared public shelters and are urging residents to stay updated on the storm's path.
Do not wait. Simply, we've been saying this since the establishment of the authority. Take proactive measures and steps to prepare your households, inspect your yards, review your family emergency plans, know where your nearest shelters are.
Dangerous surf and rip currents are expected along the US East Coast next week, with waves reaching up to 15 feet in parts of North Carolina, posing risks of beach erosion. Forecasters predict 6 to 10 hurricanes this season, with 3 to 5 expected to reach major hurricane status, defined by winds exceeding 177 kilometers per hour.
And viewers, coming up on the other side, amid Rahul Gandhi's vote chori remarks against the ECI, top poll body is going to hold a briefing today at 3 p.m. Sources say there is going to be a big announcement expected. And also, we will be tracking in the Indian Army that has begun the project of constructing 17-meter-long Bailey Bridge overnight to fast-track rescue operations, where at least 60 lives have been lost in Kishtwar. Stay tuned. Viewers, much more on the other side.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to go.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about rescue?
If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the...
ये उनका जो था ना ऐसे, तो वो मुझे बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी सीखने में। तो मैं अपने जाते हुए गाड़ी में गा रही थी। मेरा ड्राइवर ने बोला, मेम साहब जस्ट लोग लू लो क्या, हॉस्पिटल आया आपका? मैंने कहा क्यों रे, तो क्यों ऐसा बोलता है? बोले आपको सांस चढ़ी हुई है। मैंने
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
trust your word. Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching live this morning on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor. The top story that we are tracking is our second Indian to go to space. Shubhanshu Shukla is back in India and he was given a very warm welcome at the Delhi airport. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Let's first begin with the headlines. Air India Express flight escapes major accident at the Gwalior airport. Technical snag reported during landing that leads to plane losing control. Day after Donald Trump says he would reconsider tariffs on India, US delegation calls off a visit for trade talks. Vladimir Putin issues fresh statement post Alaska summit, says Moscow respects Donald Trump administration's position on the need to quickly end hostilities in Ukraine. Amid Rahul Gandhi's vote chori remarks against the Election Commission of India, the top poll body is to hold a briefing today at 3 p.m. and sources say that big announcement is expected. It's celebrations galore as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla lands in Delhi. Much awaited meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi is scheduled for later. And the Indian Army begins project of constructing a 17-meter-long Bailey Bridge overnight to fast-track rescue operations in Kishtwar district. At least 60 lives lost there. And viewers, we have breaking news coming in at the top of 8, and that is KC Venugopal, the Congress leader, has hit out at the Election Commission of India, saying that the poll commission has crossed all limits of shamelessness by shrugging all its responsibilities in the face of grave allegations of vote theft and mass rigging. Now, KC Venugopal slammed the Election Commission, saying that it is hiding behind vaguely drafted press notes to hide their guilt in destroying democracy. He further added that the tone and tenor of EC's press note raises greater suspicions that the EC will take no steps to address the public's grave concerns about mass-scale vote rigging done by the BJP-controlled institution. Venugopal said, and I quote him now, Election Commission must come clean on why they still refuse to provide parties with the machine-readable electoral rolls and why CCTV footage is being deleted. So Congress, they are doubling down on its allegations of vote chori, and Election Commission of India shrugging responsibility in the face of grave allegations of vote theft and mass rigging. And viewers, amid the political uproar over Rahul Gandhi's allegations on vote chori, or the Election Commission of India has said that it is going to hold a press conference at 3 p.m. today. And it will also be the Election Commission's first press conference and first media interaction since the launch of the SIR exercise in Bihar. Here are all the details.
The row over Rahul Gandhi's vote chori allegations against the Election Commission has spiraled into the biggest political flashpoint. The Election Commission is set to address the media today at 3 p.m. in a press conference that comes amid intensifying attacks from the opposition, accusing the poll body of manipulation. The Commission has repeatedly denied the charges, calling Rahul Gandhi's claims false and misleading, and even issued multiple notices asking him to submit proof through a signed declaration. But instead of replying directly, Rahul Gandhi has escalated the charge, releasing a video alleging vote theft. Adding to the confrontation, the Congress has now launched a nationwide campaign titled Vote Chori Se Azadi to back Rahul Gandhi's claims. Wading into the row, Samajwadi Party chief Elvish Yadav said that the people are dissatisfied with Election Commission's working.
इलेक्शन कमीशन पर समय समय पर उंगलियां उठाई हैं, और चाहे वो प्रधानी का चुनाव हो, विधानसभा का चुनाव हो, लोकसभा का चुनाव हो या अन्य चुनाव हो, ये इलेक्शन कमीशन की जिम्मेदारी बनती है कि निष्पक्ष चुनाव हो। निष्पक्ष चुनाव के साथ साथ इलेक्शन कमीशन की इंस्टीट्यूशन पे लोगों को और भरोसा बढ़े। इधर जो हम लोग देखते हैं कि इलेक्शन कमीशन के जो फैसले हैं, इलेक्शन कमीशन का जो काम करने का तरीका है, उससे लोग संतुष्ट नहीं हैं, अविश्वास पैदा हुआ है।
Now, even as Rahul Gandhi has been repeatedly fact-checked by Election Commission over his vote chori claims, the leader of opposition in Lok Sabha has neither responded to notices nor submitted signed declarations backing his claims. All eyes are now on the Election Commission's press conference, which is set to respond to Rahul Gandhi's outlandish claims.
All right, let's get to some other news. India and Nepal are taking significant steps to strengthen their bilateral ties. And as part of the preparations for a crucial visit by Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli to India next month, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri is travelling to Nepal for a 2-day visit beginning today. Here's the full story.
Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri will be visiting Nepal from August 17th to 18th at the invitation of his counterpart Amrit Bahadur Rai. This visit comes ahead of Nepalese Prime Minister KP Sharma Oli's highly anticipated trip to India set for next month. In an official statement, the Ministry of External Affairs emphasized that India and Nepal share a deep and enduring relationship, one that has seen substantial growth in the recent years across a wide range of sectors. Vikram Misri's visit continues the tradition of regular high-level exchanges between the two countries. The visit will focus on further advancing India-Nepal bilateral relations and preparing the ground for Prime Minister Oli's visit to New Delhi. With both sides keen on enhancing their ties, the upcoming visit by Prime Minister Oli promises to be a defining moment in the history of India-Nepal relation.
On to the other big story that we are tracking. A full-blown political row has broken out over NCERT's new module on partition horrors Remembrance Day. Now, the text blames the Congress Party, Jinnah and Mountbatten as responsible for partition, sparking furious reactions. Now, the Congress has accused the BJP of twisting the history, while the BJP insists that facts cannot be hidden. Here's a report.
A fresh political storm has erupted after NCERT released a new module on Partition Horrors Remembrance Day, directly blaming the Congress, Muslim League's Muhammad Ali Jinnah, and Mountbatten for India's partition. The module accuses Congress of underestimating Jinnah and accepting the partition plan, while Mountbatten, it says, advanced the transfer of power recklessly, calling the rush boundary demarcation a great act of carelessness. The Congress has hit out sharply, accusing the BJP of repeating its appeasement politics and refusing to confront historical truth.
1942 में क्या हुआ था ये लिखा है, अलायंस की सरकार बनी थी लिखा है, हिंदू महासभा और मुस्लिम लीग की सरकार बनी थी। जब भारत छोड़ो आंदोलन का आह्वान हुआ, कांग्रेस ने तमाम प्रोविंशियल असेंबली से इस्तीफा दिया सड़क पर उतरने के लिए। उस वक्त हिंदू महासभा और मुस्लिम लीग ने गठजोड़ किया, गठबंधन किया, सरकारें बनाई NWFP में, बंगाल में, सिंध में, और सिंध असेंबली में पार्टीशन का प्रस्ताव पारित हुआ। गठबंधन की सरकार थी, हिंदू महासभा और मुस्लिम लीग की। लिखा है क्या उस मॉड्यूल में NCERT में? आग लगा दीजिए इस किताब को अगर ये सब नहीं लिखा है तो।
Responding to Congress's objections, BJP alleged that the Congress wants to run away from history whenever it feels inconvenient, even likening Rahul Gandhi to Jinnah.
NCERT ने जो टेक्स्ट बुक्स है उसमें एक बदलाव किया है, जो विभाजन का कटु सत्य है उसको सम्मिलित किया है अध्ययन के लिए। इस सच को रोकने के लिए और सामने ना आए, सबसे पहले दर्द हुआ है तो राहुल जिन्ना पार्टी को हुआ है। और ये कहना गलत नहीं होगा कि जिन्ना और राहुल, इनकी सोच एक जैसी और एक दूसरे का पर्याय ये बन चुके हैं।
The NCERT module was released as India marked the 79th Partition Horrors Remembrance Day, recalling the painful moment when British India was split into India and Pakistan, with East Pakistan later becoming Bangladesh. The event, which came along with India's independence on August 15, 1947, also unleashed one of the largest upheavals in history, forcing around 15 million people from their homes and leaving nearly 1 million dead in waves of communal violence.
Big news from Jammu and Kashmir. The Kishtwar operation has entered day 3 with rescue efforts now gaining significant momentum. A massive cloudburst that struck the Chishoti village in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar district has left a trail of devastation, sweeping away homes, makeshift shelters and vehicles. Now, relief teams are working around the clock in the affected areas. Here is more on that developing story.
The Kishtwar operation has entered day 4. With that, the rescue operation has gained momentum. The massive cloudburst that struck Kishtoi village in Kishtwar district of Jammu and Kashmir has left a trail of devastation, sweeping away houses, makeshift structures and vehicles. Meanwhile, 5 more dead bodies were recovered from Kishtwar operation site, making a total count of 57 people who have been killed so far. More than 100 injured and many others are missing. Over 5,000 pilgrims from Machal Mata moved to a safe location. Multiple big boulders have been shattered into small rocks. A night-long operation is to be launched in the evening for all boulders to be cleared within a day's time. The flash floods caused damage to at least 16 residential houses, government buildings, 3 temples, 4 water mills and a long bridge. The Indian Army has done a recce for construction of the Belgrade Bridge that is 17 meters and it will be ready by morning. Jammu and Kashmir Chief Secretary Atal Dullo stated that the government will provide land and construct houses of those washed away in Kishtwar cloudburst. Major General APS Bal, GOC Delta Force, spoke to Republic about the current operation and how the situation is unfolding in Kishtwar.
National security, anywhere where there is threat to life, we have to reach there and as soon as possible. So the moment this thing happened, our boys rushed to this place and we've tried to provide everything which could be provided within our resources, and that is when the entire state machinery also joined in, and you would have seen that now each and every person, there's an integrated approach towards this operation.
The dedication of the rescue operation teams along with the Indian Army has improved the devastating situation of chaos, panic and fear.
And now an update on the Dharmastala burial case, and Karnataka Home Minister G. Parmeshwara on Saturday stated that the government will decide on action against any wrongdoings or conspiracies related to the Dharmastala case based on the findings of the ongoing SIT probe. Remember, the special investigation team formed by the state government is investigating serious allegations including multiple murders, rapes and secret burials spanning over 2 decades in Dharmastala. Here is a report.
Karnataka Home Minister G. Parmeshwara on Saturday said that the government will take a decision on action against wrongdoings or conspiracies in the connection with the Dharmastala case based on the SIT probe report. The special investigation team formed by the state government is probing charges of multiple murders, rapes and burials in different places in Dharmastala over past 2 decades. The complainant witness, a former sanitation worker whose identity has not been revealed, has claimed that he worked in Dharmastala between 1995 and 2014 and that he was forced to bury a number of bodies, including those of women and minors. G. Parmeshwara said that once the SIT probe report comes in, an appropriate decision will be taken.
I don't know their visit. I also just came to know about it. Let them go. Let them go and pray Manjunatha, Lord Manjunatha. I also pray from here only that Lord Manjunatha give them bless them. Bless them.
As a part of the probe, the SIT has been conducting exhumations at multiple locations identified by complainant witness in the forested areas along the banks of Netravati River in Dharmastala, where some skeletal remains have been found at 2 sites so far. Amid this, the BJP has been critical of government's handling of the investigation and its inaction against the way what they called a slender campaign targeting Dharmastala and the temple there. They demanded an interim report from the government and action against the complainant and others allegedly behind him, claiming the allegations were part of a toolkit to disintegrate Hindu gods and their places of worship. Parmeshwara is also expected to reply to a debate on Dharmastala issue in the Legislative Assembly on Monday.
And viewers, after a historic mission aboard the International Space Station, India's astronaut Shubhanshu Shukla returned to Indian soil after midnight on Sunday. And he was filled with pride and an overwhelming sense of homecoming. He received a warm welcome on his arrival at the Delhi airport, received by Union Minister Jitendra Singh and Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. His journey, of course, marks a landmark moment for the nation's space program and inspires hope for India's future in space exploration. Here is the full story.
After Shubhanshu Shukla's historic return from the International Space Station, The Indian astronaut touched the soil of India after midnight on Sunday. Filled with patriotic fervor and an overwhelming desire to breathe in the air of Apna Desh. Expressing his emotions after boarding an India-bound international flight, Shukla shared a heartfelt message on his X account. He said, "As I sit on the plane to come back to India, I have a mix of emotions running through my heart." Shubhanshu Shukla is also expected to meet Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Monday after visiting his hometown on Sunday. On Monday, the special discussion on India's first astronaut aboard the International Space Station and the critical role of the space program for Viksit Bharat by 2047 is also scheduled to be held. Hence, Shukla's anticipated meeting with Prime Minister Modi may coincide with this special discussion on India's space achievements in the Lok Sabha. The lawmakers of the Indian Parliament are likely to salute the space hero on his return to Delhi on Monday, through a special session discussion hailing his journey as India's historic march in space. In his Independence Day address from the ramparts of the Red Fort, Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed Shukla's space mission and described it as a moment of pride for every Indian. Prime Minister Modi had also held a video conference with Shukla while the astronaut was aboard the ISS and talked to him in detail.
आप तो मुझे भली भांति जानते हैं, जब भी किसी से बात होती है तो मैं होमवर्क जरूर देता हूं। हमें मिशन गगनयान को आगे बढ़ाना है, हमें अपना खुद का स्पेस स्टेशन बनाना है और चंद्रमा पर भारतीय एस्ट्रोनॉट की लैंडिंग भी करानी है। इन सारे मिशंस में आपके अनुभव बहुत काम आने वाले हैं। मुझे विश्वास है आप वहां अपने अनुभवों को जरूर रिकॉर्ड कर रहे होंगे।
जी प्रधानमंत्री जी, बिल्कुल ये पूरा मिशन की ट्रेनिंग लेने के दौरान और एक्सपीरियंस करने के दौरान जो मुझे लेसन्स मिले हैं, जो मुझे सीख मिली है, वो सब एक स्पॉन्ज की तरह मैं एब्जॉर्ब कर रहा हूँ और मुझे यकीन है कि ये सारी चीज़ें बहुत वैल्यूएबल प्रूव होंगी, बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट होंगी हमारे लिए जब मैं वापस आऊँगा।
Shubhanshu Shukla is also expected to fly into space again on ISRO's maiden human spaceflight mission in 2027. Shukla was among the astronauts on the Axiom 4 private space mission, which launched from Florida on June 25th and docked with the International Space Station on June 26th. He returned to Earth along with his fellow astronauts on July 15th, having conducted over 60 scientific experiments during his 18-day stay in space.
Viewers, you're watching live this morning on Republic TV. Now let's take a look at some more news from across the nation in our national wrap. In New Delhi's Connaught Place, animal rights activists gathered in protest against a recent Supreme Court order mandating that all stray dogs in Delhi NCR be relocated to shelters within 8 weeks. Now, holding placards and chanting slogans, protesters argued that the directive is inhumane and impractical, warning that it could lead to overcrowded shelters and neglect of animals. Many demanded that the government focus instead on vaccination and sterilization programs, emphasizing coexistence over displacement. A massive search and rescue operation is underway in Chashoti village of Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar district after flash floods struck the area. 8 teams from the Indian Army, NDRF, SDRF, local police and district administration are working round the clock to locate missing residents and provide aid to those affected. The sudden deluge caused significant damage to homes and infrastructure, prompting urgent efforts to restore communication lines and ensure the safety of survivors. At the Dahi Handi celebrations organized by Puneet Balan Group, our Govinda troupe paid a spirited tribute to the armed forces for the success of Operation Sindoor. Arriving with a massive banner bearing the operation's name, the troupe performed in front of a crowd, blending festive fervor with patriotic pride. The performance served as a symbolic salute to the bravery of soldiers in the operation. Traffic on the Dhar road, which connects Lakhanpur and Udhampur in Jammu and Kashmir, came to a standstill after a massive boulder fell in the Darsu area of Udhampur district, blocking the route entirely. The incident left hundreds of travelers and trucks stranded on both sides of the blockage. Authorities have launched clearance operations to remove the debris and restore connectivity as soon as possible. Following the demise of Gaganyaatris, Governor of Nagaland, the President of India has appointed Ajay Kumar Bhalla, the current Governor of Manipur, to take on the additional responsibility of discharging the functions of Governor of Nagaland. The announcement was made through an official press release issued by the Rashtrapati Bhavan. Expelled Samajwadi Party MLA Pooja Pal met Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, sparking speculation about a possible shift to the BJP. The meeting comes amid growing political realignments in the state ahead of the upcoming elections, though no official statement has been made regarding her future plans. And viewers, time to take a very short break, and coming up ahead, we'll get you big stories, including Air India Express flight escapes a major accident at the Gwalior airport. Technical snag reported during landing that leads to the plane losing control. Also coming up ahead, day after Donald Trump said that he would reconsider tariffs on India, US delegation calls off a visit for trade talks. Those big stories and much more lined up after a short break. Don't go anywhere, viewers.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला। केसरिया
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप, MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press.
मैंने छोड़ दिया था, वो अवार्ड लेना छोड़ दिया मैंने।
क्यों छोड़ दिया था?
क्योंकि हम और दीदी, हम दोनों को ही अवार्ड मिलते थे, और दूसरी औरत लड़कियां गाती थी, उनको भी अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए, सबको मिलना चाहिए ना। तो हमने बोला कि हम अवार्ड लेना बंद करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा।
कोई अवार्ड तो बाकी नहीं है आपके लिए। The biggest award is the love of the people, Ashata, wherever you go.
मुझे जीवन में इतना प्यार पब्लिक ने दिया है, इतना घर वालों से नहीं मिला है। तो ऐसा प्यार बहुत कम मिलता है किसी को।
This week on Get Me Right, did we mark the end of American hegemony over the world as we have known it for a century? Did President Trump blink first in his trade war with China in extending the tariff waiver for another 90 days? Did the American president pass on the baton to Xi Jinping when he came under pressure from Beijing and allow NVIDIA AI chip sales to China? Join me this weekend only on Republic TV.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Priyanka Chaudhary. You know, after high stakes conversations and meeting between Donald Trump and Russian President Putin, next step is, of course, Donald Trump meeting Zelenskyy, and this is going to be the top focus as we bring to you firstly the headlines. Air India Express flight escapes major accident at Gwalior Airport. Technical snag reported during landing leads to plane losing control. Day after Trump says he would reconsider tariffs on India, US delegation calls off visit for trade talks. Vladimir Putin issues fresh statement post-Alaska summit, says Moscow respects Trump administration's position on the need to quickly end hostilities in Ukraine. Amid Rahul Gandhi's vote chori remarks against the Election Commission of India, top poll body to hold briefing today at 3 p.m. Sources say big announcement is expected. It's celebration galore as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla lands in Delhi. Much awaited meeting with Prime Minister Modi scheduled for later. And viewers, we continue to get you details on the other side of the meeting between Donald Trump and Zelensky. Tensions remain high in Russia-Ukraine conflict as the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky prepares to meet US President Donald Trump in Washington tomorrow. And this comes after the high-stakes summit between Trump and Russian President Putin in Alaska, which ended without a ceasefire agreement. The meeting between Trump and Zelensky will likely have a significant implication for the war future and the global community's efforts to resolve the crisis. Here's a report.
After the Trump-Putin summit ended without an agreement to stop the war, Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky announced he will meet US President Donald Trump in Washington on Monday. In a reversal, just hours after meeting Russian President Putin, Trump stated that the overall peace agreement rather than a ceasefire was the best way to end the war. Echoing Putin's view that Russia seeks a long-term settlement considering Moscow's interests. The stance contrasts with Trump's previous calls for a ceasefire, which Ukraine's European allies have also supported. Zelensky, who was not invited to Alaska for the summit, said he held a long and substantive conversation with Trump early Saturday. He said on Monday they would discuss all of the details regarding ending the killing of the war. Notably, this will be Zelensky's first visit to US since Trump berated him publicly for being disrespectful during Oval Office meeting earlier this year.
Okay, what if they broke it? I don't know, they broke it with Biden because Biden, they didn't respect him. They didn't respect Obama. They respect me.
Trump also held calls with EU leaders and confirmed the White House meeting. He also stated that if all works out, he will then schedule a meeting with President Putin. With no concrete outcome from the Trump-Putin summit, upcoming Trump-Zelensky meeting will be crucial in determining the war's future trajectory.
And on the other hand, the historic Russia-US summit has come to an end. While it delivered no major agreements, it was symbolic, as President Putin became the first Russian leader ever to land in Alaska. On the other hand, Donald Trump rated the talks a 10 out of 10, calling them positive. But the absence of Ukraine and the European Union leaves a critical question as to how will the Europe position itself in this search for peace. Let's find out in this report.
The historic Russia-US summit has ended. While no major breakthroughs were achieved, the meeting was symbolic in many ways. President Vladimir Putin made history by becoming the first Russian leader to set foot in Alaska. President Donald Trump rated the talks a 10 out of 10, calling them positive and saying an understanding had been achieved. Yet, two crucial stakeholders were missing: Ukraine and the European Union. The Ukraine crisis directly impacts Europe, both due to its geographic proximity and because it is the first major conflict on the continent since World War II. Ukraine has repeatedly insisted that Europe must be included in any negotiations, but the EU was not invited to the summit. Europe remains the second largest provider of aid to Ukraine after United States. However, under President Trump, Washington had sought to push the EU to take over more of the financial burden. Soon after the Trump-Putin talks ended, several European leaders issued the statements. EU Commission President welcomed the dialogue but called for stronger security guarantees for Ukraine. UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and French President Emmanuel Macron also appreciated the peace efforts but stressed that Ukraine's interests must not be compromised. With the summit now over and cautious optimism in the air, the key question remains: how will Europe navigate its role in this evolving peace process?
And viewers, let's shift our focus to more news that we are tracking. In a very, very surprising lapse of protocol, sensitive US government documents detailing the Trump-Putin summit were discovered in a public printer of a hotel business center in Alaska. The papers, marked with State Department insignia, contained the meeting times, the staff names, and even the seating plans for a very private luncheon between the two leaders, raising serious concerns about the information security at the highest levels. Here is the full story.
Documents marked with US State Department insignia and containing sensitive details about the recent summit between US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin were discovered Friday morning in a public business center of a prominent Anchorage hotel. The 8-page packet, apparently left behind in a shared printer at the hotel Captain Cook, revealed the exact locations, times, and personnel involved in the high-level meetings held on August 15th at the Joint Base Elmendorf-Richardson, a military installation roughly 20 minutes from the hotel. The first page of the packet outlined the sequence of events for the day, including the specific meeting rooms on base and a ceremonial gift President Trump reportedly planned to present to President Putin, an American bald eagle desk statue. White House Deputy Press Secretary Anna Kelly dismissed the documents as a multi-page lunch menu and claimed that the incident did not constitute a breach. The US State Department declined to comment. Pages 2 through 5 list the full names and phone numbers of several US government staff members, as well as phonetic guides for pronouncing the names of Russian officials. A detailed seating chart shows Trump and Putin were to sit directly across from each other at a now-cancelled luncheon in Putin's honor. The menu plan for the meal included green salad, filet mignon, halibut, Olympia, and creme brulee. Trump was to be flanked by 6 senior US officials, including Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles. Putin's immediate neighbors would have included Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and Foreign Policy aide Yuri Ushakov. The lunch did not occur for reasons that remain unclear. No internal investigation has yet been announced regarding the hotel printer mishap.
And viewers, shifting our focus, Belgrade has witnessed yet another night of violent unrest. Anti-government protests, now in their 3rd consecutive day, have turned parts of the city into a battlefield, with the riot police clashing with the demonstrators. Reports of injuries, detentions, and rising public anger. The government of President Alexander Vučić is under mounting pressure. Here is more to the story.
Belgrade turned into a battlefield as police fired tear gas to disperse anti-government demonstrators, clashing for a 3rd consecutive day. In the capital, riot police backed by armoured vehicles faced off with the protesters, some hurling rocks, flares and eggs, while pro-government supporters stood on the other side.
Ovakav vid saradnje batinaša, policije i SNS-a je zaista nikada viđen do sada i zaista svi su građani i građanke jako potrešeni ovim dešavanjima.
Amid the chaos, trash bins were set ablaze and several people were treated for injuries, though official numbers remain unclear.
Ono što sam negde video sinoć ovde dok sam bio i što sam video pre svega u Valjevu me dodatno poguralo da i 3. noć izađem. Preumoran sam, nemam više ni energije, ali me to gura.
Although protests in Serbia are not new, they have intensified under the current administration of President Alexander Vučić, during whose tenure Serbia has chosen to distance itself from the European Union. The people are protesting against the government not only because of its foreign policy, but also because of the maladministration which the people accuse the incumbent government of. The government maintains that the country should balance its relations with both the EU and Russia. However, certain sections of the population strongly oppose this approach, arguing that Serbia should remain firm on the European path. Police said that they have detained hundreds of demonstrators during this week's unrest, which has already left dozens injured or arrested. The escalating violence follows 9 months of largely student-led protests that have challenged President Vučić's hold on power. The movement began last November after a canopy collapse at a renovated train station in northern Serbia that killed 16 people, an incident that was widely blamed on corruption and negligence in state projects.
Moving on, viewers, Air Canada has suspended all operations as more than 10,000 Air Canada flight attendants went on strike after a deadline to reach a deal passed. The incident has left all the travellers around the globe high and dry during the peak summer travel season.
A bitter contract fight between Canada's largest airline, Air Canada, and the union representing 10,000 of its flight attendants escalated, which resulted in the cancellation of hundreds of flights. Air Canada and the Canadian Union of Public Employees have been in contract talks for about 8 months, but they have not yet reached a tentative deal. The cancellation of the hundreds of flights has impacted almost 10,000 of passengers, which included many flying to and from India. The incident has left all the travellers around the world stranded and scrambled during the peak summer travel season. Canadian Union of Public Employees spokesperson Hugh Polliott has also confirmed the incident. Among the flights that got impacted by the cancellations were direct flights from Toronto, Vancouver and Montreal to New Delhi, as well as those from Calgary with a stopover in London. Federal Job Minister also met with both the airline and union and urged them to work harder so that it is easier for them to reach a deal once and for all. Jobs Minister also posted on social media, "Since Air Canada operates around 700 flights per day, a complete shutdown will impact about 130,000 people each day. Along with that, about 25,000 Canadians a day may be stranded aboard." Air Canada's Chief Operating Officer Mark Nasser also commented on the situation, saying once a tentative deal is reached, it will take a full week to restart operations. Meanwhile, the passengers whose travel is impacted will be eligible to request a full refund on airline's website or mobile app, according to Air Canada. In fact, the airline also said that it would also offer alternative travel options through other Canadian and foreign airlines when possible. Air Canada has daily flights leaving from various destinations across the world, and this halt in the operation midway will hamper the passengers as well as its long-gained reputation over the years.
And viewers, it's time to slip into a very, very short break, but we will be tracking in more news coming up on the other side in relation to what Donald Trump is planning ahead as he meets Zelenskyy tomorrow and what it means for the European Union. Stay tuned, we will come right back.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
थोड़े में ज़्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा। राजा और प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना। अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। इंडिया सोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion.
You voted
we gave
for
you
your
military equipment,
You
and you
voted
men
for
are
your
brave,
president.
but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have
You
our
invited
military
me-
equipment,
You invited
if
me
you
to
didn't
speak.
have
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations and
Welcome back from the break, viewers. It's time we shift our focus and bring you all that's happening from across the globe. For a third straight night, anti-government protests in Serbia turned violent as police fired tear gas at demonstrators in Belgrade and other cities. Protesters clashed with riot police, accusing authorities of corruption and brutality following a deadly infrastructure collapse. Videos showing police beating the protesters have raised concern, though officials deny using excessive force. Hundreds have been detained as unrest grows against President Vucic's government. Desperate residents in village in Spain joined the firefighters on Saturday in a frantic effort to stop a fast-moving wildfire from reaching their homes. Armed with brooms and hoses, they battled the flames fueled by extreme heat as Spain faces a wave of wildfires. Over a dozen active fires have prompted the deployment of more than 13,600 state security personnel with thick smoke visible all across. Authorities warned that temperatures could soar above 44 degrees Celsius through the weekend. The nocturnal fountain show of fire returned to the Palace of Versailles, drawing 16,000 spectators to a dazzling night of music, flames and fireworks. Baroque melodies, dancing fountains and the fiery performances lit up the gardens, ending with a dramatic drone and fireworks finale. The event runs every Saturday through September 20 and continues to attract the growing international crowds. Danish Prime Minister has publicly criticized Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, calling him a problem in the ongoing Israel-Gaza conflict. He expressed concerns over Netanyahu's leadership and handling of the war, saying it complicates efforts towards peace and stability in the region. Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi is scheduled to visit India on Monday in a bid to ease the ongoing tensions and strengthen the diplomatic engagement between the two nations. Coming up on the other side, viewers, amid Rahul Gandhi's vote chori remarks against the ECI, the top to be holding a briefing today. As per the sources, at 3 p.m, a major announcement is expected. We'll also be tracking all the developments coming in from Kishtwar, where Indian Army begins a project of constructing 17-meter-long Bailey Bridge overnight to fast-track rescue operations. At least 60 lives have lost.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और प्योर मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr.
Thank
Putin,
you,
will
press.
you
Let's go.
commit to
Thank you,
not
press.
killing any more
Thank you, press.
civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
President Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine?
ये उनका जो था ना ऐसे, तो वो मुझे बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी सीखने में। तो मैं अपने जाते हुए गाड़ी में गा रही थी। मेरा ड्राइवर ने बोला, मेम साहब जस्ट लोग लू लो क्या, हॉस्पिटल आया आपका? मैंने कहा क्यों रे, तो क्यों ऐसा बोलता है? बोले आपको सांस चढ़ी हुई है। मैंने
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबां केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
Putin, will agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good morning. You're watching Live and Breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor with you. The top story that we are tracking is a day after the Alaska meeting between US President Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Now, Trump has briefed his NATO allies about the meeting, and Russian President Vladimir Putin is briefing his own ministers about the meeting. That's the big story that we are tracking for you. Let's also take a look at the other big stories in the headlines. Day after Donald Trump says he would reconsider talks on tariffs on India, US delegation calls off India visit for trade talks. Congress launches a scathing attack on Election Commission of India and accuses the EC of ignoring voter theft and rigging allegations. Amid Rahul Gandhi's vote chori remarks against the Election Commission, the top poll body is to hold a press briefing today at 3 p.m. and sources say that a big announcement is expected. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returns home, receives a grand welcome in Delhi, meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the cards. An Indian Army begins project of constructing 17-meter long Bailey Bridge overnight to fast-track rescue operations in Kishtwar. At least 60 lives lost there. Vladimir Putin issues fresh statement post-Alaska summit, says Moscow respects Donald Trump administration's position on the need to quickly end the hostilities in Ukraine. Viewers, at the top of 9, we have big breaking news coming in. Expelled SP MLA Pooja Pal meets Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. Now, this comes days after Pooja Pal was expelled for praising Yogi Adityanath for his crackdown on criminals in Uttar Pradesh. And now there are rumors that are speculations really happening about SP MLA Pooja Pal likely to join the BJP. And Pooja Pal, remember, was expelled from her party for praising Yogi Adityanath for his crackdown on criminals in Uttar Pradesh. And after that, there is this meeting that is happening between Pooja Pal and Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath. And of course, this has led to speculations that she might join the BJP. So Pooja Pal, MLA, she was suspended from her party, Samajwadi Party, for praising Yogi Adityanath. And now she has met with the Chief Minister, and that has led to speculations that he may join the BJP. Raghavendra, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Raghavendra, what do we make of this meeting between Yogi Adityanath and Pooja Pal? Of course, there are now speculations about her joining the party.
क्योंकि पूजा पाल अब मिल के आगे रणनीति तय करेंगे कि आगे उनको भविष्य में अब क्या करना है। क्योंकि देखिए 20 वर्ष हो गए, 20 वर्ष से पूजा पाल लगातार अब संघर्ष कर रही हैं, लगातार लड़ाई लड़ रही हैं। और पूजा पाल के जो पति हैं विधायक राजू पाल, उनकी जो हत्या हुई थी 2005 में, यानी 20 वर्ष से ज्यादा हो गया। और इस दौरान वह बहुजन समाज पार्टी में भी रही, वह समाजवादी पार्टी में भी रही, और अब जाकर वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की कहीं न कहीं बड़ाई कर रही है। तो इनको जो न्याय मिला, इनको न्याय बीएसपी में नहीं मिला, इनको न्याय सपा में नहीं मिला, आज भाजपा की सरकार में इनको न्याय मिला। यानी कि इनके पति के हत्यारे को मिट्टी में मिला दिया गया है। जैसा कि पूजा पाल ने जब विजन यूपी पे चर्चा विधानसभा में हो रही थी मानसून सत्र में, उस दौरान उन्होंने मुख्यमंत्री योगी आदित्यनाथ की तारीफ की, सरकार की तारीफ की और बताया कि किस तरह से वह कितने पीड़ा में थी, क्या क्या उन्होंने कठिनाइयां झेली। घर में कोई किसी को कुछ नहीं पता था, FIR के बारे में भी किसी को कोई जानकारी नहीं थी, घर में वही अकेली थी, कैसे एक महिला होकर उन्होंने अपना संघर्ष किया। यह सारी बातें जब खड़ी होकर उन्होंने विधानसभा में कही तो यह बात समाजवादी पार्टी को ठीक नहीं लगी, अखिलेश यादव को ठीक नहीं लगी, और तुरंत अखिलेश यादव ने इनको पार्टी से निकाल दिया और उनको पार्टी से उनको निष्कासित कर दिया। उसके बाद तमाम मीडिया वालों ने उनसे अलग अलग बातचीत की पूजा पाल से कि क्या कुछ कारण रहा। उन्होंने साफ बताया कि ना तो मैंने समाजवादी पार्टी को वहां पे बुराई की, ना मैंने वहां ने बीजेपी की कोई तारीफ की, मैं केवल यह बता रही थी कि कितने मैं पीड़ा में थी और इस सरकार ने, मुख्यमंत्री ने हमारे पति के हत्यारे को मिट्टी में मिला दिया, यही बात मैं कह रही थी। और यह बात समाजवादी पार्टी को बुरा लग गया। उन्होंने अखिलेश यादव पर सवाल भी उठाया कि आखिर अखिलेश यादव का जो चेहरा था, उनको जो हम समझते थे, आखिर वह किसका साथ दे रहे हैं, पीड़ित या माफियाओं का। जी
Right, Raghavendra, we have to wait and watch what really comes out of that meeting. Meanwhile, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in, and that is after a meeting with US President Donald Trump. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin has briefed Russian ministers on his Alaska summit. He held a meeting with his ministers to review the outcomes of the Russia-US negotiations after returning from the talks in Anchorage in Alaska. Remember, viewers, the next meeting between the two leaders will now take place likely in Moscow. However, the date of that meeting is not certain. Remember, on Friday, US President Donald Trump and Russian President Vladimir Putin met in Anchorage in Alaska, and it was a very, very closely watched summit. However, no deal was reached really about the Ukraine war. But Donald Trump said that his aim was to bring Putin to the table for the talks and not really to negotiate an immediate Ukraine peace deal. And Russian President Vladimir Putin has now briefed his ministers on his summit with US President Donald Trump in Alaska. And that is to review the outcomes of the Russia-US negotiations after returning from the talks in Alaska. The two leaders are expected now to meet again in Moscow. However, there's been no date that has been set for that meeting. However, Donald Trump is also meeting Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy on Monday, and the entire world will be watching that meeting. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in right now. And that is the US trade team has called off India visit amid Donald Trump tariff threats. US trade team that was supposed to visit India on 25th of August has postponed its visit. Now, this comes just a day after Donald Trump said that he would reconsider tariffs on those countries who are Russian oil buyers. India and US trade talks, remember, have hit the Trump tariff wall. So, US trade team calling off India visit. And remember, this is happening a day after Donald Trump said that he would reconsider tariffs on those countries who are buying Russian oil. However, what does that meeting really, this delegation that was due to arrive on 25th of August for the 6th round of discussions on a bilateral trade agreement means that we'll have to wait and watch. But this delegation that was led by the Assistant U.S. Trade Representative Brendan Lynch, it was due to arrive in India on 25th of August for the 6th round of discussions. Remember, 5 rounds of talks have been completed so far, and the 6th was expected to be very, very crucial because this coming, just as additional US tariffs are set to come into force. And these negotiations were scheduled from 25th to 29th of August. And now this visit has been cancelled. Now, whether the visit is rescheduled or it has been cancelled altogether, we have to wait and watch. All right, let's move on in the bulletin now. In a significant push towards modernizing urban infrastructure and easing traffic congestion in the national capital region, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to inaugurate 2 major national highway projects today with a combined investment of nearly 11,000 crore rupees. Here's a quick report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to inaugurate 2 major national highway projects today, worth a combined cost of nearly rupees 11,000 crores. The projects he is set to inaugurate are the Delhi section of the Dwarka Expressway and the Urban Extension Road 2. They have been developed under the government's comprehensive plan to decongest the capital with the objective of greatly improving connectivity, cutting travel time and reducing traffic in Delhi and its surrounding areas. The 10.1 kilometer long Delhi section of Dwarka Expressway has been developed at a cost of around rupees 5,360 crores. The section will also provide multimodal connectivity to Yashobhumi, DMRC Blue Line and Orange Line, upcoming Bijwasan Railway Station and Dwarka Cluster Bus Depot. The Alipur to Dichau-Kalan stretch of Urban Extension Road 2 along with new links to Bahadurgarh and Sonipat are at a cost of around rupees 5,580 crores. It will ease traffic on Delhi's inner and outer ring roads and busy points like Mukarba Chowk, Dhaula Khan and NH9.
Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in, and this is regarding YouTuber Elvish Yadav. There has been a firing that has been reported at Elvish Yadav's residence in Gurgaon. So what we do know at this moment is that unidentified assailants opened fire outside the residence of YouTuber Elvish Yadav in Gurugram. Now this happened early this morning. This incident taking place about 5 to 6 a.m. This morning. And the assailants opened fire outside the residence of YouTuber and Big Boss winner Elvish Yadav in Gurugram. Now, we understand that Gurugram police are there at the site. They have begun a detailed investigation. Our colleague Akil is now joining us on the phone line. Akil, what more details do we have about this firing taking place outside the residence of YouTuber Elvish Yadav?
Well, that's right. If you see at this point in time, the latest information that we are getting from Gurugram is that outside YouTuber Elvish Yadav's house, a couple of rounds of gunshots have been fired. At this point in time, the Gurugram police has arrived at the very spot, but so far we have not got any confirmation from the police side. But there were several eyewitnesses over there. They have confirmed this to us that at that point in time when that incident took place, Elvish Yadav was not present at his residence. So right now the police is trying to look at all the CCTV cameras footage in the near region as well.
All right, thank you for those details there. And viewers, we have more breaking news coming in right now. Congress leader BK Hari Prasad has made a very, very controversial statement. The Congress leader has equated RSS with Taliban. And he says RSS is India's Taliban, and he has accused the party of disturbing peace in the country. He also said that the RSS and BJP are the masters of twisting history. Remember, his remarks come a day after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed RSS in his 12th Independence Day speech. In his speech, the Prime Minister had hailed 100 years of the RSS as a very, very proud and glorious journey of the world's biggest NGO. Remember, the RSS will complete 100 years of its establishment this year in October. And the Prime Minister Narendra Modi had said that for the past 100 years, RSS volunteers have been dedicating their lives to the resolve of the character development and nation building for the welfare of the motherland, the Prime Minister had said. And Congress leader BK Hari Prasad has made a very, very controversial statement equating RSS with the Taliban. And he said RSS is India's Taliban, and it is disturbing peace in the country. He also said that RSS and BJP are the masters of twisting history. Let's listen in to Congress leader BK Hari Prasad.
Tell me one name in the entire political struggle or the freedom struggle where Hindu Mahasabha or the RSS or the Muslim League led by Jinnah who supported the freedom struggle. Recently we had this Quit India movement in the 9th of August. Is there anybody from the Sanghis, any one Sanghi who participated in it? The RSS is not a registered organization. We don't know from where they get funds. There is a constitution in this country. If any NGO wants to work, they should register it. And without the registration, their transactions are in crores of rupees. Where do they get money from? And they are trying to disturb the entire peace in this country. And then I will only equate them with the Taliban. They are Indian Talibans. RSS are Indian Talibans, and Prime Minister is appreciating from the rampart of the Red Fort.
All right, let's get a perspective on that story. We are joined in by Mr. Sirsa, who's the Delhi Minister, on the phone line. Sir, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, how do you look at this statement? We just heard Prime Minister Narendra Modi on Independence Day, where he hailed RSS and how RSS has been making a big contribution in nation building. And the very next day, Congress leader Hari Prasad makes a very, very controversial statement equating RSS with the Taliban. How do you look at that?
देखिए, बड़ा सिंपल है. कांग्रेस आरएसएस या बीजेपी से उतना नफरत नहीं करती जितना तालिबान से और इस्लाम से प्यार करती. Equating RSS with Taliban is not the reason that they feel Taliban is a bad power. They feel that Taliban is equally good as it is RSS. For reason being, उनका वोट बैंक सारा तालिबान, आतंकवाद और इस तरह की बातों पे अड़ा हुआ है. उनकी मजबूरी है इन लोगों का साथ देना. उनकी मजबूरी है. अगर आईएसआईएस कोई हमला करता है तो राहुल गांधी और प्रियंका गांधी जी उसके खिलाफ नहीं बोलेंगे कभी भी. आईएसआईएस के ऊपर कोई हमला करके आईएसआईएस को खत्म करेगा, तालिबान को खत्म करेगा, तो उसके खिलाफ बोलेंगे. जैसे आपने देखा इजराइल ने जब हमास के आतंकियों को फिलिस्तीनियों पे हमला किया तो ये फिलिस्तीन का बैग डाल के घूमे कि हमास के आतंकी बहुत अच्छी हैं. इसी तरह प्रियंका गांधी जी और राहुल गांधी जी अगर पूछें, अगर आप उनके घर पर जाएंगे तो आपको जरूर तालिबान के भी बैग उसी तरह के लटके मिल जाएंगे कि कभी जरूरत पड़े तो तालिबान का बैग भी वो डाल सके. इसलिए कोई बुरा नहीं है. उनकी मानसिकता आतंकियों और वोट के लिए वहां तक सीमित होकर रहेगी. इससे उनको तालिबान इतना प्यारा लगता है, आईएसआईएस इतना प्यारा लगता है, हमास के आतंकी इतने प्यारे लगते हैं. कश्मीर में जब आतंकी मरते हैं ना, जैसे अमित शाह जी ने कहा था लोकसभा में, जब आतंकी मरते हैं तो इनके आंख में आंसू आ जाते हैं, ये रोने लग पड़ते हैं. इनको लगता है कि हमारे सके संबंधी मारे गए हैं, इसलिए इनका कसूर नहीं है। अगर ये तालिबान के साथ इक्वेट करते हैं तो मुझे लगता है इनकी मानसिकता विचारों की ऐसी, इनका कसूर नहीं, उसको जस्टिफाई करना चाहते हैं।
जी, Manjinder Singh Sirsa ji, thank you so much for joining us here on Republic TV. We are also joined in by Mr. Kamaljeet Sirawat, who's a BJP MP. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here on Republic TV. Sir, your reaction there on this statement by Mr. Hari Prasad against the RSS. You know, this coming in just a day after Prime Minister Narendra Modi hailed the organization, and the organization is going to, you know, commemorate 100 years, and this statement coming in from the Congress party, how do you react?
हाँ, देखिए, आरएसएस और तालिबान का बेसिक डिफरेंस एक विनाश है, एक निर्माण है। तालिबान किसी भी जगह जहां जाती है वहां विनाश का कारण बनती है, और आरएसएस जब भी कहीं पर पहुंचता है तो देश के निर्माण में, समाज के निर्माण में अपना योगदान देता है। पॉजिटिविटी और नेगेटिविटी की लास्ट डिग्री तक दोनों के अंदर डिफरेंस है। और अगर हम तालिबान का जिक्र करें तो मुझे लगता है इस शब्द का इस्तेमाल भी जो कंपैरिजन के लिए कर रहे हैं उनके ऊपर बहुत बड़ा सवाल है। इस देश में जिस तरह की सरकारें रही हैं, वहां पर भट्ट जैसा व्यक्ति जो कश्मीरी अलगाववादी था, एक तरह से कहें उग्रवादी था, उसको सरकार का संरक्षण प्राप्त था। उसे सरकार जब दिल्ली बुलाती थी तो उसको पूरा प्रोटोकॉल दिया जाता था। तो ये एक बेसिक डिफरेंस है। आज आतंकवादियों को जड़ से खत्म करने की बात है, और कांग्रेस इनकी जड़ में पानी देती थी, खाद देती थी। आरएसएस एक ऐसी संस्था है, जब कहीं देश में समस्या आती है, बिना नाम की चिंता किए हुए, बिना अपने रोल को बताए हुए वो चुपचाप काम में लग जाते हैं। और अगर आज हम सरकारों का अंतर भी देखें तो आरएसएस की विचारधारा को मानकर देश सर्वोपरि है। इस तरह के प्रधानमंत्री अटल बिहारी जी और प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी को देश देख रहा है, और दूसरी जो पार्टी है उनकी विचारधारा के लोगों को भी देख रहे हैं कि काम में कितना अंतर है। तालिबान की जो बात कर रहे हैं, मैं शर्म करेंगे कि आज देश के अंदर एक संस्था जो 100 साल पूरा करके अपने एक पूरे काम के साथ पूरे विश्व में बड़े एक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के रूप में है, उसका ये कंपैरिजन ऐसे लोगों से कर रहे हैं जिनका इस धरती पर सिर्फ विनाश के लिए ही जिम्मा होता है। तो आरएसएस और तालिबान के लिए कंपैरिजन करने वाले लोगों की मानसिकता पर ही सवाल है।
जी, धन्यवाद मैम, हमसे जुड़ने के लिए और अपने ख्याल इस पर साझा करने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। एंड व्यूअर्स, वी हैव मोर ब्रेकिंग न्यूज़ कमिंग इन, दिस कमिंग इन फ्रॉम कर्नाटका, and that is BJP President of Karnataka B.Y. Vijayendra has visited Dharmastala amid misinformation allegations. So now he joined BJP MLA's rally to protect the sacred site. Meanwhile, viewers, remember several locals have alleged misinformation during Dharmastala probe. So remember, Dharmastala burial case is continuing. The SIT is continuing. There has been no major recovery after digging 17 spots. And amid these allegations of misinformation, BJP President B.Y. Vijayendra has visited Dharmendra. All right, Nagendra is now joining us for more details. Nagendra, what details do we have? Karnataka BJP President has visited the site. There have been, a number of, SIT is continuing its investigations into the case, but there has been no major breakthrough really achieved. Amid this, there are a lot of misinformation. What more updates you can give us?
ऐश्वर्या, देखिए, एसआईटी एक तरफ से इन्वेस्टिगेशन को चालू रखा है, बहुत सारा लोगों को बुला के एसआईटी ऑफिस में उसका इंट्रागेशन कर रहा है, उसके पास बहुत सारा इंफॉर्मेशन भी ले रहा है। एक साइड मास्क मैन में अभी एसआईटी को थोड़ा इंफॉर्मेशन दिया था, उसके साथ कौन कौन जाके बरियल करता था बोल के उन लोगों को बुला के अभी एसआईटी ऑफिसर्स इंट्रागेशन कर चुका है। उसका बीच में कर्नाटक में सोशल मीडिया में बहुत सारा मैसेज रॉन्गली स्प्रेड हो रहा था। धर्मस्थला क्षेत्र को कोई नहीं आ रहा है, भक्त लोग डिवोटिस में कम पड़ रहा है उसका नंबर में बोल के सोशल मीडिया में बहुत सारा चर्चा हो रहा था। इसके बाद कल और लास्ट वीक सेशन में भी बीजेपी लीडर्स लोग ने धर्मस्थला क्षेत्र को थोड़ा लोग टारगेट करके षड्यंत्र करके बोल के सेशन में भी वो लोग अलिगेशन किया था। उसके बाद हम लोग बीजेपी का बहुत सारा लीडर लोग धर्मस्थला को जाके हम लोग ने बोलेगा हिंदू लोगों के साथ, हिंदू धर्म के साथ, धर्मस्थला क्षेत्र के साथ बीजेपी हमेशा रहेगा बोल के एक संदेश देने के लिए आज धर्मस्थला को आया था। बहुत सारा बीजेपी लीडर्स आया था, बीजेपी स्टेट प्रेसिडेंट बीवे विजेंद्र के साथ एमएलएस लोग आके इधर मंजुनाथ स्वामी का दर्शन करके उसके बाद इधर का वीरेंद्र हेगड़े और को उसके साथ जाके थोड़ा वक्त बातचीत करके उसके बाद मीडिया लोगों को रिएक्शन दिया है। हम लोग धर्मस्थला क्षेत्र के साथ होगा, हिंदू धर्म का साथ होगा, हमेशा होगा बोल के एसआईटी ट्रांसपेरेंटली इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहा है। बहुत जल्दी उसका क्या है उसमें ट्रूथ उसको बाहर निकालने के लिए एसआईटी आगे बढ़ना है बोल के बीजेपी लीडर लोग ने थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट भी कर रहा था। लेकिन कल एसआईटी क्या करता है ये कंक्लूजन को आ चुका है बोल के रिपब्लिक मीडिया नेटवर्क को इंफॉर्मेशन मिला है। अभी देखिए एसआईटी कल रिपोर्ट सबमिट करने वाला है बोल के अभी इंफॉर्मेशन आया है। कल होम मिनिस्टर डॉक्टर जी परमेश्वर भी सेशन में और रिपोर्ट सेशन में रखने के लिए प्लानिंग भी कर रहे हैं। लेकिन मास्कमैन में बोल रहे हैं मैं और 14 से 15 जगह को मैं दिखाता हूँ, उधर ही जाके एक्सकवेशन करना है, उधर स्केलेटन जरूर मिल जाएगा बोल के अभी भी उसके साथ लॉयर लोग हैं, एडवोकेट्स एंड मास्कमैन डिमांड भी रख चुका है। लेकिन एसआईटी क्या करता है आगे वो बहुत सारा इंतजार करके वेट करना है। ऐश्वर्या,
All right, thank you so much for those details there. And viewers, let's move on the bulletin now. 3 days after the devastating cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar, the scale of the tragedy is only growing and the death toll has climbed to 57 while 82 remain untraced. Massive rescue operations are underway with the army, the BRO and local agencies working round the clock. Our colleague Gursimran brings us this ground report.
Day 3 of the massive rescue operations in Kishtwar, and the death toll now stands at a devastating 57. 5 more bodies were recovered this morning from under heavy debris left by the catastrophic cloudburst. Heavy machinery, including BRO's stone drilling equipment, has been pressed into action to clear the path for deeper search and retrieval.
बहुत बड़ा बोल्डर है जिसमें अभी ब्लास्ट किया है, प्लस एक्चुअली सराउंडिंग एरिया में काफ़ी सारे अभी घर है और भी होटल्स भी है, तो इस वजह से बहुत ह्यूज ब्लास्ट इसमें नहीं कर सकते। लेकिन जो ब्लास्ट किया है इस बड़े पत्थर को लगभग आधा पोर्शन अभी टूट गया है। इसको अभी जो LNT मशीन हम लगा रखा है इसी से अभी पहले इसको हटाएंगे और अगर जरूरत पड़ेगा इसके बाद इसमें थोड़ा और होल करके दोबारा ब्लास्ट करेंगे।
The Indian Army is leading from the front, with search teams deployed across the debris-ridden valley. A temporary 17-meter Bailey footbridge being readied to further speed up operations.
Each and every person, there's an integrated approach towards this operation, and anybody starting from army, other forces, NDRF, SDRF, everybody has joined hands so that our mission is to save maximum lives and then to take out people from here and help them reach to their places wherever they have to reach.
The Jammu and Kashmir government has pledged full rehabilitation.
ये फैसला हुआ है कि जो लोग जिनकी ज़मीन ही चली गई, अब उनको मकान बनाने के लिए ज़मीन नहीं है, तो उनको भी ज़मीन दी जाएगी ताकि वो अपना मकान बनाएं। और मकान बनाने में कई NGOs हैं जो कहते हैं हम इनको मकान बना के देंगे, तो उनके साथ भी संपर्क में, तो वो भी कुछ हेल्प करके इनको मकान बना के देंगे।
82 people still remain untraced as per official estimates, but on ground, hope hasn't been lost. With non-stop effort and coordination between Army, BRO and civilian agencies, Kishtwar's valley of destruction is slowly turning into a ground of resilience.
More breaking news coming in from Jammu and Kashmir. Heavy rains have triggered a massive landslide in the upper reaches of Ghati area of Katwa region. 4 people have died. 6 are reported injured. Several are feared trapped. Police teams, NDRF and SDRF teams have rushed to the affected spot. The current situation in Katwa tells us that the railway operations have been halted and Katwa police station has been also submerged under water. So massive rains in upper reaches of Katwa region, and that has triggered a big landslide in the region. 4 people have died, 6 are reported injured. Several people are also feared trapped. Time to take a break. Coming up ahead, amid Rahul Gandhi's vote Tory remarks against the Election Commission, the top poll body is to hold a press briefing today at 3 p.m. and sources say that big announcement is expected. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returns home, receives a grand welcome in Delhi, meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the cards. Those big stories and much more coming up ahead.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार. क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला. भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना. इंडिया सोना.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press.
मेरा जब गाने का स्टाइल बदल गया तो लोगों ने मुझे बहुत गालियाँ दी. जैसा ईना मीना डिका गाया, एज वाले लोग थे, उन्होंने कहा ये क्या गाना है, वो इंग्लिश लोगों के लिए ठीक है. मुझे बहुत गालियाँ पड़ी हैं और गाने भी बंद हो जाते थे, रेडियो था वहाँ पर. लेकिन मैं बहुत उत्साही औरत हूँ, दिल से एकदम मजबूत हूँ. मुझे वो अच्छा नहीं लगता कि होगा कि नहीं होगा. नहीं मेरे शब्द नहीं है, हाँ होगा, सब होगा.
Our next speaker is a veteran from the Special Forces, known for both valor and insight. He says his mission is to inspire, educate, and equip people with the mindset and skills that are needed to excel. Whether you're getting ready to serve the motherland, leading from the front in your current role, or just adopting to a military attitude for success in your everyday challenges in your everyday life. With over 2 decades of experience in the Indian Army Special Forces, he is here today with us to share the essential lessons that can help you reach your goals with discipline and resilience. Yes, I am talking about none other than, and please welcome on stage Colonel Shivendra Pratap Singh Kanwar, who will speak on nationalism in New India, building a battle-ready nation. Thank you very much, sir. The stage is all yours.
At the outset, I would like to thank Republic TV for inviting me for this nationalist conclave. It's a very heartwarming kind of feeling for me, because the speakers over here have talked about nationalistic fervor. I will tell you, I come from a clan of warriors. My forefathers, I'm the 4th generation in the army, so it was never by chance that I ended up in the army. And I chose to be a Special Forces soldier and an officer for very specific reasons. Because majority of you over here are young, I will draw corollaries from what I learned in the Special Forces, my dreams as a young man, what I learned over time in my service career, and now how do I implement those in my time as an entrepreneur, as a budding entrepreneur, learning throughout the way. The Special Forces training is the hardest training known to man. You can be best of cricketers, athletes, you can be anything. But the point which needs to be understood is you perform, your body and mind performs well when it is given 2 things. A lot of things to train on and a lot of rest and nutrition. In the Special Forces, the last 2 things are taken off. So when you perform a job, when you perform a mission, there are no retakes, there are no second chances. You are inside a battle zone of your own. We were 2 squads. A squad is the smallest unit of a Special Forces unit. 6 guys. Trained in weapons, trained in explosives, trained in navigation. It's a self-contained fighting unit which can survive any onslaught. We were 2 squads deployed in South Kashmir. I'm not telling it, it's not a story, it's a reality which I tell you now. When you talk of brotherhood, when you talk of nationalist conclave, you must understand where I come from. How do you feel like losing the men? In South Kashmir, it was 2 decades back. I was a young lieutenant with 23 years of age and around 5-6 months of service. Till the time you're not blooded, till the time you have not killed a terrorist, you're not given the Special Forces badge in Special Forces. You need to earn it, and you need not earn it. My father was a Jammu and Kashmir Rifles officer. I volunteered for Special Forces. You don't get it as your parental claim. You need to earn that maroon after undergoing training. So coming back to the story. So we have 2 squads, one led by a junior commissioned officer and self in 1 squad. It was a generic input. Village happened to be someplace in South Kashmir. 2 decades back, it was raining fire in J&K. What you see now, it's still mellowed down. It's because of the security forces. What the situation we see is, it's still very normal, I would say. So we went for the operation, and what happened was that of that generic input, because we always operated in very few numbers, we went straight away to search the houses. There was no Rashtra Rifle support for us. There was nothing. One squad went under the JCO to one house, and I went to the other house. When I called out the house owner outside, he told me there are 2 terrorists inside. With those 6 men, whatever I could muster, I put the inner cordon and stops. We didn't have the luxury of inner or outer cordon or lot of people, because special forces operate like that. It's not a traditional infantry unit with lot of strength. So we did that thing, and if you see the demography or the pattern of layout of the village in J&K, you'll find especially in built-up areas, the houses are so close that even if you're trying to cordon one house, you need to cordon 3 houses. So with only 6 guys, we did that. When I was placing the scouts and came back to the position, I was behind a boundary wall where I was aiming for the windows or wherever the terrorists might come from. The terrorists opened the window and they fired indiscriminately. So there, a boundary wall in front of me, I retaliated with the fire. They jumped out of the window and approached me. I fired back. They turned their direction and went towards 5 meters away where my buddy was. Because my primary arc of weapon went towards his direction, I was supposed to stop the fire. I stopped it, but I could not see the response of my buddy firing back at him. In the meantime, the terrorists climbed that boundary wall because it was a small one, and then they vanished into the field behind, and then there was a river, and then I went on the spot and checked. My buddy was shot straight in the head. He was wearing a bulletproof patka. At that time it was bulletproof patka, now it is ballistic helmets. It was shot through the head, and 16 bullets were there. Even if he was wearing a BP plate, 16 bullets were there on his chest. He died on the spot. If you go back in a moment, this was the guy who I slept in the same sleeping bag. He made food for me, served the food for me. He was 21 years of age, I was 23. A month back, he had got married. And this man sacrificed his life that day. Imagine a person, 23 years of age, seeing all these things happen. That day, I wanted to burn half of that village down where this operation was happening. So what you need to understand is there are people who see extreme combat. And extreme combat is not at all glamorous. The most important thing it teaches you is compassion. I lost that guy. I've lost men on mountaintops. I've lost men in streets. I've lost men in alleys. It's not a punchline. I'm still telling you, because you must understand the person who gives his life for people who don't even know that people are existing over there, protecting themselves every single day. You must have gratitude towards life. You must have gratitude towards people who are doing this for you. As young people, now we deviate to the present scenario. As young people, you must have outlandish dreams. I wanted to join army only to join the special forces. There was no other thing I could think of. I wanted to see combat, I wanted to climb mountains, I wanted to jump from an aircraft. That is the way I wanted to lead my life. That was my goal in life. For you people, as nationalists and being patriotic, even if you're not in the forces, follow your dreams. Dreaming big is the key to your success. Don't think. And one more important thing on that is that it has to be your dream. It cannot be your father's dream. It cannot be your brother's dreams. It cannot be your friend's dream. I wanted to join special forces. In my house, I'm the 4th generation. All 3 prior to me, my great-grandfather served in the British Army. My grandfather served in the British Army. My father served in the Indian Army. All were infantarians, the people who walk. My 2 sisters, they both are married to army officers. They both are infantarians. And as a good father, my father told me never join the special forces because the rest of your life you will be climbing mountains only. The point I'm trying to bring is, I joined army for passion. For you, it is important to follow passion. It was not a job for me. The day I finished my command, I knew the rifle, the assault rifle which we hold as special forces, my direct contact with troops is gone. I was not going to do anything about that anymore. It was my time to call it quits. So kindly have dreams which are big enough. Again, the second point on this, we have talked about unabashed patriotism. It should run through your blood. It should not be on the eve of Independence Day or Republic Day. You need to breed it. Even if you're not in the forces, try and serve the nation in whatever you are doing. You are young. You are right now at the stage of your life where you must take chances. I took chances in life and joined the special forces. I want you to take chances and become an entrepreneur, not do a job. I will tell you what is the reason behind it. I am myself an entrepreneur. I had great aversion of taking orders in the army. I found it difficult to take orders. I found it difficult. That's just me. So when I left the army, I knew as a traditional veteran, people will join a resettlement course, go over there, do whatever courses, that is their job. I wanted to build a business. I ventured into entrepreneurship. One thing I would like to tell you about dreaming big is about setbacks and failures. Being from an army background, I failed my SSB twice. I cleared it in third attempt. I am the only officer of the Indian Army who has done 3 probations. And let me tell you one thing very categorically, 1 day of a special forces probation is equivalent to 1 year. I did it, first I failed, then I went to a unit, I did the probation, had my differences, come back, then I went to 7 para special forces which I finally commanded. So when you dream big, there will be failures. You must take them in your life. Without extraordinary efforts, you will not achieve extraordinary results. So you need to slog. There is no book, there is no pamphlet, there is no précis in the army which tells you to kill a militant. There is nothing. It just gives a SOP. This is how things are to be done. Operations are like this. It is your buddy, it is your seniors who tell you that when you're going inside a room, might be the primary weapon fails, so your hand should automatically go to the secondary weapon. Where it is to be kept, how a shoelace has to be tied, he tells you, no book tells you that. So once you are growing in life, where I'm coming to is do community development, build. If you are a 4th year student, if you are a senior, empower your person who is in 1st year. It is your moral responsibility to give it back to the first generation. That is how countries grow. That is how economies grow. That is how you are supposed to give. Give it back. If I had so much of knowledge, being a special forces veteran, and I don't give it back to the next generation, we are losing and we are dividing a great thing which I learned in the army. Become entrepreneurs. Why I tell you, why I am on a mission to make 1 crore entrepreneurs. I will tell you my story. Failures in this also. I went to London for a close protection officer's course. That was the only transferable skills I could think I could gauge from my 20 years in the army, 18 and a half in the special forces. I went. I have not seen anybody going to London for a close protection. It's a niche course. I came back to India. There were special air service guys, there was Green Berets, there were Navy SEALs, there was Whole lot of special forces guys doing that course. We did that course, came back to India. I did some work over there. Came back and opened my company of close and executive protection. In India, we loosely term as bodyguards. There's no bodyguards, there's no bouncers in the world market. In India, it's still an unorganized sector. So even if I have to stand as a close protection operative in place like London or something, I need a 3 weeks course. I need a license. In India, an ex-veteran will just have a weapon and he will come and stand by you. I'm telling you, this is the truth. Half of my special forces regiment does this. So when I came back, I opened that job. I opened that company. Because I could understand the nitty-gritties of how a close protection has to be done. It's a science in itself. I kept my prices high. Not even a single client I could get. Because normal people will pay 50,000, 40,000 for a close protection operative. I was charging 1.25 lakh. Lesson of the life. Either you will compromise on your quality, or you will come back, or you do what the norm is doing. Don't follow the norm. Try and change it. Why I tell you about following your dreams and becoming an entrepreneur is give your job back. I am where I am. Whatever social media happens to me by chance. It's not a forayed adventure or a misadventure or a career for me. It has never been. It's just happened to be. I happened to be on few podcasts, made some YouTube videos. It's just happening. It's proliferating. I'm not stopping it. But the point what I'm trying to tell you is build and empower people. You can be the greatest entrepreneur in this world. You might be Harvard educated, you might be having everything. You kindly go to US. You want a life over there, do it. But at least something, do a startup in India where people can get employed. It is how you give it back to this great nation. This is how you will develop this country. Invest in technologies, invest in manufacturing, services we are good at. I will tell you a simple example. A Tavor assault rifle is a Israelis weapon industries made weapon which is a prime weapon of all the special forces in the country. Whether it is Marcos, Garud, special forces, name other few, maybe some weapons, but this is the prime mainstay. It is their weapon. The holographic sites, the ecosystem, build everything. You build so many things. Drones are being built, but the microchips and the components are coming from China. You will always be held, like you will always be looking for things. The navigation which we do use all kind of GPSs in the world. If Google stops it, it's a US Navy proprietorship. You can't do. Then you come back to the normal method of compass and everything. Build, own. And once you are into manufacturing, once you are into technology, invest into this thing. And final word, I would like to say that invest in your fitness. It's of paramount importance. The Honorable Prime Minister, in his Man Ki Baat, says about obesity being an epidemic. It's reality. He says about cutting on oily food. I would take a step further and says move out and start having fitness in life. Move out. Move outdoors, run, jog, swim. Do something in which you are physically fit. In Special Forces, the first parade of the day, which starts at 4:30, 5 o'clock in the morning, is a physical fitness. If I can't reach my target, there is no point being a Special Forces operative. If you are not fit, you can be the greatest person on it. It should be embedded and make a lifestyle change. Don't be just for a particular phase of your life. Okay, New Year is coming, we'll make a resolution. Go for it, finish it. I have received this much of weight is to be reduced, come back. The Honorable Prime Minister says to make this nation developed by 2047, it should not be his and his only dream. It has to be the dream of everyone sitting here in this auditorium. Every person has to contribute. If you are not contributing towards that, you are not building communities, you are not building businesses, you are not giving it back to the nation. Here we are. We can talk till the cows come back home. But we will not be able to develop as a nation. People will come and bully us. They will say something. We'll do. And we have to just listen and do it. This is all I have to say. Anything. And wishing you all a very great Independence Day. May God bless you all and may you have a great life. Jai Hind. Thank you.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल ये रंग दे ये खुशबू दे ये तीखा ये कम पड़े क्या निराला MDH मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा मसाला आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about
if you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively...
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरी राजा,
राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
मैंने छोड़ दिया था, वो अवार्ड लेना छोड़ दिया मैंने।
क्यों छोड़ दिया था?
क्योंकि हम और दीदी, हम दोनों को अवार्ड मिलते थे, और दूसरी औरत लड़कियां गाती थी, उनको भी अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए, सबको मिलना चाहिए ना। तो हमने बोला कि हम अवार्ड लेना बंद करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा।
कोई अवार्ड तो बाकी नहीं है आपके लिए। The biggest award is the love of the people, Ashata, wherever you go.
मुझे जीवन में इतना प्यार पब्लिक ने दिया है, इतना घर वालों से नहीं मिला है। तो ऐसा प्यार बहुत कम मिलता है किसी को।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
day after Trump says he would reconsider tariffs on India, US delegation calls off the visit for the trade talks. Congress launches a scathing attack on Election Commission of India, accuses EC of ignoring vote theft and rigging allegations. Amid Rahul's vote chori remark against the ECI top poll body to hold briefing today at 3 p.m. Sources say big announcement expected. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returns home, received a grand welcome in Delhi, meeting with Prime Minister Modi on the cards. Firing reported at Elvish Yadav's residence in Gurgaon. 2 to 3 miscreants opened fire. Investigation underway. Heavy rains trigger massive landslide in Katwa. 4 people have died. Meanwhile, 6 have been injured. Rescue teams rushed to the spot. Russian President Putin briefs top officials after meeting with Trump in Alaska. Big breaking news coming in on top of this hour. Heavy rains have triggered a massive landslide in the upper reaches of Ghati area of Katwa region. 4 people have died, while 6 are reportedly injured. Several are also feared to be trapped under the debris, and police teams and NDRF and SDRF teams have been rushed to the affected spot. While the current situation in Katwa tells us that the railway operations have been halted and Katwa police station have been submerged under water. So monsoon mayhem across North India at this point, and breaking developments that we are tracking on top of this hour is that heavy rains have triggered a massive landslide in the upper reaches of Ghati area of Katwa region. There are several such situations that have taken place starting from Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar to areas in Uttarkashi, Uttarakhand, as well as Mandi, Himachal Pradesh, and now latest news coming in from Katwa, where 4 people have died and 6 others are reportedly injured, and several are also feared to be trapped. In terms of the operations and rescue, we understand that the police teams, the NDRF and the SDRF, I beg your pardon, viewers, these teams have been rushed to the affected spot. My colleague Gursimran is joining us live from Jammu at this point in time. Gursimran, the North India is reeling under monsoon mayhem, and several areas, including in Kishtwar and now in Katwa, these areas are reeling under all the problems that have been caused because of heavy rainfall, and now there has been a landslide and people have died and several have been injured. Give us the latest details.
See, the mayhem and the fury of the nature continues in the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir as well, after close to 60 lives lost in the Kishtwar district, Chashoti area, and hundreds still missing. Now the landslide and heavy rains, flash floods have been reported in the area of the Ghati in the Katwa district, where 4 lives have been lost, while 6 people in the injured condition have been rescued by the Jammu and Kashmir police along with the Indian Army and the local SDRF unit. What we are picking up after speaking to the officials on ground, that for now the operation stands completed because there has not been any life that has been under debris, but the teams have been kept at standby for any contingency. The rains level that have been reported is close 100 millimeter. That counts as the cloudburst, but the officials say that they will stick to only the landslide and the flash floods that have taken place. Now coming to the incident that has been reported, it was around 3 in the morning when the heavy rainfall took place, followed by the flash floods and also the landslide that happened, and several houses came under the debris, in which 4 people so far have been killed. We are told that the SSP of the Katwa district, Shobit Saxena, along with the Deputy Commissioner Rajesh Sharma, they are at the spot assessing the situation, and as the operations have now concluded, the bodies are being brought back and the injured are being given the treatment.
Well, Gursimran, there is a huge team of rescue operations which is going on with the members of the SDRF and the NDRF and the local administration and police, all mobilized to carry out the rescue operations round the clock, and at this point in time they are providing relief as well. Do we know whether there is any kind of compensation or relief that has been given in from the side of the government?
See, for now, since the incident, it has only been the 6 hours that the incident have taken place. No relief or rescue or any of the announcements have been made by the Jammu and Kashmir government or the LG administration, but it is expected that later in the day, they will be announcing the compensation like the Omar Abdullah did after his visit to the Chashoti village. So does the chief, the office of the Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor that announced that the houses will be rebuilt by the J&K administration. So these announcements will also be made for the Kathua, but it will take a little time because right now it is an evolving situation.
Right, Gursimran, appreciate you joining us and giving us all the details and bringing in all the developments. But viewers, we continue to bring you all the top updates and visuals continuously from these areas which have been affected by floods and rains. Currently, we are showing you the updates from Kathua in Jammu and Kashmir as the teams are working round the clock to provide relief to all who are affected. There have been 3 days after the devastating cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar. The scale of the tragedy is only growing, as we were talking earlier, viewers. The death toll has now climbed to 57, while 82 remain untraced. Massive rescue operations are underway with the RMO, the BRO and the local agencies working round the clock. Our colleague Gursimran brings you this ground report from the heart of the operation. Take a look.
Day 3 of the massive rescue operations in Kishtwar, and the death toll now stands at a devastating 57. 5 more bodies were recovered this morning from under heavy debris left by the catastrophic cloudburst. Heavy machinery, including BRO's stone drilling equipment, has been pressed into action to clear the path for deeper search and retrieval.
बहुत बड़ा बोल्डर है, इसमें अभी ब्लास्ट किया है, प्लस एक्चुअली सराउंडिंग एरिया में काफ़ी सारे अभी घर है और भी होटल्स भी है, तो इस वजह से बहुत ह्यूज ब्लास्ट इसमें नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन जो ब्लास्ट किया है इस बड़े पत्थर को लगभग आधा पोर्शन अभी टूट गया है. इसका अभी जो LNT मशीन हम लगा रखा है, इसी से अभी पहले इसको हटाएंगे और अगर जरूरत पड़ेगा इसके बाद इसमें थोड़ा और होल करके दोबारा ब्लास्ट करेंगे.
The Indian Army is leading from the front, with search teams deployed across the debris-ridden valley. A temporary 17-meter Bailey footbridge being readied to further speed up operations.
Each and every person, there's an integrated approach towards this operation, and anybody starting from Army, other forces, NDRF, SDRF, everybody has joined hands so that our mission is to save maximum lives and then to take out people from here and help them reach to their places wherever they have to reach.
The Jammu and Kashmir government has pledged full rehabilitation.
ये फैसला हुआ है कि जो लोग जिनकी ज़मीन ही चली गई, अब उनको मकान बनाने के लिए ज़मीन नहीं है, तो उनको भी ज़मीन दी जाएगी ताकि वो अपना मकान बनाएं. और मकान बनाने में कई NGOs हैं जो कहते हैं हम इनको मकान बना के देंगे, तो उनके साथ भी संपर्क में, तो वो भी कुछ हेल्प करके इनको मकान बना के देंगे.
82 people still remain untraced as per official estimates, but on ground, hope hasn't been lost. With non-stop effort and coordination between Army, BRO and civilian agencies, Kishtwar's valley of destruction is slowly turning into a ground of resilience.
Here's big breaking news coming in. A firing incident has been reported near Elvish Yadav's residence in Gurgaon, and as per the reports, 2 to 3 shooters have fired on the ground floor, and the first floor fired more than a dozen bullets. Elvish Yadav was not present in the house at the time. The incident took place around 5:30 a.m. in the morning, and the Gurgaon police has reached the spot while the investigation continues to be underway. So that is the breaking development we are tracking for you viewers. There has been a firing incident reported at Elvish Yadav residence in Gurgaon, and we are also bringing you those visuals as far as coming in from the side of the investigation. Very clearly seen that how Elvish Yadav's house has been attacked. Although he was not present at that time in his house, this incident has been reported around 5:30 in the morning. There have been multiple rounds which were fired, and his house was attacked, in the ground floor, in the first floor as well. In fact, we are also able to understand that there were nearly 2 to 3 shooters have fired at ground floor. At the first floor, there were more than a dozen bullets. We'll try and get one of my colleagues to give us more details from the spot. But viewers, that is the latest development coming in. Elvish Yadav, a very, very known face in the industry. Recently, he was seen rather in several shows. But his house has been attacked at this point in time. Let me go across to my colleague Akhil joining us on the phone line. Akhil, help us understand the latest development. What is the current scenario? Because the incident coming into light from 5:30 in the morning where Elvish Yadav's residence was attacked. There were bullets fired.
Well, this morning what we have seen that at around 5:30 a.m. gunshots were fired at Elvish Yadav.
Gunshots were fired at Elvish Yadav's Sector 56 residence in Gurugram. So right now what we have seen that the Gurugram police team has arrived at the very residence of Big Boss OTT winner Elvish Yadav's residence, and they have recovered some CCTV camera footages from there as well. And right now Elvish Yadav's father have also spoken to the media, in which he has conveyed this, that when that incident took place, at that point in time, Elvish Yadav was not present at the very residence. The family members were there, and the caretaker of Elvish Yadav was there. And if you see the visual of Elvish Yadav's residence, it's a four-floor apartment in which, if you see, on ground floor there's a parking. On first floor his caretaker and other family members live, and on the second floor Elvish Yadav lives. So right now the information that we have received that Elvish Yadav is completely safe because he was not present at his residence when that incident took place. But if you see right now, the Gurugram police is trying to connect the dots between the previous incident which took place a few weeks back, in which what we have seen that another incident took place in Gurugram in Sector 56 only, where another singer, another rapper from Haryana, Rahul Fazilpuria's car was attacked. So right now the Gurugram police is trying to connect the dots, that whether there is any link between those two incidents, because if you see, Rahul Fazilpuria and Elvish Yadav has got close connections. They were also involved in other incidents as well, in which what we have seen that last year Noida police has arrested Elvish Yadav in another case which has been identified as at a rave party where the snake venom was being used. So right now the trouble seems mounting for Elvish Yadav in this case, in which what we have seen that earlier there was an extortion racket as well, in which his name has come out. So right now for that we'll have to wait and watch to get official version from the Gurugram police.
Akhil, Elvish Yadav, he's a very, very famous face in the industry. And given the fact that this is not the first time there has been such a case, but in the previous as well, we have seen that he had received death threats as well. And he has always been under that particular scenario where there is a threat looming over his head constantly. Is there any sort of a security cover that has been given to Elvish Yadav at this point in time?
See, right now that part has not been disclosed by the Gurugram police. But one thing is pretty clear, that if you see, several social media influencers have been under the scanner of such extortion rackets. Because what we have seen that Rahul Fazilpuria, who is one of the known singers in Haryana, what we have seen that his car was recently attacked last week in the last week of July. And after that, what we have seen that few weeks back his security cover was taken, and after that incident took place. And if you see what has happened few days back, on August 6th, what we have seen that the close aide of Rahul Fazilpuria was shot dead in Gurugram itself, who has been identified as Rohit. So Rohit was considered to be as a key financer for Rahul Fazilpuria, and who was a very close aide. And after that, what we have seen that a gang has come forward and took responsibility of the killing of Rohit, in which he has said that Rahul Fazilpuria and his gang members has to basically pay approximately a 5 crore rupees loan, in which what we have seen that...
Right, Akhil, I will be coming back to you regarding this particular case, but it's time to move on. We have some more breaking news coming in on the broadcast at this point in time. It is the Congress versus Election Commission war that has exploded. Now, Congress has launched a scathing attack on the ECI, calling the poll body shameless, and accused it of turning blind eye to the grave allegation of vote theft and mass rigging during recent electoral processes. Congress says that the Election Commission has crossed all limits by refusing to take responsibility in the face of serious charges. So the Congress party at it once again, ahead of the Election Commission's announcement today that we were expecting to be happening at 3 p.m. There could be a big announcement made from the side of the Election Commission during the press briefing. It is a Congress party once again amid this entire voter theft row, which has now exploded. The Congress has launched another scathing attack on the Election Commission, calling the poll body as shameless. It has also accused the ECI, saying that the ECI is turning a blind eye to the grave allegation of vote theft and mass rigging during the recent electoral processes. Well, it is the Election Commission which has been time and again doubling its stance about the SIR as well as the voter theft allegations made by Rahul Gandhi. Election commissions have also clearly told Rahul Gandhi to sign a declaration, to give an affidavit, to give an official note whether whatever facts he has stated has a proof, but if he does not, then Rahul Gandhi must come and apologize in front of the entire nation. But this row between the Congress and the Election Commission does not seem to end. It is rather exploding. It is rather escalating at this point, with Congress party now coming and launching a very, very scathing attack on the Election Commission. They have called out the poll body and called it shameless, accused it of turning a blind eye to the grave allegations of voter theft. Remember, the Congress party has been going ahead and making several allegations regarding voter theft as well as mass rigging. This entire campaign has been led by Rahul Gandhi, and he had initially brought in so-called all the proofs that he had put forward in front of the media. There was more breaking news coming in on that note from the international front. United States trade team has called off the India visit amid the Trump tariff threats. US trade team has, I beg your pardon, viewers, the team which was supposed to visit India on August 25 has postponed its visit, and this comes just a day after the Trump administration said that they would reconsider tariffs, or rather it was Donald Trump specifically mentioning that he's going to be reconsidering tariffs on those countries who are purchasing oil from Russia. India and US trade talks have hit Trump tariff wall at this point in time. So several matters being affected right now. The diplomacy between India and US looks like to be in a limbo. Chandrakala, my colleague, is joining us to help us with more details. Chandrakala, the US trade team has called off the visit to India amid the Trump tariff threat, and they were supposed to visit on 25th of August, but it has been postponed. What else do we have on this?
Well, absolutely. The US team was supposedly to visit India on 25th of August, and this particular negotiation, the 6th round of BTA, was supposed to continue till 30th August. Now that they have called off this meeting, which could be a hint towards, or maybe an indication that there could be no relief, tariff relief for India, available for India in the near future. Of course, the US trade representative was supposed to lead the team here in India. This could be the platform for both sides to mitigate the current situation as far as the tariff is concerned. Now that Trump has also clearly mentioned that he might reconsider tariff as far as on countries as far as buying Russian oil is concerned. But yes, the calling of the meeting by the US trade representative right at this moment is also very crucial, which also indicates that there could be no tariff relief for India in the near future. Well, now the point is that whether this particular meeting is going to is completely halted forever, or it's temporary. That's the question right at this moment. Yes, more information is awaited on this particular on this particular development. But yes, currently the US team is not visiting. It was supposed to be here on 25th August, and the meeting was supposed to take place from 25th to 30th. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, appreciate you joining us and bringing us those important details on that development. But viewers, shifting our focus, in a significant push towards modernizing urban infrastructure and easing the traffic congestion in the national capital region, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to inaugurate two major national highway projects today with a combined investment of nearly 11,000 crore. Here's a quick report.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to inaugurate two major national highway projects today, worth a combined cost of nearly rupees 11,000 crores. The projects he is set to inaugurate are the Delhi section of the Dwarka Expressway and the Urban Extension Road 2. They have been developed under the government's comprehensive plan to decongest the capital with the objective of greatly improving connectivity, cutting travel time, and reducing traffic in Delhi and its surrounding areas. The 10.1 kilometer long Delhi section of Dwarka Expressway has been developed at a cost of around Rs 5,360 crores. The section will also provide multimodal connectivity to Yashobhumi, DMRC Blue Line and Orange Line, upcoming Bijwasan Railway Station and Dwarka Cluster Bus Depot. The Alipur to Dichau-Kalan stretch of Urban Extension Road 2 along with new links to Bahadurgarh and Sonipat are at a cost of around Rs 5,580 crores. It will ease traffic on Delhi's inner and outer ring roads and busy points like Mukarba Chowk, Dhaula Khan and NH9.
Breaking news coming in, viewers, at this point in time. Congress has slammed Karnataka BJP President and the BJP MLA's visit to Dharmastala. Karnataka Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar has said that BJP is doing politics in Dharmastala probe and they do not care about anything other than politics. Earlier, viewers, Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijayendra visited Dharmastala amid misinformation allegations. He joined the BJP MLA's rally to protect the sacred site. That is the latest development coming in, viewers, in terms of the Dharmastala case, where it has gone into the political arena, where Congress has slammed Karnataka BJP President and the BJP MLA's visit to Dharmastala. Deputy Chief Minister DK Shivakumar has said that the BJP is doing politics in Dharmastala probe. He's also taken a jibe and said that the BJP doesn't care about anything other than politics. Remember, earlier it was the Karnataka BJP President B.Y. Vijayendra who visited Dharmastala amid misinformation allegations. He joined the BJP MLA's rally to protect the sacred site. Take a listen in, viewers, to what exactly DK Shivakumar had to say.
They are not visiting for Dharmasthala, they are visiting for their politics. They wanted to do politics in religion. They are not visiting for Dharmasthala, they are visiting for their politics. They wanted to do politics in religion. They are doing politics. They are not visiting for Dharmasthala, they are visiting for their politics. They wanted to do politics in religion. They are doing politics.
On the 79th Independence Day, the Indian Navy proudly displayed the national flag aboard two Indian naval ships, INS Rana and INS Jyoti, docked at Colombo, Sri Lanka. The vibrant display of the tricolour from deck to skyline symbolized unity, sacrifice and shared maritime heritage. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to inaugurate two major national highway projects today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to inaugurate two major national highways projects today worth nearly 11,000 crore. Viewers, coming up on the other side, amid Rahul Gandhi's vote chori remarks against the ECI top poll body to hold briefing today at 3 p.m. Sources say big announcement is expected. Also tracking in the developments as Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returns home, received a grand welcome in Delhi and meeting with Prime Minister Modi on the cards. Stay tuned, viewers. We will be right back.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will...
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War.
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. This week was of a seminal development, an equivalent of a page-marking geopolitical event of centurion scale, that of transfer of power from a receding empire to a rising one, from the United States of America to China via Alaska. For long in a Thucydides trap, the Americans somehow believed this would never happen. The coming of Donald Trump was seen as a bulwark against that eventuality. But as ironies go, it is Trump who has handed over the baton to Xi Jinping. If you read the tea leaves right, like I'm doing, and look beyond the bluster of Donald Trump, you would realize that this is a nervous America negotiating its terms of disengagement as it counts the last days of its hegemony. Let's get going.
This is an old chip that China already has. And I deal with Jensen, who's a great guy, and NVIDIA. The chip that we're talking about, the H20, it's an old chip. China already has it in a different form, different name, but they have it. Or they have a combination of two will make up for it and even then some. Now Jensen's a very brilliant guy, and Jensen also has a new chip, the Blackwell. Do you know what the Blackwell is? The Blackwell is super duper advanced. I wouldn't make a deal with that, although it's possible I'd make a deal, a somewhat enhanced in a negative way Blackwell. In other words, take 30% to 50% off of it. But that's the latest and the greatest in the world. Nobody has it. They won't have it for 5 years. But the H20 is obsolete. You know, it's one of those things, but it still has a market. So I said, listen, I want 20% if I'm going to approve this for you, for the country, for our country, for the U.S. I don't want it myself. You know, every time I say like 747, I want, yeah, for the Air Force. So I just wanted. So when I say I want 20, I want for the country. I only care about the country. I don't care about myself. And he said, would you make it 15? So we negotiate a little deal. So he's selling a essentially old chip that Huawei has a similar chip, a chip that does the same thing. And I said, good, if I'm going to give it to you, because they have a, they have a stopper, what we call a stopper, not allowed to do it. It's really known as a restrictive covenant. And I said, if I'm going to do that, I want you to pay us as a country something, because I'm giving you a release. I released them only from the H20.
The American empire is dead. It has run its course. A century of American domination of the world politics came to a military, economic, and most significantly, a psychological end. A declining America blinked and ceded the empire to China. This week marks the date which we can pin as the day of its demise, August 12th to be precise. On this day, the Trump administration allowed AI chip maker NVIDIA to sell most of its advanced chip systems to China. This capitulation came within hours of Beijing issuing a threat that trade talks would stall if sale of those chips was not allowed. Trump gulped his ego, swallowed his pride, and nodded to NVIDIA to go ahead. Like a typical bully who palpitates on meeting a match, Trump put a brave face. He said this was a deal like no other, like most things in his life, that he was only allowing a toned-down export version of the older H20 and latest Blackwell chips to be sold to the Chinese, and that he was making NVIDIA pay the American government a cut on those sales. Imagine. The embargo on chip sales to China was put by the supposedly pusillanimous Biden administration, according to the mega universe. And the sale is being allowed by the macho Trump. Imagine also the cut on revenue of a private corporation that Trump has asked for is more horrible than the worst of the command and control economy a communist government could conjure. Experts have also flagged national security implications of the move.
We'll see what happens. China's been, we've been dealing very nicely with China, as you probably have heard.
Same day, Trump extended by another 90 days the activation of tariffs on China that the American president had imposed on Liberation Day as part of his larger tariff war. If this is not abject surrender, what can be? Xi Jinping has Trump by the scruff of his neck. Here Vice President J.D. Vance, what he told Fox News. I cannot play the clip, but here's his quote. When asked how come China was getting away without Russia-specific tariffs unlike India, Vance said, well, he's thinking about it and would make a decision. The China issue is a little more complicated because our relationship with China affects a lot of other things that have nothing to do with the Russian situation. The president is reviewing his options and he would make a decision when he decides, unquote. Hours after this, Trump made the surrender with the tariff waiver. When Trump took over as president, average tariff on Chinese goods stood at between 8 to 10%. In his first month in office in February, the US raised that to 20%. The Chinese did not respond. But the Liberation Day announcement by Trump that jacked up tariffs to 140% in case of China elicited an immediate response with a reciprocal slapping of 125% tariffs on American goods exports. The message was loud and clear. Xi Jinping was willing to stare down the bully. There was some song and dance by Trump, but through the loud saber rattling, it was clear that it was less of saber and more of rattle. Even the Trump inner circle realized that this would backfire. Came the first climb down with a truce being announced in the month of May, and the Americans brought down the tariffs to 30%. The Chinese matched steps, cooling their side to 20%. Things stood there, and the May truce now gets extended till November 10, providing enough time for American importers to stock up on Chinese goods for the festive season of Christmas and the winters. Imagine. For all the bombast of Trump, his administration blinked first. For all the bluster, the Chinese matched him step for step, proving his threats to be hollow and useless as a negotiation tool. While there is none, people do want to believe that there's a method to Trump's madness. It could be a coincidence, but the 3-month extension of truce came around the same time that America recorded highest inflation numbers for the consumers since February. Against a target of 2% by the Federal Bank, the figure stood at 2.7%. But like other statistics, this hides the story more than it reveals. The core inflation, minus food and energy costs, stood at a steep 3.1%, and areas like air tickets and tomatoes increased by 4 and 3.3%. While the numbers might still be giving a mixed grocery bag, the pattern is clear. Inflation is headed north, and sooner than later, American consumer would foot the bill. This was third month on the trot that inflation kept inching upwards. Dollar caught cold, falling against most currencies. The US greenback is in fact down 11% since January this year. And this is the biggest slide in the last 50 years. Economists would tell you that the cascading effect of tariffs takes some time to show up on your plate. For one, most of the importers had stocked up on old rate supplies. They get another 90 days to tide over the Yuletide spirits. But sooner than later, the new tariffs would catch up. Goldman Sachs released a report suggesting this could be as soon as fall. The report said consumers could bear as much as 2/3 of the costs. Trump has claimed that tariffs have landed US Treasury some US $300 billion of bounty, which puts the Goldman estimate at US $200 billion that Americans, both mega and non-mega, would pay over and above what they would have under the new tariff regime as it kicks in. Goldman CEO got berated by Trump from his bully pulpit of Truth Social. But the rumblings of exasperation are already in the air.
Bananas. What's the tariff on bananas? Americans, by the way, love bananas. We buy billions of them a year. I love bananas. What's the tariff on bananas?
The tariff on bananas would be representative of the countries that produce them.
And what's that tariff?
Generally 10%.
Correct, 10%. Walmart has already increased the cost of bananas by 8%.
But as countries do deals with us, that will go to zero. As countries do deals with us, that will go to zero.
But the cost is on the American consumer now and on the businesses with the confusion now. Mr. Secretary, I believe you know better. I believe you recognize that a trade deficit is not something to fear. I believe you know that predictability, stability is essential for businesses. I wish you would show that truth to this administration.
This exchange took place in a Congress hearing on the Capitol this week, where Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick was caught fumbling and groping for facts, as there are none, to support his outlandish claims. Just to explain, the frustration of the questioning Congresswoman Madeleine Dean. There's a reason America predominantly imports the bananas that it consumes. The agri-climatic conditions do not support commercial-scale banana cultivation, as a result of which the United States imports almost all of its banana that they consume from Latin America. In 2023, the import bill stood at $3 billion plus. The frustrated Dean was asking Lutnick how the administration planned to tackle the increasing cost of bananas at Walmart due to the tariffs on that import bill. She said it's already up about 8%. Lutnick said we would produce more. If climate allowed, America would have produced bananas already. More proof of the end of the empire kept coming through this week. US national debt hit a record high of $37 trillion. That's about 50% over and above the US GDP. But more significantly, the last $1 trillion was added in just the last 8 months, against the 36th trillion, which took 11 months. So the US economy is hurtling into a debt trap at a fast clip. Nikki Haley, a one-time team member and then a ticket contestant against Trump, called it very un-Republican and non-conservative to hurtle down the unsustainable fiscal path. Another report came this week which showed how there was zero jobs growth in the last 3 months. In response, Trump sacked the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics, calling out her a Biden administration appointee. On military front, China claimed on Wednesday that its Navy had chased out a US Navy frigate, Higgins, out of the Scarborough Shoal in the South China Sea. Though disputed by the Americans, it at least shows the nonchalance with which the Chinese are playing around with American narrative. While lots of song and dance was made of Trump ordering a nuclear submarine closer to Russia in response to statements made by its former president Medvedev, Russia quietly sent its own to Cuba. Imagine, in 1962, this had led to the Bay of Pigs crisis, which had the world watching with bated breath. This time it passed off in a whimper, largely because despite his braggadocio, Trump did not know how to escalate perhaps. Look at these pictures of a joint Russian-Chinese flotilla into the Bering Straits off the coast of Alaska. US Navy had to scramble a warship from its third fleet, the USS Carl M. Levin, into North Pacific as a counter-deployment. This was a day before the proposed Trump-Putin talks. Obviously, Putin and Xi coordinated their moves to remain one-up on Americans in the mind games. And talking of the mind games, the build-up had nerves written all over Trump. Listen to these sound bites.
You have to understand, this is a war that should have never happened. This is a war that wouldn't have happened if I were president. It would have never happened. It was the apple of his eye. I got along very well with President Putin. But if you look, under President Bush, they took a lot of territory. Under President Obama, they took a lot of territory. Under Biden, they essentially took the whole thing. I'm going to be telling him, you got to end this war. You got to end it. And he wasn't going to mess with me. This war would have never happened. You know, we had a discussion about it one time, and we never had that discussion again. Would have never happened. Almost as complex as this one, having to do with route trade.
Successful meeting on Friday with Vladimir Putin.
Well, we're going to have a meeting with Vladimir Putin, and at the end of that meeting, probably in the first 2 minutes, I'll know exactly whether or not a deal can be made.
How will you know that?
Because that's what I do. I make deals.
Once he's saying he's going to finalize the deal in the same meeting. Then he says this is just a get-to-know meeting. And then realizing he might have given away too much, he comes to bullying self, threatening dire consequences, which basically means more tariffs and more sanctions against Russia. Things that Putin has very successfully weathered out for the last 3 years. What China has done holds a lesson here for the rest of the world and how to deal with Trump tantrums. You can return the fire and he would back off. You can capitulate like Europe and Japan have done and face more pushback. And then there is the third way, the middle path typically associated with India, which we have deployed to a telling effect. Silence, no reaction, stoic non-reaction. Keep the other side guessing. Look at it. Since he went hammer and tongs against India, in the process ruining at least 3 decades of hard work on both the sides to steady the ship, there has not been not a single word that can be seen as Prime Minister Modi taking pot shots at Trump. The silence speaks volumes. Not that the rest of the system has not taken a position. From Rajnath Singh to Shivraj Singh Chauhan, from Nitin Gadkari to N. Chandrababu Naidu, and even a retired Venkaiah Naidu. These are seniors of the Delhi establishment and have publicly expressed annoyance at Trump's conduct. Listen to a sliver of those sound bites.
कुछ लोग हैं जो भारत के का विकास जितनी तेजी के साथ हो रहा है उन्हें रास नहीं आ रहा है, उन्हें अच्छा नहीं लग रहा है। सबके बास तो हम हैं, भारत कैसे इतनी तेजी के साथ बढ़ रहा है।
आज जो दादागिरी करते इसलिए कर रहे कि वो आर्थिक दृष्टि से संपन्न है, दादागिरी इसलिए करते हैं कि उनके पास टेक्नोलॉजी है। अगर उनसे अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी और रिसोर्सेज हमारे पास आएंगे तो हमें दादागिरी नहीं करनी है। हमारी संस्कृति ये कहती है कि विश्व का कल्याण हो,
कि व्यक्तिगत रूप से मेरा कितना भी बड़ा नुकसान हो जाए लेकिन किसान हितों के साथ समझौता नहीं किया जाएगा, नहीं किया जाएगा, नहीं किया जाएगा। ये भारत की आवाज है, ये भारत के किसानों की आवाज है। किसान भाइयों निश्चिंत रहना।
We will pursue policies which are in our national interests. There is no question of compromise or succumbing to pressure from anybody. We are the largest democracy in the world and we believe what we are doing is good. And we try to keep a good relation with all, including with America, because both are democracies that way.
And there were protests in Amreli of Gujarat. I thought significant because it's Prime Minister's home state. This should worry the Americans. Till now, the circumspection of Americans was limited to the New Delhi elites on Raisina Hill. Trump might have taken it to the Indian street. The kind of misreading that's happening in Washington, D.C. on the Modi government was seen in a comment made by their Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. In what smacks of racism, he called India recalcitrant on trade deal because we are holding our ground, with a tone as if we owe it to them, because the Modi government has not signed on the dotted line. This just shows how unprepared Trump came into the administration. His team has not done any due diligence on how the systems under Modi work. Otherwise, they would have studied India's moves on RCEP, the China-dominated trade agreement of Southeast Asia, from which India walked out. Had Trump studied Modi, he would have or not have made the mistake of jumping the gun on India-Pakistan ceasefire. But then it's asking for too much, perhaps. Trump is known to have little patience for reading or study. Anecdotally, the president's daily briefing from security agencies for the Trump White House are supposed to not cross one page to keep president's attention. Had it not been for this mix of impatience and ego, Trump would not have created the geopolitical shockwaves he has been creating. But even more significantly, speeding up the decline of the American empire. Today, nobody respects America. What the Trumpist mega buffoonery passes off as surrender is tactical adjustment everyone else is making till the tempest blows over. A lot of watchers of India-US relations have argued that India could have easily bought peace with Trump by quickly acknowledging the American role in the ceasefire with Pakistan. They are misreading Trump's malice. They are misreading Trump's megalomania. This is misreading of the roots of Trump's motivation in a private, corrupt money deal Trump family has cut with Pakistan and its army. There was no question of accepting Trump's role in ceasefire. There is no question of accepting it going forward. What are the policy consequences for India? One, we would need to double down on our multi-alignment posture. It is part of our DNA, and we need not budge from it. A glimpse of this has happened this past week between NSA Doval visit to Moscow and the shrugging off the Pakistani provocation. The upcoming visit of Chinese Foreign Minister Wang Yi to New Delhi, Jaishankar's visit to Moscow this week, and that of Prime Minister Modi to China for the SCO summit a week later, though part of ongoing mechanisms, do give a picture of normality, and in diplomacy, optics count. I would say India is better off sitting out the Trump term. He has burnt his bridges psychologically with a good section of Indians who thought he was good. Trump might have irreparably damaged the overall trajectory of India-US ties. There was already an element of mistrust against Americans for the Cold War era overhang. And by allowing General Asim Munir to issue nuclear threats from American soil, Trump has reinforced those Pavlovian reflexes that America cannot be trusted. PM Modi is right in holding his fire against Trump. That's the right strategy to deal with an attention-seeking egotist bully. Thank you for your kind attention to this matter, and thanks for watching.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला
Will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
उनका जो था ना ऐसे, तो वो मुझे बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी सीखने में। तो मैं अपने जाते हुए गाड़ी में गा रही थी। मेरा ड्राइवर ने बोला, मेम साहब जसलो क्लू लो क्या, हॉस्पिटल आया आपका? मैंने कहा क्यों रे, तो क्यों ऐसा बोलता है? बोले आपको सांस चढ़ी हुई है। मैंने
from Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good morning, viewers. It's 11 a.m. and you're watching Republic TV. I'm Deepak Suresh Kumar. It's a moment of pride, a moment of homecoming for Shubhanshu Shukla, India's space hero. He has returned home during the early hours today and he will be meeting the Prime Minister tomorrow in the national capital. We'll get you all that and much more after a quick check on the headlines. Day after Trump says he would reconsider tariffs on India-US delegation calls off visit for trade talks. Congress launches a scathing attack on Election Commission of India, accuses EC of ignoring vote theft and rigging allegations. Amid Rahul Gandhi's vote chori remarks against ECI, top poll body to hold a briefing today at 3 p.m. Sources say big announcement expected. Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returns home, receives a grand welcome in Delhi, meeting with Prime Minister Modi on the cards. Firing reported at Elvish Yadav's residence in Gurugram. 2 to 3 miscreants opened fire. Investigation is currently underway. Heavy rains trigger massive landslide in Katwa. 4 people have lost their lives. Meanwhile, 6 have been injured. Rescue teams rushed to the scene. Russian President Vladimir Putin briefs top officials after meeting with Trump in Alaska. Viewers, India's space hero has finally returned home. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla returned to India and received a warm and a grand welcome in Delhi airport by his family, Science and Technology Minister Jitendra Singh, Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta, and a large crowd waving the national flag. Notably, this is his first visit to India after his historic Axiom 4 space mission. Meeting with the Prime Minister Modi is also on the cards, which will possibly happen tomorrow. And he is also likely to attend National Space Day celebrations. Jitendra Singh took to social media and said that India's space glory has returned to Indian soil and called this a moment of pride for the nation. Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla was also felicitated by Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta and also Jitendra Singh, Union Minister. Let's now listen in to what Shubhanshu Shukla's mother had to say on his homecoming.
भारत और देश के लिए गौरव की बात है कि शुभांशु शुक्ला कल देर रात दिल्ली में लैंड किए हैं और जिस तरह से उन्होंने उपलब्धि हासिल की, जिस तरह से अंतरिक्ष में एक कीर्तिमान रचा है, उसके बाद वह भारत आए हैं जहां पर उनका भव्य स्वागत होता है। एयरपोर्ट पर खुद दिल्ली की मुख्यमंत्री जाती हैं और तमाम लोग जाते हैं उनके स्वागत में। माता जी हैं साथ में, क्या कहेंगी माता जी? पहली बार अमेरिका से अंतरिक्ष की उड़ान भरने के बाद वो भारत लौटे हैं।
तो बहुत खुशी का पल है हमारे लिए कि हमारा बच्चा इतने दिनों के बाद वापस लौटा है भारत में, तो हमें बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। मैं किसी वजह से नहीं जा पाई हूँ, बाकी पूरा परिवार गया है स्वागत करने के लिए, दिल्ली पहुँचा हुआ है।
वहाँ पे कौन कौन गया है? सब लोग पहुँचे?
सब गए हुए हैं, उनके पापा गए हैं, बहनें गई हैं, सब भांजे भतीजे सब वहीं हैं।
अच्छा, और ये उनकी वाइफ और बच्चा?
वो तो साथ में ही हैं उनके, वो तो अमेरिका से ही वापस आए साथ में।
तो फोन आया सुबह से एक भी आपके पास?
रात में ही आया था 2 बजे।
हम लोग भी रात भर देख रहे थे कि दिल्ली के मुख्यमंत्री, तमाम अधिकारी, तमाम लोग वहाँ पर सब पहुँचे हुए हैं।
नहीं, फोन बराबर बेटा कर रहा है। दोहा में रुके थे कुछ देर के लिए, वहाँ से फ़ोन आया था, फिर सुबह भी फ़ोन आया।
जी जी, यानी हाँ वो इंटरकनेक्टिंग फ्लाइट थी।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, जो है बात हो रही बराबर।
शायद प्रधानमंत्री से मुलाकात होगी, प्रधानमंत्री उनके अनुभव को जानेंगे, फिर बड़े बड़े अधिकारियों से मीटिंग है, उसके बाद लखनऊ लौटना होगा।
हाँ बिल्कुल, सबसे मुलाकात है, इसीलिए वहाँ 23-24 तक बिजी हैं, उसके बाद ही लखनऊ उनका आना होगा। इसीलिए तो पापा और उनके बच्चे तो सब लोग वही मिलने गए हैं कि मुलाकात करें।
लखनऊ सुन रहा हूँ बहुत तैयारी है, पूरा गाजे बाजे से स्वागत होगा एयरपोर्ट पे।
अब जो होगा आप लोग देखेंगे ही, हम लोग भी देखेंगे जो स्वागत।
कैसा लग रहा है मैम? उस समय तो हम ज़्यादा आपसे बात भी नहीं कर रहे क्योंकि हम लोग भी डर रहे थे, आप भी डर रहे थे कि सकुशल लैंडिंग हो, उसी में सबको एकदम ध्यान था कि अच्छे से हो जाए, लेकिन अब सब कुछ हो गया। ये कितनी बड़ी उपलब्धि है, कितना आप मानते हैं कि बेटे ने आपके लिए या इस देश के लिए क्या कुछ कर दिया?
ये उपलब्धि तो बड़ी है ही, अपने आप में बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है। बेटे ने जो कारनामा किया है वो शायद लाखों करोड़ों लोगों में किसी एक बच्चे ने किया है, तो ये बहुत बड़ी उपलब्धि है हमारे लिए।
बहुत। पूरे परिवार चारों तरफ फ़ोन आता होगा, सब गर्व से?
सबका फ़ोन आता है, सब खुशी मना रहे हैं, सबको बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है, बहुत सब शुभकामनाएं देते हैं, बच्चे को बहुत विशेष देते हैं। बहुत अच्छा
कहेंगे और आगे बच्चा ऐसे ही नाम करता रहे, चूँकि अभी और कई मिशन पे उनको आगे जाना है।
अब वो तो करेगा ही, उसने शुरुआत की है तब आगे तो उसको बढ़ना ही, पीछे तो नहीं घूम के देखना है, आगे ही बढ़ना है, आगे बढ़ते रहे बस।
ये माँ का आशीर्वाद?
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, आशीर्वाद तो पूरी तरह से आशीर्वाद बच्चे।
Moving on, viewers, we have some big breaking news coming in. Firing has been reported at YouTuber Elvish Yadav's residence in Gurugram, and as per reports, 2 to 3 shooters have fired on the ground floor and the first floor. They fired more than a dozen rounds, and Elvish Yadav was not present in the house. This incident took place around 5:30 a.m. early this morning. Gurugram police has also reached the spot and the investigation is currently underway. And what we understand is that Elvish Yadav was not at home at the time of firing, and the police said that he had gone outside Haryana for some work. And whether this was warning shots fired at his house, whether there was a message that was to be sent. To give us more details, we have Akhil joining us live. Akhil, tell us about this unprovoked firing at Elvish Yadav's residence. 12 to 15 rounds were fired, but the father of Elvish Yadav claims that more than a couple of dozen rounds were fired. Help us understand the motive behind this attack and what the investigation has revealed so far.
पुलिस प्रशासन ही कर रहा है कि जो बढ़िया कर रहा है, जो भी है सारी टीमें आ चुकी है और
पूरा परिवार यहाँ मौजूद था सर जिस समय ये सब घटना हुई है। और एल्विश यहाँ है या बाहर है?
वो अपने काम से
गए हुए हैं। कितने बजे के आसपास ये घटना हुई है, कुछ अंदाजा हुआ? आप क्या कर रहे थे उस समय सर?
Well, there you can see, viewers, on the right side of your screens, you can see the rounds and the damage, the dents that these bullets have left. And Akhil is live with us. Akhil, help us understand the motive and also what the investigation has revealed so far. Have the police gotten to the bottom of this case, trying to identify who these unknown assailants are?
Well, Deepak, if you see, 3 persons came on a bike and they just were standing over here just outside the very residence of Elvish Yadav. And from here, they have fired the gunshots. And what we have got to know from the police sources that approximately more than 15 rounds were fired. And you can see through the visuals that there are 2 CCTV cameras which are installed just outside the very residence of Elvish Yadav. Here you can see. So the details of these CCTV cameras have already been recovered by the Gurugram police. And in those visuals, you can see the bullet marks. Here you see on the first floor of this very building, of this very apartment, bullet marks can be easily seen. So there are several bullet marks which can be easily seen on our camera. And what we have seen that in this very incident, after the incident took place, at that point in time, Elvish Yadav was not present at his residence. His family members, apart from his family members, his caretaker was also present on the very first floor. So I would like to request my VJ to pan and show you the visual of this very building. Here you can see this is the first floor where Elvish Yadav's family lives. And apart from that, if you see on the second floor, Elvish Yadav lives. So right now, the information that we have received from Elvish Yadav's father, in which he has confirmed this, that at that point in time when the incident took place, Elvish Yadav was not present at the very residence. So right now, what we have seen that there is another link which has emerged in connection with the case, and that the information that we have received is that earlier this very week on August 6th, another incident took place in Gurugram, in which what we have seen that a very known singer from Haryana, Rahul Fazilpuria's close aide, who has been considered as financier of Rahul Fazilpuria, he was also attacked. And when he was brutally attacked in that incident, he lost his life. And after that, what we have seen that a person from Himanshu Bhau gang came forward and he has claimed the responsibility for that unfortunate incident. So right now, the Gurugram police is trying to connect the dots that whether these 2 incidents are linked with or not. Because if you see earlier, what we have seen that on July 15th, another incident took place in which what we have seen that Rahul Fazilpuria's car was attacked in sector 71 of Gurugram. So recently, back-to-back, 3 different attacks. First attack on July 15th when Rahul Fazilpuria's car was attacked. Second attack on August 6th, in which what we have seen that Rahul Fazilpuria's close aide Rohit was shot dead. Rohit Shaukin was shot dead. And now this is the 3rd incident in the recent past, what we have seen that in the last 20 days, in which what we have seen that outside Elvish Yadav's residence, several gunshots were fired. So it basically raises several questions on the part of law and order as well, that why such kind of incident took place. And apart from that, if you see that whether there is any gang involvement, extortion gang involvement or not. So this is being confirmed by the Gurugram police. But if you see, the visuals are basically truly reflecting the original details from the ground zero, because the Gurugram police has collected all the evidence just outside the very residence of Elvish Yadav, and further details will come out after
about the incident. Akhil, can you hold your thoughts?
Was used by those assailants, because 3 assailants have come.
That's right, Akhil. Just hold your thoughts. We also have his father's reaction. Let's play that out.
प्रशासन ही कर रहा है जी, जो बढ़िया कर रहा है, जो भी है सारी टीमें आ चुकी है और
पूरा परिवार यहाँ मौजूद था सर जिस समय ये सब घटना हुई है? और एल्विश यहाँ है या बाहर है?
वो अपने काम से,
वो काम से गए हुए हैं। कितने बजे के आसपास ये घटना हुई है, कुछ अंदाजा हुआ? आप क्या कर रहे थे उस समय सर? सोए हुए थे। तो अब पुलिस ने यहाँ पहुँच करके तहकीकात की है आपके घर में आकर?
सारा अच्छा काम कर रही है, हमें लगता है कि पूरा ही।
कितनी फायरिंग की गई है सर, कितनी गोली चली है? अंदाजा सर कोई आपको?
अंदाजा 25-30 होगी, मुझे नहीं पता ज्यादा।
सर कोई वार्निंग भी इससे पहले आपके परिवार को परेशान करने की कोशिश की कहीं किसी द्वारा?
एल्विश को कोई धमकी वगैरह आई हो सर?
अभी तक कुछ।
अच्छा, सीसीटीवी फुटेज में कितने बदमाश कैद हुए हैं सर, कितने युवक थे?
3 दिख रहे हैं, मतलब 2 दिख रहे हैं, एक उधर बाइक, मतलब बाइक आई है जैसे 3 दिख रहे हैं, लेकिन 2 ही गेट पे दिख रहे हैं।
तो सर यहीं घर के बाहर खड़े होकर के सरेआम उन्होंने गोलियां चलाई हैं? ठीक।
Well, that was Elvish Yadav's father giving out some crucial details about what he really spotted in the CCTV. 3 individuals were seen firing at their residence. And Akhil continues to stay on with us. Akhil, you were mentioning about 2 to 3 incidents in Gurugram itself in the last couple of weeks. Help us understand the similarities between all these incidents and how this could probably be a very, very key cog in this investigation as well.
Well, that's right, Deepak. If you see initially what has happened, that this very morning after the incident, what we have seen when we were over here, Elvish Yadav's father has come out from his residence and he has spoke to all of us, to the media, and in which he has said that there was no prior threat given to Elvish Yadav. But here you can see the bullet marks on the terrace of this very apartment. So it's very clear that this unfortunate incident took place. But the larger question in this regard as well, Deepak, if you see what we have seen that across social media faces, if you see that there are very famous social media faces across Gurugram, and what we have got to know that earlier this month another incident took place in which a financier who was a very close aide of Rahul Fazulpuria, he was shot dead brutally in the broad daylight, and that raises eyebrows. And what we have seen that even if you see in the month of July itself, there was another incident took place on July 15th when Rahul Fazulpuria's car was attacked. So right now the Gurugram police is trying to establish the link between these 3 incidents, because today one unfortunate incident took place in which Elvish Yadav was not present at his residence, and what we have seen that over 20 rounds were fired at his residence, and in which no one has got injured. But if you see 2 other similar kind of incidents took place, and what we have seen that in the second incident which took place on August 6th, in that incident Rohit Shaukin was a close aide of a very well-known singer Rahul Fazulpuria, and he was shot dead in broad daylight. So when he was shot dead, the message that we have got from Himanshu Bhau gang, that Himanshu Bhau gang has claimed the responsibility for that incident, and they have said that in a social media post that you all need to submit or give back our 5 crore rupees which you took prior for an album arrangement. So right now they have not basically gave back that money. So whether that money is being linked to that album or there is a larger conspiracy of any gang war or any extortion racket. So these angles are being probed by the Gurugram police. For that we'll have to wait and watch. But the final details that we have gathered so far from the Gurugram police, that they have recovered the details of these 2 CCTV cameras that are, both of them are installed just outside the very residence of Elvish Yadav. The DVRs have been collected by the Gurugram police, and they are scanning the details of the bike, and as well as they are trying to identify that who those 3 assailants were. Those 3 assailants who came on bike and just standing over here. Here you can see they were standing over here. This is what we have been told by the police sources in Gurugram. And from here they have fired these gunshots, in which what we have seen that right now no one has got injured, and the police team.
That's right, Akhil, and the CCTV cameras hold the most important details. The details of those 3 men who had come on their bike, who had fired around a dozen shots at Elvish Yadav's residence. The Gurugram police are trying to get to the bottom of this case. But thank you, Akhil, for joining us with those details. Now, moving on to more breaking news coming in. Heavy rains have triggered massive landslides in the upper reaches of Ghati area of Katwa region, and the death toll has now risen to 7, while 6 others are injured and several are feared to be trapped under the debris. Police teams, NDRF and SDRF teams have rushed to the affected scene, and the current situation in Katwa tells us that the railway operations have also been halted, and Katwa police station has been submerged underwater. And according to the latest reports, Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has also expressed deep anguish over the loss of lives in the devastating rain-triggered landslides that struck several areas of Katwa districts. In fact, he also called the tragedy mind-numbing. The LG said that his thoughts were with the bereaved families and prayed for the swift recovery of those who have been injured. Let me take you through his quotes. He said, and I quote, "I am deeply anguished by the loss of lives in the devastating rain-triggered landslides in Katwa. The tragedy is mind-numbing." And this is what he said in a statement. We have Gursimran also joining us live. Gursimran, the death toll has now risen to 7. 6 of them are injured. LG Manoj Sinha has also briefed Union Home Minister Amit Shah according to reports. Tell us the latest as far as these rescue and relief operations are concerned.
Yes, Union Home Minister Amit Shah has spoken to the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha, and he has taken the detail of the incident that has unfolded. Apart from discussion on the Kishtwar rescue operations that are still underway, close to 60 bodies have been recovered, and in the Katwa we saw the landslide followed by heavy rains that have happened. It is over 100 mm but is yet to be declared a cloudburst. It is that 7 lives have been lost, all in the Janglot area and the nearby Ghati area, where at one location it was 5 casualties and at the other location it is 2 casualties, taking the total number of the death toll to the 7, and the 6 people are injured. The relief and the rescue operation continues, but what we are picking from the ground that if we compare it to the incident that was reported in the Kishtwar, it is not of that magnitude, and the operations will be concluded in a short while from now. But yes, the rescue and the relief operations especially, they will continue, and we have already spoken to the Divisional Commissioner of the Jammu, who said that how this incident has unfolded, where 7 people have lost their life.
That's right, Gursimran, if you could tell us how many people were there at the time of this landslide and how many are feared to be missing. Help us with those details, Gursimran.
See, in the Katwa incident, no one is said to be missing, since this was a area of impact was not much larger or densely populated area. It was a area having several houses, a couple of houses that came under the debris of the landslide, in which 7 people lost their lives so far. 5 people have been injured, though there has been a large-scale damage to the livestock that has been reported from the area of Janglot as well as in the area of Ghati. If we speak of the Katwa police station, that was submerged, but now the water level is receding. Same is the case in the Lakhanpur, where there was an impact on the national highway and also on the railway lines. The railway lines downside has been restored by the authorities. What we are getting to know, the DRM commercial, Uchit Singhal, we spoke to, he said that we are operating from the single lane, but the other lane is yet to be made operational. Reason being that there is a high water level that is flowing on the bridge. It is above the danger level. That makes it really very risky to operate the train operations, and that's why only single-sided train operations are resuming for now.
Right, Gursimran, thank you for joining me with those details. In fact, Gursimran also spoke to the DYSP. Let's listen in.
रेगुलरली रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन तो कंटिन्यू है हमारा, ठीक है, और सभी टीमें काम कर रही हैं. SDRF भी है, पुलिस भी है, आर्मी भी है, पैरामिलिट्री फोर्सेस, इवन सब लोग काम कर रहे हैं, और ये कंटिन्यू रहेगा जब तक जो है ये कल्मिनेट नहीं.
मौसम काफ़ी ज़्यादा ख़राब हो रहा है
ना. मौसम तो ख़राब है, चलो उसमें कुछ नहीं कर सकते, बट कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. मौसम ख़राब रहता भी ये सारा रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन हम कंटिन्यू.
यहाँ पे एक ब्रिज भी बनाया जा रहा है.
बिल्कुल, आर्मी काम कर रही है उस पर, और जैसे जैसे कोशिश हमारी है कि जल्दी से जल्दी ये ब्रिज भी कंप्लीट.
आज भी बॉडीज़ रिकवर हो रही हैं.
बिल्कुल, अभी हमने एक बॉडी रिकवर की है और फीमेल डेड बॉडी है, उसको हमने अभी एम्बुलेंस के थ्रू भेज दिया है, और बाकी लोग काम में लगे हैं, और उम्मीद है कि हम अच्छा काम कर पाएंगे.
जो बड़े बोल्डर थे वहाँ पर कुछ ब्रेक थ्रू मिला है?
बिल्कुल, अभी ब्रेक थ्रू तो ये नहीं है कि भाई काम तो चल ही रहा है. ब्रेकर्स भी लगे हुए हैं, उनको ब्रेकआउट करेंगे. पत्थर तोड़ने के बाद ही जो है नीचे का हम बता सकते हैं कि क्या रिकवरी हो सकती है.
Well, viewers, landslides in Kishtwar and Katwa, and then now intense spell of rainfall leading to flash floods in Mandi district has severely disrupted connectivity in Himachal Pradesh. Heavy rainfall across the state has resulted in numerous road closures, power outages and water supply disruptions, with Mandi, Kullu and Kinnaur being the most affected. Here's a quick report.
Massive flash floods have hit Mandi in Himachal Pradesh. The floods have also affected the surrounding areas of Panarsa, Dakoli and Nagwen along the Mandi-Kullu stretch of the Chandigarh-Manali National Highway. Heavy rains in the region triggered a sudden flow of debris in water, affecting traffic movements on the busy route. Connectivity on the highway has been blocked at several points, causing long traffic snarls, leaving commuters stranded. Meanwhile, restoration work is underway to clear the road and ensure safe passages for the vehicles. Authorities have urged travelers to avoid unnecessary movement on the highway and advised all to take alternate routes whenever possible. The National Highway Authorities, police, the local administration teams and the Indian Army are on the ground carrying out clearances and rescue operations round the clock. Residents and tourists have been advised to stay alert as the situation may worsen with continuous rainfall.
Yeah, some breaking news updates from Karnataka as Congress leader B.K. Hariprasad has made a very controversial statement. He has equated RSS with Taliban, saying that RSS is India's Taliban and accused the party of disturbing peace. He has also said that RSS and BJP are the masters of twisting history. His remarks come days after PM Modi hailed RSS in his 12th Independence Day speech. Let's listen in to P.K. Hariprasad.
Freedom struggle where Hindu Mahasabha or the RSS or the Muslim League led by Jinnah who supported the freedom struggle. Recently we had this Quit India movement in the 9th of August. Is there anybody from the Sanghis, any one Sanghi who participated in it? The RSS is not a registered organization. We don't know from where they get funds. There is a constitution in this country. If any NGO wants to work, they should register it. And without the registration, they are, their transactions are in crores of rupees. Where do they get money from? And they are trying to disturb the entire peace in this country. And then I will only equate them with the Taliban. They are Indian Taliban. RSS are Indian Taliban, and Prime Minister is appreciating from the rampart of the Red Fort.
Well, viewers, it's time for us to get you the top updates from across the country in Bharat in 2 minutes. On the 79th Independence Day, the Indian Navy proudly displayed the national flag aboard two Indian naval ships, INS Rana and INS Jyoti, as they docked at Colombo in Sri Lanka. The vibrant display of the tricolour from deck to skyline symbolized unity, sacrifice and a shared maritime heritage. Prime Minister Modi is all set to inaugurate two major national highway projects today, worth nearly 11,000 crore rupees. And these projects include the Delhi section of the Dwarka Expressway and the urban extension road to the 10.1 kilometer Dwarka Expressway stretch, built at a cost of around 5,000 crore rupees, will enhance multi-modal connectivity. The UER2 segment from Alipur to Dichau Kala will improve links between Bahadurgarh and Sonipat. Together, these infrastructure projects aims to decongest Delhi, reduce travel time and ease traffic flow on key arterial routes. A landslide struck Ghati in Katwa and has resulted in the deaths of 7 people. 6 of them are injured. Torrential rains have left several people under the debris of these landslides. Police, SDRF and army teams have been rushed to the scene to carry out rescue operations. A 35-year-old man was killed in a road rage incident in Jaipur's Murlipur after being run over by an SUV. The victim, Chandrasekhar, a local labourer, was caught in this particular clash between two groups after a Scorpio collided with a car, and the situation escalated as the SUV occupants allegedly attacked the car with sticks in an attempt to flee the scene. Amid a gathering crowd, the assailants reportedly drove over Chandrasekhar, which resulted in the loss of his life, and he lost his life on the spot after the SUV snuffed it out of him. It's time for a quick break, viewers. On the other side, we'll tell you about the top poll body, which is all set to hold a press briefing at 3 p.m. today. Sources say big announcement has been expected. And along with that, we'll also tell you about Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla as he returns home to a grand welcome, a hero's welcome, in fact, in Delhi. Meeting with PM Modi is also on the cards. Stay tuned.
सुबह दीदी का मेरा झगड़ा होता था, रात को खाना खाते थे बैठ के। दीदी बहुत नरम आवाज़ में बोलती थी और मैं थोड़ा ऊंची आवाज़ में बोलती थी। बात वही होती थी, ये तो नहीं करेगी तो अच्छा होगा। मैंने कहा नहीं करती मैं, मुझे बाल काटने हैं। नहीं बाल नहीं काटते। क्यों बाल काट रही है तू? मैं भी पिंक पहनती थी, वो सफ़ेद पहनती थी। गाने में भी होता था, किसी बात से होता था, लेकिन हम लोग मुट्ठी जैसे बंद होती ना, ऐसे पांचों भाई बहन बंद रहे एकदम।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
At dawn, when the world still dreams, here dreams are already awake. Every grain of sand, every line on this track, every heartbeat on this field carries the echo of one name, Anju Bobby George. From a small town girl who conquered the world's biggest stage to a mentor, building champions for tomorrow, this is more than just an academy. This is a legacy in motion.
We are more focused on cricket and what I think because that is the one game which we can easily win medal. So we all are behind the winning team. So that's it. We cannot compare an Olympic medal with a cricket World Cup hold, because the competition, I am not saying that cricket is bad or cricket is, but the competition toughness, if you compare cricket and even athletics or any other games, much more tough.
The Anju Bobby Sports Foundation was born not from brick and mortar, but from belief. A belief that world-class champions can rise from the nation's soil, not by chance, but by design. At its helm, Anju, the first Indian athlete to win a World Athletics Championship medal, and Robert Dronacharya awardee, a coach whose eyes see not just where an athlete is, but where they could be. Here, experience isn't a chapter in history, it's the blueprint for the future.
See, after my active career, I took a long break for my family, and then I was sitting and I was getting a feeling like I am not doing anything, because all the hard-earned things for last almost 20-25 years, it's going waste. So that was my first thought, and then it went to like, okay, I can support the young girls, because as a girl, as a lady, so what I achieved for my country, and so I was thinking it's better to support the girls because it's easy for me, and a type of women empowerment through sports I can support.
And while the medals shine in the spotlight, there's another kind of victory here: opportunity. The Academy's Women First scholarships have opened doors for athletes who once thought the track was out of reach. Here, talent doesn't wait for privilege. It's given a track, a coach, and a fighting chance.
When I was an athlete, I heard many no's, many closed doors. I have seen. So here there's no closed doors for the athletes.
The experience over here has been very good. The way Bobby sir supports us and Anju ma'am also supports us has been great for us financially and training wise.
This is not a coaching center. This is a high-performance ecosystem. Every athlete's journey is mapped. From their first warm-up to their final leap. Nutrition plans, sports science, physiotherapy, mental conditioning, all under one roof. The goal? To not just train, but to transform.
I was the first world level medalist from our country, and I want to create a factory of multiple world level medalists from here. And as a coach, Bobby George, and as an athlete, I think this is the first kind of academy, a coach and athlete together starting. So the experience what we gained, as I said, we need to transfer it to our youngsters, and that legacy they also should continue in their life. And when they go back to multiple cities, they should continue this legacy even their career also.
We have to produce multiple medals. That's why we have created a center like this. So quality, we need a quality infrastructure and the quality program and a holistic approach towards athlete development. Athletes first, it's an athlete-centric but coach-led program that we focus in that their mental well-being. Basically, it's a career-building process. Athletics. So in all fronts, emotional, psychological, physical, and I think we have come to a stage right now. My junior athletes have come to the senior stage. So Shaili Singh is a leading athlete. and she has got already multiple Asian medals and World Junior Championship medal. And last year she was world number 1 in under 20, world number 1.
See, when I was doing no support, no external support, no guidance, and now it changed a lot. And so we digged our path, and it was a real struggle. And see what I could see there in the international arena, it was completely different than what we had in India. And so the experience what I gained through my career, that will give a real experience for the youngsters. If I say something, because I experienced that in the reality, so if I say something, they will accept it, and that's the truth.
मेरा नाम शैली सिंह है, मैं झांसी उत्तर प्रदेश से हूँ और मैं लॉन्ग जंप करती हूँ।
Meet Shaili Singh, a young girl from Uttar Pradesh who arrived here with raw potential and left the world talking.
मैं एक ऐसे गांव से आई हूँ जहाँ पे लड़कियाँ स्पोर्ट्स में नहीं होती हैं मैक्स, तो मैंने लॉन्ग जंप चूज़ किया और मैंने अपने इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट किया बाकी सब गेमों में भी, मतलब वर्ल्ड चैम्पियनशिप, एशियन गेम्स और एशियन चैम्पियनशिप में भी। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि आगे ओलंपिक तक मेरी ये जर्नी चले और मैं ओलंपिक में मेडल लाऊं, ऐसा मैं टारगेट रखती हूँ अपने लिए। और मेरे कोच भी मुझे इसीलिए ट्रेनिंग दे रहे हैं कि मैं अपने देश का नाम रोशन कर सकूँ। स्टार्टिंग में जब मैंने गेम स्टार्ट किया था तो मैं स्पोर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड से नहीं हूँ, बट मेरे दादा नाना ये लोग पहलवानी करते थे। मेरी मम्मी को नहीं करने दिया क्योंकि वो लड़की हैं। और जब मैं बैंगलोर आ रही थी तो मुझे मेरी मम्मी को बहुत बोला गया कि अकेले अपनी बेटी को इतनी दूर मत भेजो, मतलब पता नहीं क्या होगा, कैसे होगा, क्या करना होगा, अकेले कैसे हैंडल करेगी। तो उस टाइम पे मेरी मम्मी ने बस उन सबको एक ही जवाब दिया था कि ये मेरी बेटी है, मैं सही कर रही हूँ, जो कर रही हूँ वो एक दिन आके आप सबको यही प्रूव करेगी कि लड़कियों को अकेले भेजना डेंजर नहीं है, वो कुछ करके ही आ सकती हैं। तो जब मैंने रिटर्न किया झांसी, दोबारा से गई और वहाँ पे उन लोगों से मिली, तो वही लोग जो पहले रोक रहे थे वही अब अपने बच्चों को भेज रहे हैं स्पोर्ट्स में और बोल रहे हैं कि शैली जैसा बने।
Her leap into the national record books is not just her story. It's proof that this academy's methods deliver results. And she is only the beginning.
अंजू बॉबी स्पोर्ट्स फाउंडेशन से मुझे बहुत सपोर्ट मिला है, मतलब स्टार्टिंग से ही। सर इंजरी मैनेजमेंट में बहुत सपोर्ट करते हैं और मैं बीच में इंजर्ड भी काफ़ी, 1 साल तक मैं इंजर्ड रही हूँ। बैक फ्रैक्चर हुआ था मुझे जूनियर वर्ल्ड के बाद। उस टाइम भी एकदम गिव अप करने वाली सिचुएशन थी कि एकदम गेम छोड़ने वाली, तब सर मेरे साथ खड़े हुए थे और हर टाइम पे मुझे मोटिवेट करते थे कि मैं वापस रिटर्न कर सकती हूँ और अच्छा कर सकती हूँ। जहाँ सब लोग सोचते थे कि बस एक बोलते नहीं हिंदी में कि तुक्का लग गया है, अब एक करने के बाद अब वापस नहीं आएगी, तब वो जो आग थी वो मैंने अपने गेम पे निकाली और रिटर्न किया।
Hi, I'm Kusma Rawada. I'm from Andhra Pradesh. I do long jump.
मेरा नाम रामा रुचिता है, मैं तेलंगाना से हूँ। तेलंगाना में आदिलाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट से हूँ मैं।
Behind every great champion is a great support system.
So we have athletes from all over India. So they have distractions, I know, but I'll make them, keep them motivated, giving different tasks at different age groups. For that, it's a sensible loading and sensible induction to competitions. So whenever they are improving, they are, impressed. They have more, interest. Gradually, it is picking up. So I'll explain them in the scientific terms, which are the muscle groups and what is its functions, and how we produce speed and how you generate force, those kind of things. So they are, I make them interest in that, so if they. Some of my athletes, more than 50% of my athletes are getting scholarship Like it's a pocket allowance, like a 10,000 to 70,000 they are getting per month. According to their levels, right from Hello India and different organizations like OGQ or petroleum companies. So that's also a motivation for them, like growing their performance, their scholarship also. That's money comes directly to their account and they can manage that.
Technology, resources and expertise flow in.
So I think the main reason I started sports was because of my parents, because they pushed me into it and they knew that somewhere inside that I had that thing in me to do sports. And as per my goal, I always wanted to represent India in Olympics, but short time I just want to get a medal in international event this year.
So talent, skill and grit can flow out into national teams, podiums and history books.
This is, I can tell, like a world-class environment what we are creating for the kids. They are not staying in hostels, they are in villas. And their diet, carefully we are preparing. Most of them are coming from our organic field. And we are giving them education that's must for them. And the atmosphere where they are training, it's a peaceful place for them. And the coaching, yeah, that is actually, he is designing the training for each individual. It is not like a general training what we are giving here. And we are taking care of the kids like our kids, our own kids. So that's the change. They all are coming from different family background, but here we all are one family. And they are seeing that high quality, high level things.
High performance coaching or training is always a very complex process because when winning and losing by thin margins. So we are competing at the world level, we are aiming at that. It is sure that definitely Anju has taken to Indian athletics, then Neeraj has taken to a different level. I think in future, like in India, we have such a population and the government is also, private sector is also coming to support in sport. So more infrastructure will come. We will be going for a full-fledged recovery and rehab center also. And
facilities तो काफ़ी अच्छे हैं यहाँ पे. We can't compare to any other academy and all. ये है ना सबसे बेस्ट ट्रैक बोल सकते हैं क्योंकि ट्रैक जो भी है नेचर और जो भी वेदर सब कुछ है ना बहुत अच्छा लगता है यहाँ पे और जिम का भी अच्छा लगता है इक्विपमेंट वगैरह टॉप क्लास बोल सकती हूँ मैं.
Ask anyone here what they're chasing and you'll get the same answer. Not just medals, but milestones.
As per my goal, I always wanted to represent India in Olympics, but short time I just want to get a medal in international event this year.
तेलंगाना में आदिलाबाद डिस्ट्रिक्ट मतलब कि वो बहुत पीछे है, उधर से कोई स्पोर्ट्स में आ भी नहीं सकता है. उधर से आई हूँ तो मुझे बहुत लकी भी फील करता है, मतलब एकेडमी आया बहुत प्राउड भी फील करता है.
Because every lap, every leap, every drop of sweat brings India one step closer to being a sporting superpower.
See, no one can stop you if you have that ability, if you have that capacity, and if you dream big. Nobody can stop you. So dream and dream. So until you reach your goal. And see, in India now the system supporting grassroots level, grassroots, and even the system is reaching up to the grassroots where if any talent hiding there, we are trying to take it up. So you have all the opportunities. So just dream.
it's a world-class performance and it won't come all of a sudden. So you need a quality infrastructure. We have made a quality track and field here, like a grass surface. You can see that we're well maintained, and then we can do barefoot running and jumping in that. And we have a quality gym with a high-end some of the machines, and we have a small rehab center. We are going to build a new one with a bigger infrastructure. And we have recreational activities. We have badminton and recovery, swimming also here, and we have a sports Ayurveda support also. So the doctor is stationed here, and Ayurveda therapy also using. So it is not like a physiotherapy alone. We have Ayurveda therapy, Kiri, and other procedures we have. And athletes are staying in a comfortable villa, this one. So accommodation, right from accommodation, food and nutrition, extra nutrition supplements, and for their recovery monitoring, everything, it is world class.
For Anju Bobby George, the podium is not just a place, it's a promise. She stood on it, felt its weight, and knows the glory it holds.
I hope that this center will be known as a knowledge center for the country in future. So we will have international conferences. So we will be supporting the Indian coaches to come to the global stage by improving the coaching standards and the standard international practices. We will be calling international coaches and experts. And I would like to see that, and after 10 years, down the line 10 years, this will be more than a training center, this will be a knowledge center. That's my vision.
But there is one stage she is still chasing. Not for herself, but for the next generation she now trains. Because the dream of an Olympic medal didn't end with her career. It simply changed hands.
The ultimate aim is to win a medal in the Olympics. That's the one medal I lost, and I need to bring that back through my academy kids. And by 2036, when India hosts the Olympics, one of our athletes should be on the podium.
From a champion's dream to a champion's factory, the Anju Bobby Sports Foundation is more than a place to train. It's where India's next sporting stories are being written. One athlete, one dream, one finish line at a time. And when those dreams take flight, the whole nation soars.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. and I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for R4 Sports and let's cheer together.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole.
This made it amply clear Russia is no hurry. Putin's steadiness made it clear that Moscow can and will prolong the Ukraine war if its interests are not met. But Putin did this with tact, projecting his in-game of peace as the underbelly.
One of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it.
Putin chose his words tactfully, calling his relationship with Trump direct and businesslike.
Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have...
This turned the entire purpose of the meeting into one that was transactional, one in which Russian business became top-tier focus instead of any peace deal talk. In fact, Putin highlighted publicly the enhancement of trade between Russia and the US by a whopping 20%.
The US and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the US can offer each other so much in trade, digital, high-tech, and in space exploration.
This is hugely significant given that Trump has been slapping tariffs on countries like India for trading with Russia. The fact that Putin mentioned it seemed to put Trump in a genuine spot. The headline screaming from the Alaska summit was that there was neither a ceasefire, not even a word, nor a deal. Trump's tone here says it all.
We were interfered with by the Russia hoax. It made it a little bit tougher to deal with, but he understood it. I think he's probably seen things like that during the course of his career. He's seen it all, but we had.
This is Republic Jack Pollywall Studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I'm Akanksha Khajuria. Let's get started.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's the message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
Welcome you watching your favorite long-form story this weekend. We're getting you 3 in-depth stories where we have gone beyond to get you what's the full picture. Let's take you through the details of each of these stories. Up first, in the domain of world politics, alliances are now being tested. Rivalries are just heating up, and behind every handshake lies a battle for leverage, from Washington to Beijing, Moscow to New Delhi. It's high-stake negotiations which are redefining trade, diplomacy, and security. In fact, we'll break down what these power moves mean for the world order. Next would be in Bihar. What began as a routine cleanup of India's voter rolls has now spiraled into a full-blown political storm. With 64 lakh names flagged, the opposition is crying voter suppression and fraud, while the government stands firm on national security. We'll unpack the numbers, the protests, and what this political showdown means for the future of Indian democracy. And then we take you to the front lines of Operation Sindoor, India's bold, calibrated strike deep inside Pakistan in response to the brutal Pahalgam massacre. With 9 terrorist camps destroyed and Pakistan's key forward base at Rahim Yar Khan reduced to rubble, India's message is loud and clear. we'll bring you exclusive visuals, on-ground intelligence. Across the world, the balance of power is shifting, and that too very fast. Trade tensions are rising, tariffs are hitting economies, and alliances are being tested at every turn. From Washington to Moscow, from Beijing to New Delhi, leaders are negotiating, in fact, recalculating and trying to protect their national interests. Handshakes and summits may look simple, but behind them lie hours of strategy, pressure, and trust on the line. In Alaska, a recent summit between President Trump and President Putin drew global attention. Every word and gesture scrutinized, every decision potentially reshaping trade, security, and alliances. Meanwhile, India is navigating its own challenges, balancing trade pressures from the United States of America while maintaining strategic ties across Asia. Across Europe, policymakers are watching closely, aware that the summit's outcomes could shift the balance of security of the region. Tonight, we take you inside the high-stake negotiations, the numbers, the strategies, and the global stakes that hang on every handshake. Here's the entire story.
Across continents, trade wars and alliances are reshaping global power. Trade wars, tariffs, and sudden alliances are rewriting old equations. And now, a summit in Alaska has the world asking, could this handshake change the map of global security? New tariffs are testing old partnerships, and at the center of recent tensions is India. New US tariffs are testing India's economic resilience. From farmers to exporters, national interests are under scrutiny.
मैं जानता हूं व्यक्तिगत रूप से मुझे बहुत बड़ी कीमत चुकानी पड़ेगी, लेकिन मैं इसके लिए तैयार हूं। मेरे देश के किसानों के लिए, मेरे देश के मछुआरों के लिए, मेरे देश के पशुपालकों के लिए आज भारत तैयार है।
For Washington, the calculus is simple: America first. But India, a strategic partner, sees the chessboard differently.
Trade situation is a deficit. We had a tremendous deficit. So, as you know, Prime Minister Modi is a friend of mine, but they don't do very much business in terms of business with us. They sell a lot to us, but we don't buy from them. You know why? Because the tariff is so high. They have one of the highest tariffs in the world. Now they're willing to cut it very substantially, but we'll see what happens. We're talking to India now. We'll see what happens. It doesn't matter too much whether we have a deal or whether we charge them a certain tariff, but you'll know at the end of this week.
New Delhi is taking stock. Ministries and stakeholders are assessing the tariffs' impact and preparing measures to safeguard national interests.
The implications of the recent development are being examined by the government. The Ministry of Commerce and Industry is engaged with all stakeholders, including exporters and industry, for taking feedback of their assessment of the situation. The government attaches the utmost importance to protecting and promoting the welfare of our farmers, workers, entrepreneurs, exporters, MSMEs, and all sections of industry. We will take all necessary steps to secure and advance our national interests.
Across the world, trade tensions are rising. Washington frames its economic strategy as a game of strength and leverage.
No, not at all. I'm not concerned at all. They can do what they want. None of them are doing very well. And what we're doing in terms of economics, we're blowing everyone away, including China. We're doing better than any other country in the world right now. Brazil has been a horrible trading partner in terms of tariffs. As you know, they charge us tremendous tariffs, far, far more than we were charging them. We weren't charging anything, essentially.
Across the Pacific, tensions simmer between the United States and China, the two economic giants. Their relationship, complex and unpredictable, will shape the next moves in global trade, and India is watching closely.
President Trump has an excellent relationship with Party Chair Xi, so that's very helpful. We'll be meeting with the counterparts again within the next 2 or 3 months, and we'll go from there.
Even as tariffs loom, India and China are cautiously reopening channels. Small steps like easing travel signal that cooperation remains possible even amid global tension.
India said it will resume issuing tourist visas to Chinese citizens from July 24th of this year, the first time in 5 years. What is the Foreign Ministry's comment on this move?
我们注意到这一积极举措，推动人员往来便利化，符合各方共同利益。中方愿同印方保持沟通与协商，不断提升两国人员往来便利化水平。
While India navigates trade pressures, Washington and Moscow convene in Alaska. Every word, every gesture carries weight for Europe, Ukraine, and beyond. A handshake on the tarmac signals the start, but beneath the optics, hours of negotiations will test trust and strategy.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press. Let's go.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press. Let's go.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? After
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
We've got to go. Thank you, press.
2.5 hours of closed-door discussions. Officials describe progress, but in diplomacy, the real story is often what remains unresolved.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. President. That was very profound, and I will say that I believe we had a very productive meeting. There were many, many points that we agreed on, most of them, I would say, a couple of big ones that we haven't quite gotten there, but we've made some headway.
U.S.-Russia summit in Alaska has definitely been productive. U.S. side has received Russian side very well. There were lots of issues that we discussed, and many we agreed. Some of them are to be agreed. And definitely it's very important that President Trump outlined a significant economic potential of cooperation between U.S. and Russia, and will continue building U.S.-Russia relations going forward, despite lots of the resistance to this, but will continue strengthening U.S.-Russia ties.
И вот сегодня мы слышим, когда президент Трамп говорит, что если бы я был президентом, то войны бы не было. Я думаю, что так бы на самом деле и случилось. Я подтверждаю это, потому что в целом у нас с президентом Трампом наладился очень хороший деловой и доверительный контакт, и у меня есть все основания полагать, что, двигаясь по этому пути, мы можем дойти и чем быстрее, тем лучше, до завершения конфликта на Украине. Благодарю вас за внимание.
Across Europe, policymakers watch nervously. The summit's outcome could shift the balance of security in the region.
Зі Сполученими Штатами Америки, з європейцями, що дійсно може спрацювати, усім потрібне чесне закінчення війни. Україна готова працювати максимально продуктивно, щоб завершити війну.
As leaders emerge, the handshakes and smiles are more than ceremony. They are signals of intent, careful calibrations in a high-stakes geopolitical game.
Joining us tonight on the long-form story is national security analyst Siddhant Kishore. Siddhant, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, how is Washington really viewing this? Keeping in mind that there are mixed signals really coming in, a deal that hasn't been done, a ceasefire that hasn't happened. As far as the future is concerned, there is absolute uncertainty. European leaders are extremely pessimistic. Where does this basically place us?
Thank you, Shubhan, for having me. Absolutely. The picture that you have drawn is correct, absolutely correct. And there are fair reasons to think that this meeting has not exactly gone as it was planned. Both sides have claimed that they have made extremely good amount of progress, but I would say that this progress is asymmetrical. This progress has definitely inclined more towards in the favor of Russian President Vladimir Putin than it has given the political benefit that Donald Trump was expecting to see. Absolutely, the progress remains unclear because either sides have not discussed anything related to the ceasefire. President Putin, throughout his press conference, as you must have seen, has maintained his maximalist war demands that Russia and Ukraine are brotherly state. He has continued to speak of the rhetoric, maintaining that from the time of USSR, Ukraine has been a state of Russian motherland, and that needs to be reunited. So I do not see any sentiment coming from the Russian side of ceding to the demands of Ukrainians or the European leaders. Perhaps President Vladimir Putin has also reinstated that the primary reason why the war was started was because of NATO's eastward expansion. So none of the discussions have come forward in these direction. There has been absolutely no progress, no strong progress. Another indicator that has also emerged is that both presidents were supposed to have a one-on-one discussion. Although that did not happen, they ended up having 3:3 discussion with US President being supported by his envoy, Steve Witkoff, and the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. And lastly, Trump has concluded that they have made some progress. However, there is no direction. Is it going to go towards a ceasefire? So we are all watching with extreme uncertainty. European leaders are absolutely not happy, and definitely Ukraine is missing out a lot on this conversation right now as we speak.
And this brings us to the other important aspect, that's the tariff war. Interestingly, there is an admission that has been made. The bilateral trade between Russia and the United States of America has only increased. If that's the case, then on what basis has President Trump imposed tariff on countries like India to begin with? If you yourself are doing trade with Russia, then why do you have an issue with any other country for that matter?
Well, if we want to understand Donald Trump's relations and reach out to different countries, we must reduce that to the binaries of personal transaction relationship. It doesn't matter how the bilateral relation or the trade benefits of between two countries are, but what exactly matters is how much of political leverage can President Trump buy from this kind of relationship. If you look at the statistics, Shravan, India and United States have approximately $190 to $200 billion of annual trade, in which India enjoys a $40 billion approximately trade surplus. Okay, and other than that, they have signed so many strategic initiatives, starting from exchange on semiconductor, rocket engines, jet engines, and so many other things. So there is a clear natural and strategic alliance between both countries. However, there is definitely a strong double standard here, the way in which President Trump is treating his Indian counterpart. I think there are two primary reasons why Donald Trump is behaving the way he is, particularly number one being that India has constantly and on several occasions has completely rejected Donald Trump's claim that he has offered mediation, or he has the person who has actually offered mediation to do the ceasefire post Operation Sindoor. And several occasions, India has disputed that. Number two, Donald Trump also claimed that he is a potential candidate for Nobel Peace Prize, and the rhetoric coming from India completely also denies that. And if I could put a bonus point forward is also we need to understand that Donald Trump offered trade during the trade negotiations with India. Donald Trump offered certain cessations to India, which compromised the farmers of India, the fishermen of India. Those two are actually some of the primary contributors to the Indian economy. And India cannot make a trade deal or cut a deal short by compromising these primary economy assets. So I think this relationship, the trade deals have not given enough political advantage to Donald Trump, and that is the reason why he is behaving as he is. So on the other hand, he is also making such deals with Pakistan. They have made deals on cryptocurrency reserve, on developing cryptocurrency reserve. They have made a contract on oil reserves. There is absolutely no clarity if Pakistan actually has untapped hydrocarbons under its onshore or offshore. It's absolutely unclear. So definitely Pakistan has promised more than it can deliver, while India knows its strength, India knows its capability, and India is not willing to give or sacrifice its sovereignty just to make benefit out of the relationship with US. This is a very important relationship, particularly for India, but that does not come at the cost of our own sovereignty or integrity.
Well, thank you very much, Siddhant, for joining us on this broadcast and putting this into perspective. In fact, that's the state of play tonight. From Alaska to Asia, the world's largest leaders and the leaders who have essentially been smiling for the cameras, but behind those handshakes, the hard bargains, tough compromises, and also national interests that are basically at stake. For India, the tariff battle is only just beginning. For the US and Russia and Alaska was a test of trust, with Europe essentially watching every move that has been made. And for China, the long game essentially continues. The big question now, are we watching a new balance of power being written in real time, or are these just snapshots in an endless chess match? The answers will shape trade, security, and alliances in the months ahead. And we'll be tracking this very closely. Every move would be tracked. Tonight, we turn to Bihar, where what started as a routine cleanup of voter rolls has exploded into a full-blown political storm. The Election Commission's Special Intensive Revision, or the SIR, aimed to remove duplicates, ghost voters, and entries of those who have moved or passed away. A total of 64 lakh names. But the opposition quickly turned it into a heated battle, with protests outside Parliament, chaos in the Bihar Assembly, and threats of election boycotts. In fact, Rahul Gandhi has now dragged Karnataka into the debate, alleging voter fraud. Meanwhile, opposition leaders continue to march and shout, while the government maintains that this is about cleaning the rolls and safeguarding national security. Tonight, we bring you the full story, the numbers, the protests, and what this means for the future of Indian democracy.
चुनाव आयोग हिसाब दो।
एसआईआर पे चर्चा होना चाहिए, इसीलिए एसआईआर पे चर्चा होना चाहिए।
वो नंबर आप दोनों में देख सकते हैं, 20 और 25 में एक ही है, किंतु तेजस्वी यादव जी ने एक नया नंबर अपने ही वोटर कार्ड का दिखाया।
As Bihar gears up for polls, the Election Commission has wrapped up its Special Intensive Revision, or the SIR. A massive exercise to weed out duplicates, remove ghost voters, and deliver a cleaner, sharper electoral roll. The exercise, meant to ensure a fair poll by removing duplicate entries, names of the deceased and those who have shifted out, has now snowballed into a full-blown political meltdown.
कई लाख वोटरों का अगर नाम काट दोगे तो ये चलने वाला नहीं है। हम लोग चुप बैठने वाले नहीं हैं।
मैं यहाँ आया
उसके पहले पूरे अखबार भरे पड़े हैं कि SIR होना चाहिए या नहीं होना चाहिए। अब मैं तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी का कार्यकर्ता हूं, मंच पर सारे NDA के लोग हैं, मगर मैं तो जनता को पूछना चाहता हूं, भैया घुसपैठिए को मतदाता सूची से निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? अरे जोर से बोलो, निकालना चाहिए या नहीं निकालना चाहिए? चुनाव आयोग ने SIR करना चाहिए या नहीं करना चाहिए? अरे मुझे बताए लालू प्रसाद जी, किसको बचाना चाहते हो?
RJD's Tejasvi Yadav even went as far as threatening an election boycott.
तो जब बेईमानी करना है तो हम लोग इस पे विचार कर सकते हैं बॉयकॉट करने का। दूसरी पार्टियों से भी आप बात कीजिएगा, हम सब दल के लोगों से बात करेंगे। महागठबंधन चुनाव का क्या मतलब रहेगा जब लोकतंत्र में जनता ही वोट नहीं देगी? चंडीगढ़ जैसा तुम लोग काम करोगे तो क्या मतलब रह जाएगा? तो हम लोग इस पे गंभीर होकर के चुनाव बहिष्कार पर चर्चा हम लोग कर सकते हैं। ये विकल्प हमारे पास खुला है।
The chaos did not stop there. In the Bihar Assembly, opposition MLAs went on a rampage, disrupting proceedings, climbing onto tables in the well and even lifting chairs. The SIR, as touted by the government, is not just about deleting duplicate voters, but is also about removing the infiltrators who should not be there on the list.
षड्यंत्र के तहत, सोची समझी साजिश के तहत देश की डेमोग्राफी को बदला जा रहा है। एक नए संकट के बीज बोए जा रहे हैं और ये घुसपैठिए मेरे देश के नौजवानों की रोजी रोटी छीन रहे हैं। जब डेमोग्राफी परिवर्तन होता है, सीमावर्ती क्षेत्रों में डेमोग्राफी में परिवर्तन होता है, तब राष्ट्रीय सुरक्षा के लिए संकट पैदा होता है। देश की एकता, अखंडता और प्रगति के लिए ये संकट पैदा, सामाजिक तनाव के बीज बो देता है और कोई देश अपना देश घुसपैठियों के हवाले नहीं कर सकता है। दुनिया का कोई देश नहीं कर सकता है, तो हम भारत को कैसे कर सकते हैं?
The concern is clear in Seemanchal, where there are more Aadhaar cards than people. Districts of Bihar, such as Kishanganj, have 105% of the population with Aadhaar. Araria and Katihar at around 102% and Purnia at 101%, all higher than Bihar's average of 94%. In this border region near Bengal and Nepal, the numbers raise serious questions. Meanwhile, the Election Commission's special intensive revision covered 99.8% of Bihar's electorate. The drive found 22 lakh deceased voters, 7 lakh duplicate entries and nearly 35 lakh who had migrated or were untraceable. In all, around 64 lakh names are set to be struck off the rolls. Adding to this, Supreme Court has also directed the EC to publish the name of 64 lakhs voters which were deleted. And in the middle of the uproar, Rahul Gandhi jumped straight into the chorus, this time throwing fresh allegations of voter fraud in Karnataka. Citing a 6-month Congress probe in Bengaluru's Mahadevpura segment, he claimed there were false additions to the voters list.
कर्नाटक में जो हमने डेटा निकाला है वो एक क्राइम का एविडेंस है। 6 महीने लगे हमें उस डेटा को निकालने के लिए। इतना बड़ा कागजों की फाइल थी। एक फोटो को लाखों फोटो के सामने कंपेयर किया है, हर एक नाम को चेक किया है और हम मानते हैं कि हिंदुस्तान का पूरा जो डेटा है, इलेक्शन का डेटा है, वो एविडेंस है।
The EC was quick to respond, asking Rahul Gandhi to put his allegations under oath, which Rahul Gandhi refused.
मुझसे कहता है कि मुझे ओथ लेना है। मैंने पार्लियामेंट के अंदर ओथ लिया है, इस संविधान के सामने ओथ लिया है, इस पर हाथ डाल के वोट लिया है, इस पे हाथ डालकर ओथ लिया है।
Opposition also dragged the issue in Lok Sabha, shouting slogans, stalling proceedings and eventually drawing a sharp rebuke from Speaker Om Birla.
देश की जनता आपको देख रही है कि आप नियोजित तरीके से रोज नारेबाजी करते हैं, तख्तियां लहराते हैं, सरकारी संपत्तियों पर नुकसान पहुंचाने का प्रयास करते हैं। ये उचित नहीं है और ये आपकी संसदों की व्यवस्थाओं के लिए भी उचित नहीं है। मुझे लगता है कि आप नियोजित तरीके से ही सदन को बाधित करना चाहते हैं।
In its latest move, the opposition has resorted to nitpicking trivial clerical errors. Due to a minor error, Bihar's Minta Devi's birth year was noted as 1900 instead of her actual birth year of 1990. Priyanka Gandhi turned this into a gimmick and was seen protesting in a t-shirt featuring Minta Devi's picture. However, Minta Devi herself spoke and blasted Gandhi's allegation about using her name for political gains.
प्रियंका गांधी या राहुल गांधी मेरे कौन होते हैं? उनको अधिकार किसने दिया कि मेरे नाम का टी शर्ट, मेरे तस्वीर का फोटो लगाकर वो टी शर्ट पहने? क्यों? कारण क्या है? वो कौन होते हैं? उनको अधिकार दिया किसने?
While the Lok Sabha passed the important taxation laws, the opposition took to the streets, marching from Parliament to the EC office protesting the SIR exercise in Bihar and other issues, even as key legislation was cleared.
चुनाव आयोग को दिए हैं। उम्मीद है कि उन पर कार्रवाई करेंगे जो दोषी अधिकारी हैं, जिनकी वजह से गलत वोट बने, डिलीट वोट हुए।
Election Commission has completely failed. It has become BJP's department. Gyaneshwar Singh and Mr. Rajiv Kumar has completely finished the Election Commission's integrity.
The leaders were eventually detained by the Delhi police.
One man, one vote की लड़ाई है, इसीलिए हमें साफ प्योर वोटर लिस्ट चाहिए।
With over 64 lakh names struck off Bihar alone, questions are now emerging. Could SIR evolve from a state-level cleanup into a nationwide effort to ensure voter list integrity?
And that's where the story stands tonight. What began as a simple cleanup of Bihar's electoral rolls has now essentially snowballed into a street battle, a parliament standoff, and even a family brand protest. From Rahul Gandhi's Karnataka conspiracy theory to Priyanka Gandhi's t-shirt theatrics, the opposition has twisted a routine voter roll cleanup. And there is full drama over this. But over 64 lakh names struck off and the Supreme Court essentially demanding transparency. The Election Commission insists that this is only the first step. The real question now is, does Bihar mark the beginning of a nationwide purge of India's electoral rolls? And if it does, can the political system really handle the tremors it will set off? The answers are still unfolding. We're now cutting straight to more details that we're essentially getting in as far as Operation Sindoor is concerned. India's decisive strike deep inside Pakistan. Now, on the night of 7th of May, the Indian Air Force launched a calibrated counter-attack in response to the Pahalgam massacre. By dawn, 9 terrorist camps had been reduced to rubble. The most telling destruction was at Rahim Yar Khan, Pakistan's forward airbase, drone station and fighter launch pad. India hit it hard, and the evidence is now clear. Craters on the runway, collapsed hangars and damage to the adjoining civilian terminal. The scale of destruction across Pakistan is striking, leaving behind unmistakable evidence of India's precision and capability. Yet, according to Prime Minister Modi, this is just the opening act. Operation Sindoor is far from over. Ladies and gentlemen, over the last 7 days, Republic TV's investigation team went through multiple footages that we've got from our sources. And it basically indicates this, that Pakistan hasn't been able to reconstruct most of those places which have been struck by India. And that is the reason why you have the Pakistanis now going to United States of America with a begging bowl. In fact, ladies and gentlemen, what we are going to present before you are details of not just Operation Sindoor, but also the impact that it has had.
बाल बच्चों के सामने पिता को गोली मार दी। आज भी वो तस्वीरें देखते हैं तो खून खौल जाता है। 22 तारीख को उन्होंने जो खेल खेला था, थोड़ा बताइए हुआ। 6 तारीख रात को 22 मिनट में हमने उनको मिट्टी में मिला दिया। अगर पाकिस्तान ने फिर से सैन्य दुस्साहस दिखाया तो हम उसका मुंह तोड़ जवाब देंगे। भारत माता की, भारत माता की, वंदे वंदे। हमारे वीर जाबाज सैनिकों ने दुश्मनों को उनकी कल्पना से परे सजा दी है। मेरे प्यारे देशवासी, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर उसी आक्रोश की अभिव्यक्ति है। 22 तारीख के बाद हमने हमारे सेना को खुली छूट दे दी। रणनीति वो तय करे, लक्ष्य वो तय करे, समय भी वो चुने, और हमारी सेना ने वो करके दिखाया जो कई दशकों तक कभी हुआ नहीं था।
In the dead of the night on the 7th of May 2025, the Indian Air Force launched Operation Sindoor, a calibrated counter-attack to avenge the Pahalgam massacre. Training camps of Lashkar-e-Toiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed were blown to rubble. By dawn, 9 terrorist sites had been hit. Nowhere is the destruction more vivid than Rahim Yar Khan in southern Punjab. Located some 230 kilometers inside Pakistan near the Rajasthan border.
पाकिस्तान के एयरबेस एसेट्स को भारी नुकसान हुआ और आज तक उनके कई एयरबेस आईसीयू में पड़े हैं।
The attached civilian airport terminal, the Sheikh Zayed International Airport, was also hit. Pakistan's media noted structural damage to the terminal building and even a VIP lounge used by visiting dignitaries. But India's response did not stop at terror camps. Pakistan's misadventures furthered India's response. The Air Force went on to target Pakistan's military assets with surgical strikes. Craters on runways and destroyed hangars are visible at key airfields: Sargodha, Noor Khan, Chaklala, Dholari, Jacobabad, Sukur, and Rahim Yar Khan. These images were published by Indian intelligence to prove the impact. 2 months after Operation Sindoor, new satellite images from Google Earth made headlines and raised questions about whether India had Pakistan's secret nuclear base, the Kirana Hills. India and Pakistan reached a ceasefire agreement on the 10th of May, and US President Donald Trump was quick to claim the credit. However, the claim was categorically denied by the Indian government.
जब इतना कड़ा प्रहार हुआ, पाकिस्तान ने कभी सोचा तक नहीं था। तब जाकर के पाकिस्तान ने फोन करके डीजीएमओ के सामने फोन करके गुहार लगाई, बस करो।
I want to make three things clear. One, there was no leader, nobody anywhere in the world who asked India to stop its operations. This is something the Prime Minister also said. Number two, there was no linkage with trade. No, I'll tell you. So there is no linkage of trade. There was no linkage of trade in any of those conversations, and there was no cause between Prime Minister and President Trump.
बहुत मारा, अब ज्यादा मार झेलने की ताकत नहीं है। प्लीज हमला रोक दो। ये पाकिस्तान के डीजीएमओ का फोन था और भारत ने तो पहले दिन ही कह दिया था, 7 तारीख सुबह की प्रेस देख लीजिए कि हमने हमारा लक्ष्य पूरा कर दिया है, अगर आप कुछ करोगे तो महंगा पड़ेगा।
The most concrete details came from India's Air Chief Marshal AP Singh. In a much publicized briefing in Bengaluru, Air Chief Marshal finally confirmed the full extent of the hits.
It was a nicely planned out effort, and the date was decided. It was the 6th and 7th night, date and time, and it was decided based on weather, based on what pattern we were seeing across the border of their movements and their actions. And we decided that time, and we decided that it will be in one go we will address all 9 targets. And like I said, Air Force was targeting these to the border, so it was not that we could do something with small drones or weapons of small caliber. They were all nicely hardened structures. So we decided to go with long-range weapons.
Across Pakistan, the toll of these strikes became unmistakable. Operation Sindoor has left a stark visual legacy for Pakistan to see, to remember, and to regret.
पाकिस्तान की नींद अभी भी उड़ी हुई है। पाकिस्तान में हुई तबाही इतनी बड़ी है कि रोज नए नए खुलासे हो रहे हैं, नई नई जानकारियां आ रही हैं।
However, what looked like the end of war was only phase 1.
मैं फिर से लोकतंत्र के इस मंदिर में दोहराना चाहता हूं, ऑपरेशन सिंदूर जारी है। पाकिस्तान ने दुस्साहस की अगर कल्पना की तो उसे करारा जवाब दिया जाएगा।
Military aviation historian Tom Cooper joins us on this broadcast. Tom, thank you very much for speaking on the long-form story tonight. Let me straight away begin by asking you that you've been able to go through the open intelligence over the last few weeks. I believe by now you may have been able to make some sort of an assessment of the damage that has been inflicted upon Pakistan. Pakistan says that they have not lost a single aircraft. They say that they have not lost any of their men. But the reality seems to be different. On 14th of August, they have identified the number of soldiers that they have lost after the Operation Sindoor was carried out by the Indian Armed Forces. What's your assessment like? Tom, you'll have to unmute yourself.
Let me check. Okay. Excuse me. Thank you very much for inviting me. Nice to be with you this evening. As for my assessment, I'm monitoring also what the Pakistanis media and experts doing. And it's obvious that they are actually indulging in doing anything else but studying what was going on during this war, which means that something went massively wrong on their side. When you now ask me specifically about what went wrong with the Pakistani Air Force, well, it was hit in a fashion it didn't expect, and several things went wrong in regards of its integrated air defense system. This more or less fell apart, and there were problems with defending such sites, like, for example, this Rahim Khan airport outside of Rahim Yar Khan, the town in Punjab. So now they are more busy with trying to hide what has happened over there and trying to distract with any other topics, but what went wrong in this war.
Tom, with regards to the immediate assessment that has been done by the Pakistani, it seems NOTAMs have been issued multiple times as far as Rahim Yar Khan is concerned. Why is it that even now the focus is not on the losses that they've had, but rather the peddling, the lies that they have essentially peddled all this while?
Because of all the losses, because they've lost the war. It's just like about 71, you have, or 65 war between India and Pakistan. There are lots of photographs, there are lots of books, there are lots of reports about the war of 1965, because Pakistan was generally assessed as more successful than India. And then in 71, Pakistan suffered a crushing defeat. And then there are next to no photographs, next to no books. And the Pakistani Air Force wouldn't even let own historians check the files about that war, or at least ever since that war, about the time since December 1971. So they are hiding unpleasant truths from the public, foremost in Pakistan, and then from the worldwide public. And that is the case in this. This is the same is valid with this war as well. That means when there are situations like, for example, Gujranwala radar site was heavily hit and demolished by Indian airstrikes, then they are quiet about this. They are not showing anything. And even the security system in Pakistan is immediately cordoning off the entire area, confiscating smartphones, prohibiting people from taking videos or photographs of the site that was hit. Everybody is made quiet, and the truth about what happened to them is hidden as far as possible. If they show anything at all, then hits or damage on civilian objects, and the Indians are targeting only civilian facilities. Well, if the Indians are targeting only civilian facilities, then the Pakistanis would have to explain, or should explain, how comes their own Director General of Armed Services has made a call to New Delhi on the morning of 10th of May and sounded a ceasefire. So, but precisely now in the case you have asked me about this Sheikh Zayed airport outside of Rahim Yar Khan. This is actually a civilian facilities and not used for commercial. Not even for commercial purposes since 2023. So something was going on over there. What is known is that on the northern side of that facility, there were 4 so-called hardened aircraft shelters. They seem not to have been targeted by Indian missiles, but the runway was hit, perhaps some other parts of the facility. Enough damage was caused to cause lengthy repairs, firstly, and secondly, Pakistan cannot now let traffic resume from that airport. Otherwise, it could happen that somebody takes a photograph or a video with his her smartphone, whether outside of some aircraft that is passing by or whatever, under whatever other circumstances, and then there would be trouble because this would show that Pakistan was hit. So they are trying to hide this as well, and that's why they have extended this closing of the airport in question.
Tom, I'm also curious to know this, that this has been speculated that while carrying out Operation Sindoor in Pakistan, India seems to have also hurt the US interest in Pakistan. We do not know whether at all there is any link between the United States of America and Pakistan's Rahim Yar Khan airport. But is there anything that you have picked up while you were doing your assessment as to whether at all any US interest, or for that matter Chinese interest, have also been hurt by the Indians?
Please excuse me, now I have to ask you to specify what do you mean with interest. If you mean interest in general, at a strategic level, then these interests have been heavily hit. But if you mean citizens of USA or China, and none that I know, there are rumors about at least 2 Turkish military instructors they were UAV pilots or teaching Pakistanis how to operate Turkish UAVs, and they seem to have been killed. But I do not know about any US or Chinese military personnel or intelligence personnel being killed or wounded during Indian airstrikes or actually missile strikes on Pakistan. But in terms of interest, when you're talking about interest, this means for me that, for example, the government in Washington or the government in Beijing has specific interest in Pakistan, and they both do. And these interests have been heavily hit. There is no denial about this. Why? Because Pakistani Air Force, Pakistani air defense system was badly damaged, largely disabled. This has exposed Pakistani nuclear storage facilities to strikes by Indian Air Force. This has exposed, multiple headquarters, military headquarters. This has weakened the Pakistani armed forces significantly and durably. And therefore, this is not in interests of Washington or Beijing. Therefore, yes, their interests have been hit. Just their citizens, as far as I know, none.
Well, thank you very much, Tom, for joining us and sharing your assessment on the situation.
Thank you.
Well, Operation Sindoor was a message that was etched in the fire across Pakistan's forward bases. From terror camps that was reduced to rubble to airfields torn apart. That too by the precision strikes that were carried out, including the firepower that we've essentially demonstrated. The Pakistanis have been left completely rattled, unable to carry on with the reconstruction work. But despite that, what we have essentially seen is that the United States of America has now come to the rescue of the Pakistanis, and how the table is essentially turning at this point in time. Interesting times ahead, something that we are going to track very closely. Well, that's all that we could pack in this edition of the long form story. We'll be back next weekend with more in-depth stories. Thank you for watching.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Will you agree to a ceasefire?
to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's the message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military.
What about rescue?
If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate.
Massive flash floods have hit Monday in Himachal Pradesh. The floods have also affected the surrounding areas of Panarsa, Dakoli and Nagwen along the Mandi-Kullu stretch of the Chandigarh-Manali National Highway. Heavy rains in the region triggered a sudden flow of debris in water, affecting traffic movements on the busy route. Connectivity on the highway has been blocked at several points, causing long traffic snarls, leaving commuters stranded. Meanwhile, restoration work is underway to clear the road and ensure safe passages for the vehicles. Authorities have urged travelers to avoid unnecessary movement on the highway and advised all to take alternate routes whenever possible. The National Highway Authorities, police, the local administration teams and the Indian Army are on the ground carrying out clearances and rescue operations round the clock. Residents and tourists have been advised to stay alert as the situation may worsen with continuous rainfall.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and you men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict. And we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole.
This made it...
इन्हीं लोगों ने, इंडिया अलायंस ने, महाराष्ट्र में भी लोकसभा
Those are live visuals, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching of Prime Minister Narendra Modi from the national capital of Delhi as he goes on for a mega roadshow ahead of inaugurating two major national highway projects in the national capital territory. Today, Prime Minister Narendra Modi is all set to inaugurate two national highways worth rupees 11,000 crore in total in Rohini, which is aimed at easing traffic congestion and improving connectivity across Delhi and the national capital region. These are projects that are the Delhi section of the Dwarka Expressway and the Urban Extension Road Part 2, which have been developed under a comprehensive decongestion plan for the National Capital Territory of Delhi. This ceremony is shortly expected to begin. These are initiatives taken by the Prime Minister for developing world-class infrastructure in the National Capital region. Both of these projects have been are going to be inaugurated today. The first one is going to be a 76-kilometer long urban extension second road, which was designed as Delhi's third ring road at the estimated cost of nearly 6,445 crores. Another one happens to be a 29-kilometer long Dwarka Expressway, including the Delhi section and the tunnel access to the Indira Gandhi International Airport. Both of them major projects which are expected to cut short travel time in massive numbers. These projects are expected to reduce travel times, in fact, from Noida to International Airport, IGI, and ease congestion in Delhi's Ring Road, NH48 and NH44, and even the Barapula elevated corridor. So these are some major infrastructure push coming in today. According to the National Highways Authority of India, Prime Minister Modi is going to flag off 4 of the 5 packages of the urban extension road in the second part today, which will connect Mahipalpur, near the IGI airport to Alipur in North Delhi. So we are expecting to see massive transformation in urban travelling and conveyance in the national capital of Delhi. There are 3 to 4 phases of the Dwarka Expressway, including a 5.1 kilometer long linking road directly to the IGI, which will also be unveiled today. These two roads will significantly reduce congestion in the Delhi and NCR region are the estimations of the National Highway Authority of India. The UER2, which is the Urban Extension Road, the second one that Prime Minister Modi is going to inaugurate today, is around 75 kilometers long, of which 54.21 kilometers are in Delhi alone and another 21 kilometers are in Haryana. And this entire project was built at the cost of around 6,445,000 crore, which shows you the scale of investment going into revamping the entire face of infrastructure and travelling and conveyance, particularly in the national capital of Delhi. Big day for national capital of Delhi in terms of connectivity to the international airport, the IGI airport. At the same time, it's going to boost and decongest a lot of traffic. There you see the stage is now set. Union ministers on the stage. Nayab Singh Saini, Haryana Chief Minister there. Nitin Gadkari, the Road Transport Minister there. And of course, Prime Minister Narendra Modi, alongside Delhi's Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. All of them today to mark a very significant occasion of 2 national highways being dedicated to the nation, built at the cost of 11,000 crores, all set to decongest vast parts of connectivity in Haryana and Delhi and the international airport in particular in the national capital of Delhi. Those are live visuals, ladies and gentlemen, that we are tracking from the national capital today, in which a mega 11,000 crore push is coming in to bring in better connectivity in the national capital region. I have my colleague Riyanka also joining us live from on the broadcast with more details on these projects that are coming up today. Riyanka, a lot of excitement in Delhi citizens today and people in Haryana as 2 major projects, the Extension Road 2, the Urban Extension Road 2 and Dwarka Expressway, both being dedicated to the nation and finally open.
Oh, well, absolutely. It is a major infrastructure boost where Prime Minister Modi has inaugurated the Dwarka Expressway in the national capital, and it is a mega 11,000 crore development project which is to decongest New Delhi. We know that there have been several instances of traffic snarls across Delhi NCR region and connectivity has taken a hit earlier, but with the new Dwarka Expressway in the national capital which Prime Minister Modi has inaugurated, this is going to boost mobility and connectivity. And it is a project that is given to decongest New Delhi roads. Well, it's going to improve connectivity across Delhi and NCR region, and the projects, the Delhi section of the Dwarka Expressway and the Urban Extension Road 2 have been developed under a comprehensive decongestion plan for Delhi, and the ceremony is already on, and Prime Minister Modi is shortly going to be addressing the people sitting there, and we are continuing with those visuals where you can clearly see how the Chief Minister of Delhi, Rekha Gupta, is there felicitating Prime Minister Narendra Modi at this point in time on the dais. And this particular key project, 76-kilometer urban extension road, designed as Delhi's third ring road at an estimated cost of nearly 6,445 crore rupees, and there is also a 29-kilometer Dwarka Expressway which we are talking about, including its Delhi section and tunnel access to Indira Gandhi International Airport. Remember, this expressway is going to be cutting down the time for travellers coming in from Noida to the IGI airport. The time is going to be cut to 20 minutes. So that is a very, very big push that people have been looking for. They're excited to get into the new expressway and take their journey forward. Together, these projects are expected to reduce travel time from Noida to IGI airport and ease congestion on Delhi's Ring Road, NH48, NH44 and also the Barapula elevated corridor. Remember, the Barapula corridor also is facing huge traffic snarls over the past few months, but this particular new expressway is going to be decongesting the entire stretch. The distance between Noida and Delhi has now been shortened. It is a boost to the road connectivity. Meanwhile, phase 3 and 4 of the Dwarka Expressway, which includes a 5.1 kilometer tunnel linking the road directly to IGI airport, has also been unveiled. So you can see the excitement amongst the people from the visuals that we continue to stay from where we are seeing that the Delhi Chief Minister is now addressing the crowd.
Indeed, and those are live visuals, ladies and gentlemen, that we are tracking from Rohini in the national capital of Delhi, where Delhi's Chief Minister Rekha Gupta is now first delivering a quick address ahead of the mega infrastructure push today in the national capital of Delhi. Shortly, in moments from now, we will also hear from Prime Minister Narendra Modi on the key developmental projects for the infrastructure push that have been inaugurated today. There are going to be two very big major projects, that is the Dwarka Expressway stretch and the urban extension of the urban extension road part 2, which is part of the central government's direct initiative to decongest the national capital and speed up the travel in the national capital. We'll see the Prime Minister inaugurate a 10.1 kilometer long Delhi section of the Dwarka Expressway, which has been developed at a total cost of around 5,360 crore, which will provide multimodal connectivity to various parts of the national capital, including from Yashobhumi to the Delhi metro stations and lines blue and orange. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be closely tracking these developments that are coming in from the national capital of Delhi. There in Rohini, a massive rally ongoing. Prime Minister Narendra Modi expected to speak at any moment from now. And we'll be closely tracking the developments and his address as he is all set to inaugurate two major national highway projects in the national capital of Delhi worth rupees 11,000 crores. Those are live visuals coming in from the national capital of Delhi. Meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to more breaking news update coming in from the national capital. Republic has accessed CCTV footage of an incident of firing at Elvish Yadav's residence in Gurugram. In the footage, there are 3 bike-borne assailants who are seen who have opened fire at Elvish Yadav's residence. As per the report, 12 dozen rounds of bullets were fired, and this incident took place at around 5:30 a.m. earlier this morning. The bullets stuck to the ground and first floor of the house. At the moment when this firing incident took place, Elvish Yadav was not at his residence, and police are now tracking developments in the story, attempting to nab the 3 assailants, but these are first and exclusive visuals only on Republic TV of the 3 bike-borne assailants who fired over a dozen shots at Elvish Yadav's Gurugram residence earlier this morning at around 5:30 a.m., who have now been captured on CCTV camera. My colleague Akhil joins us live on the broadcast, who's been closely tracking all the developments in this story. Akhil, what's the latest now that the CCTV has been accessed? What kind of progress do we see vis-a-vis the case that has made by the police so far? Akhil.
Well, Kurtat, if you see, a shocking incident has come to light from Haryana's Gurugram, in which what we have seen that at around 15 to 20 rounds of gunshots were fired at Elvish Yadav's residence, who's a big boss, OTT winner as well. Here you can see we are just standing outside the very residence of Elvish Yadav, this sector 57 of Gurugram. And this is the very residence of Elvish Yadav where the gunshots have been fired. I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visual of those gunshots. Here you can see the bullet marks on the terrace as well as on different pillars. Here you can find approximately 18 to 20 bullet marks on the pillars. So apart from that, what we have seen that the Gurugram police have arrived over here and they have collected the DVRs of both the CCTV cameras installed inside the very residence of Elvish Yadav. Here you can see towards my right there's one camera, and towards my left there is another camera. Here you can see the DVRs of these CCTV cameras have been recovered by the Gurugram police, and the Gurugram police is trying to decode that who those 3 assailants were who came on bike from the left side. I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visuals towards my left. From here, this is where the location was. They came on a bike, all 3 of them. One person was just sitting on the bike and 2 others moved forward and started firing at least 18 to 20 rounds of gunshots, in which what we have seen that the Gurugram police so far has not apprehended any persons, but right now a case has formally been launched by the father of Elvish Yadav. Few hours back, what we have seen, the Elvish Yadav's father came out from his residence and spoke to us, in which he has said that there was no previous complaints or any kind of threat which was being received by my son. So if you see, Elvish Yadav is not present at his residence when the incident took place, but his family is a little bit scared at this moment right now after the incident, because it's a massive blow to Elvish Yadav as well, and to the entire family as well, because 18 to 20 rounds of gunshots were fired.
Thank you so much, Akhil, for tracking those developments. Stay with us. There are more breaking news updates coming in this. Meanwhile, viewers, Himanshu Bhau gang has claimed responsibility after the attack on Elvish Yadav's residence. The gang says that YouTuber Elvish Yadav has ruined many homes by promoting betting and that is allegedly one of the reasons why this said gang has claimed responsibility. Akhil continues to remain live with us. Akhil, do you have any details on this Himanshu Bhau gang, which is now claiming responsibility of this attack on Elvish Yadav's residence, saying that he's involved in betting apps and he has spoiled many lives and homes? These are the allegations now coming in as initial inputs trickle in. Akhil, what's the latest?
Well, Krutat, if you see, a social media post has emerged after the incident in which what we have seen that Himanshu Bhau gang, he's one of the dreaded gangsters in the national capital region. He has claimed the responsibility for this entire incident. After that, I spoke to the DCP and he has said that we are verifying that post, that it is to create a mere sensation, or is it a real post by the Himanshu Bhau gang. So on that part, Gurugram police is doing the investigation. But if you just go by the post, Krutat, in that post, it's pretty clear that, that Elvish Yadav was not only involved in some other activity, he was also doing some betting app scam. This is what the post reflects, in which he has said that the person who will be involved in betting racket scam, we will expose them, and this is not the first time we are threatening you, and if you will not listen to us, then we will take action against you. This is what Himanshu Bhau gang basically posts on a social media platform, in which they have basically threatened Elvish Yadav. But if you see, there are three other reasons to basically conjoin the facts, because earlier what we have seen that on July 15th, another similar kind of incident took place in Gurugram sector 71. On that incident, what has happened? Elvish Yadav's close friend, Rahul Fazilpuria, he was also attacked. His car was attacked, in which he has escaped. And after that, what we have seen that few days back on August 6th, another incident took place, in which what we have seen that Rahul Fazilpuria's close aide, who is the financier as well, was attacked. Rohit was attacked, in which a gunshot was fired, in which basically what we have seen that later on he basically succumbed to those injuries. So are there any links to those incidents? Because if you see, first incident took place on July 15th, second incident took place on August 6th, and today what we are seeing that another incident took place which has got three links, and all three of the individuals, including Rahul Fazilpuria, including Rohit as well, and including Elvish Yadav. So all three of them are interconnected, and this is what we have seen that some of the sources which are very close to Elvish Yadav has said that there was some money-related matter in which what we have seen that this incident has come so far, in which approximately 18 to 20 rounds of gunshots were fired at Elvish Yadav's residence. Yes, back to you.
Indeed, Akhil, and stay with us, because, ladies and gentlemen, those are visuals that Republic has exclusively accessed from the 3 CCTV cameras at Elvish Yadav's Gurugram residence, where earlier this morning at around 5:30 a.m., 3 bike-borne assailants fired over a dozen rounds, nearly 2 dozen rounds, at the residence of Elvish Yadav. The bullets hit multiple levels of his house, including the first floor and the ground floor. Fortunately, nobody was hurt in this entire incident. Elvish Yadav at the moment was not at his house. And now Republic is also accessing information that there are reports that suggest that after this indiscriminate fire of shots at Elvish Yadav's residence by 3 bike-borne assailants, a new gang has emerged which has claimed responsibility about this, believed to be one of Himanshu Bhau, and this person is now claimed responsibility of attacking Elvish Yadav's residence for his alleged role in promoting betting apps. There's a social media post that has now surfaced, and we are confirming further on the efficacy of this based on police inputs and our sources, which tell us that there is initial indication that a gang angle is now emerging in the preliminary investigation as this new Himanshu Bhau gang emerges, and he has claimed responsibility of firing at Elvish Yadav's residence. This is a serious incident reported from Gurugram in the National Capital Territory, where over 2 dozen rounds were fired at Elvish Yadav's residence earlier this morning at about 5:30 a.m. by 3 bike-borne assailants. Republic has also exclusively accessed the entire sequence of CCTV footage, and we are bringing you those visuals on your screen on how the attackers almost went up till the gate and fired indiscriminately on the ground floor. Some bullets also were lodged on the first floor, and now this new Himanshu Bhau gang has put up a social media post alleging claiming responsibility of this attack against Elvish Yadav, the YouTuber, and they have said that this is a warning found to be anyone promoting any betting apps. They will either receive a call or a bullet anytime. So all those involved in promoting betting apps, be prepared. This was the warning given by the gang. Akhil continues to remain with us on the broadcast. Akhil, these are sensational claims now being made and new gang angles emerging. You were telling us just a few moments ago on how this entire sequence of events came in. Just explain to us once again, take our viewers through who are just tuning in live on the broadcast on what exactly has happened since 5:30 a.m. this morning at Elvish Yadav's residence.
Well, Krutat, if you see, we are just standing outside the Big Boss OTT star who basically won the Big Boss OTT platform award at that point in time. We are just standing outside his residence, and this incident took place at around 5:25 a.m. This was a timeless stamp on the CCTV cameras which we have recovered. In that visual, it's pretty clear. Here you can see the bullet marks on the terrace on the first floor itself, and here you can see these are the approximately which we can count on fingers, at least 10 to 12 bullet marks in which it's clearly revealed that the person, there were approximately 3 persons on bike. Out of 3, 2 basically fired gunshots, clearly visible on the CCTV footage that we have recovered. And after the incident took place, we spoke to Elvish Yadav's father as well regarding the very incident, that whether in the recent past did Elvish Yadav receive any kind of threat from someone, whether via message, whether via call or in person. But his father has denied any such messages or calls to Elvish Yadav. So Elvish Yadav is not accessible. I tried to reach out to Elvish Yadav, but he's not taking up call right now. But I have spoken to his father. His family has also denied any kind of links to the betting app scam. But Krutat, if you see, it's very interesting that earlier what we have seen that back then in 2024, what has happened, that Elvish Yadav's name has propped up in a snake venom case in which he was arrested as well by the Gautam Budh Nagar police team. And in that incident, he later on granted bail. So his name has been in several controversy. And right now what we are seeing that after Rahul Fazilpuria's incident, another YouTuber, another social media influencer has came into attack, in which what we have seen that Himanshu Bhau gang has come forward and they have taken the responsibility regarding this very incident in which approximately 18 to 20 rounds gunshots were fired at his residence. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Akhil, for tracking those details. Ladies and gentlemen, Elvish Yadav, once again in a controversy, this time involving a firing incident at his home. We'll be closely tracking those developments coming in. Meanwhile, more breaking news update coming in from the national capital of Delhi, where the Election Commission of India has outlined a multi-layered process for preparing electoral rolls involving political parties at every stage. That's the big breaking news update that we are tracking. The draft rolls are shared for a month-long review, followed by a 2-tier appeal system. The ECI has addressed concerns raised about the past electoral rolls and urging timely objections to enhance accuracy ahead of elections. Remember, viewers, Election Commission of India is all set to hold a press conference today at 3 p.m. this afternoon amid allegations of quote-unquote vote chori leveled by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party over the special intensive revision of electoral rolls in the state of Bihar. And now the war of words over the vote fraud allegations made by the Congress is about to get an official ECI rebuttal with a massive press conference lined up for 3 p.m. this afternoon. We'll be closely tracking that. We are just less than 2 hours away from that mega ECI press conference, which is expected to address the concerns of quote-unquote vote chori raised by Rahul Gandhi and the Congress party. I have my colleague Gopi also joining us live, who's been monitoring all the updates coming in from the Election Commission of India. Gopi, what's the latest and what can we expect, what can our viewers expect from that 3 p.m. press conference of the Election Commission of India, of which the entire nation is keenly waiting for?
Well, in fact, Krutarth, to give the background of this press conference, we have been seeing the discussions and rebuttals, as you were mentioning, from the ECI after the allegations which have been strongly raised against the ECI against vote chori. So one is that we are expecting a response from the ECI to various political parties who have time and again raised questions, while also to tell our viewers that it was yesterday later in the evening that the Election Commission had released yet another circular in the form of responding to the political parties that they get enough times for raising objections. So towards this as well, why were the objections not raised? While we have seen that objections have been raised by Rahul Gandhi since the past few weeks now, we will have to wait and watch what kind of statement comes from the Election Commission today. But yes, this and also what we are understanding from our sources is that major announcements are expected, which includes that ECI might announce that there would be nationwide SIR happening right exactly after the hearing concludes at the Supreme Court. This is what also we have understood from our sources at the ECI. So yes, all eyes towards this very important press conference, which is going to take place at the National Media Center, wherein the CEC along with 2 election commissioners will be present there to address the PC. Back to you.
Indeed, Gopi, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the updates coming in from the Election Commission of India, which is now gearing up for a mega press conference at 3 p.m. and we'll be tracking the inside story and every possible angle for it. Meanwhile, moving on to more breaking news updates. 3 days after the devastating cloudburst in Jammu and Kashmir's Kishtwar, the scale of tragedy is growing. The death toll has now climbed to 57, while 82 people continue to remain untraced. Massive rescue operations are underway. The army, the BRO, the local agencies are working round the clock. And our colleague Gursimran brings you this report from the heart of that operation.
Day 3 of the massive rescue operations in Kishtwar. And the death toll now stands at a devastating 57. 5 more bodies were recovered this morning from under heavy debris left by the catastrophic cloudburst. Heavy machinery, including BRO's stone drilling equipment, has been pressed into action to clear the path for deeper search and retrieval.
बहुत बड़ा बोल्डर है जिसमें अभी ब्लास्ट किया है, प्लस एक्चुअली सराउंडिंग एरिया में काफ़ी सारे अभी घर है और भी होटल्स भी है, तो इस वजह से बहुत ह्यूज ब्लास्ट इसमें नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन जो ब्लास्ट किया है इस बड़े पत्थर को लगभग आधा पोर्शन अभी टूट गया है। इसको अभी जो LNT मशीन हम लगा रखा है, इसी से अभी पहले इसको हटाएंगे और अगर जरूरत पड़ेगा इसके बाद इसमें थोड़ा और होल करके दोबारा ब्लास्ट करेंगे।
The Indian Army is leading from the front, with search teams deployed across the debris-ridden valley. A temporary 17-meter Bailey footbridge being readied to further speed up operations.
Each and every person, there's an integrated approach towards this operation, and anybody starting from army, other forces, NDRF, SDRF, everybody has joined hands so that our mission is to save maximum lives and then to take out people from here and help them reach to their places wherever they have to reach.
The Jammu and Kashmir government has pledged full rehabilitation.
ये फैसला हुआ है कि जो लोग जिनकी ज़मीन ही चली गई, अब उनको मकान बनाने के लिए ज़मीन नहीं है, तो उनको भी ज़मीन दी जाएगी ताकि वो अपना मकान बनाएं। और मकान बनाने में कई NGOs हैं जो कहते हैं हम इनको मकान बना के देंगे, तो उनके साथ भी संपर्क में, तो वो भी कुछ हेल्प करके इनको मकान बना के देंगे।
82 people still remain untraced as per official estimates, but on ground, hope hasn't been lost. With non-stop effort and coordination between Army, BRO and civilian agencies, Kishtwar's valley of destruction is slowly turning into a ground of resilience.
बर्मन साहब उठ के हाथ में सिगरेट लेके लाइन मतलब चल रहे थे, ऐसे चल रहे थे। ये क्या करता है तू? कल रात के टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में मेरे को बोलेगा कि गाना बनाओ इसके ऊपर। तू ऐसा बनाता है गाना, ऐसा लिखता है गाना, तुम्हारे पास सामान पड़ा है, लगेज सॉन्ग है तुम्हारा। मैंने ऐसे बाजे पे ऐसे हाथ रखे, मेरा कुछ सामान तुम्हारे पास पड़ा है, हो सावन के कुछ भीगे भीगे दिन रखे हैं।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा सिप।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press.
Republic Jack Oliver's studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Let's get started.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians?
What's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now?
very warm welcome to all of you, a very good evening, and a very warm welcome and a heartiest welcome to our living legend, Asha Bhosle ji. And as we honor her this afternoon, I would like to thank our sponsors, Legends, the latest edition of Legends. And now I request our Editor-in-Chief Arnab Goswami to please come on the stage and accompany Asha Bhosle ji to the stage, the moment we're all waiting for with a bated breath for so long now. And a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, please. It's an honor to have Asha ji between us, amongst us here. We honor an emotion that is timeless, that is fearless, that is unforgettable. And now we will start with the conversation. And thank you so much, all of you.
नमस्कार. आज मुझे स्टेज पे गाने के लिए जाती हूँ, उतना डर नहीं लगता है, इतना डर लग रहा है अर्नब के सामने बैठने का. क्योंकि मैंने देखा है बहुत बड़े बड़े लोग, मतलब सब किस्म के लोग इनके सामने बैठ के कुछ उत्तर नहीं देते. कभी मैंने देखा था एक बड़ा हमारा मतलब क्या है मिनिस्टर हैं, वो बोले जा रहे थे और ये चुप बैठे हुए थे सामने ऐसे करके, ऐसे चुप बैठे हुए थे. उनको पता नहीं लगा कि अभी मैं क्या करूं. ये बोल ही नहीं रहे थे, बोल रहे थे आप भी बोलिए. तो हाँ,
मैं भी बहुत नर्वस हूँ आज. कल से प्रिपेयर कर रहा हूँ, बहुत कोशिश की. अभी आधे घंटे पहले मैंने गिव अप कर दिया. आई हैव नेवर बीन एज नर्वस एज टुडे इन माई होल लाइफ ऑनेस्टली. और मुझे लगा कि इतने लोगों के सामने अपने लैक ऑफ नॉलेज, लैक ऑफ म्यूज़िक, लैक ऑफ अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ फिल्म, सब कुछ एक्सपोज हो जाएगा इतने लोगों के सामने. तो मुझे आशा ताई पहले तो माफ़ कर दीजिए, कोई गलती होगी, कुछ गलत बोल दूंगा, गलत गाना का नाम ले लूँगा. आई वुड लाइक टू सीक योर फॉरगिवनेस इफ आई डू दैट टुडे. बट फर्स्ट आई वांट टू से दैट व्हाट अ लेडी टुडे. श्रवण, वेयर इज श्रवण? अब श्रवण सेन हमने जब कहा, मैंने कहा कि आनंद जी से बात कीजिए कि आशा ताई आ सकेंगी क्या. तो देयर वाज अ बिग क्वेश्चन मार्क. उन्होंने कहा कि आप मुंबई जाएंगे तो हो सकता है. मैंने बोला क्या वो आ सकती है, एक बार पूछ लीजिए. जब उन्होंने कहा कि आशा भोसले जी आएंगी और ये डेट है, आप उस डेट को हो सकता है तो करिए, क्योंकि इनको लंदन जाना है, फिर शेड्यूल करना मुश्किल होगा. तो मैंने कहा इमीडिएटली फिक्स कीजिए. एंड व्हाट एन आयरन लेडी. मुझे अभी कहा जैनाब जी ने, जस्ट टोल्ड मी राइट नाउ दैट 2 दिन पहले शी हैड फॉलन एंड शी इज ब्रोकन अ रिब. बट दिस अमेजिंग लेडी said we made a promise, we will come to Republic. So for that alone, thank you very much Asha ताई. इससे बड़ी बात क्या हो सकती है हमारे लिए. She is an amazing person. मुझे तो बहुत खुशी होती है कि आपको मैं जानता हूं जी,
जैसे मैं आपको जानती हूँ. अभी डॉक्टर ने मुझे बोला था, सब डॉक्टरों ने, कि प्लेन में जाना तुम्हारा ठीक नहीं है, पट्टा बंध के जाना चाहिए तुमको, ये वो. मैंने कहा कुछ नहीं होता. एक डॉक्टर मेरे जैसे, उन्होंने बोला कोई बात नहीं जाओ. तो मैंने उन्हीं का सुना और मैं आ गई. कभी कभी मुझे अपने घर वाले पूछते हैं कि तू कौन है, तुझे पता है क्या तू कौन है. मैंने कहा कौन है, तो मुझे बताओ कौन हूँ मैं. तो वो लोग बोलते हैं कि तुम आशा भोसले हो जी. मैंने कहा मैं आशा हूँ, सिर्फ आशा हूँ. भोसले ये अलग भोसले, मतलब क्या कहना चाहिए कि नाम के वजह से है वो है. तो वैसे मैं जो आशा हूँ वो किसी ने पहचाना ही नहीं अभी तक. जो आशा है वो आशा बहुत सिंपल, बहुत सादी घरेलू औरत है, खाना बनाने वाली औरत है, ये कोई जानता ही नहीं है कि मेरा दिल क्या है, लेकिन गाना है जो बचपन से मिला है वो गाती चली आ रही हूँ। अब ये सितंबर को 93 लगेगा मेरे को।
93।
तो ऐसे ही जीवन चल रहा है।
तो क्या आपको याद है जब पहली बार आपने एक गाना रिकॉर्ड किया था? उस गाने का नाम है, मराठी में है, सला चला नावबाला। नावबाला।
अच्छा, इसलिए आपको मराठी भी आ गया।
आजकल तो थोड़ा केयरफुल रहना पड़ता है। वैसे मैंने राज ठाकरे की इंटरव्यू हिंदी में की है।
मैंने देखी हुई है।
तो ये गाना आप पहले बताइए, जब आपका पहला गाना था, जब आपने पहली बार रिकॉर्ड किया था, आप कितनी साल की थी?
10 साल की थी
जी।
43 मेरा
1943 का।
हाँ 43, 10 साल की थी। और ये पहला ही गाना मेरा था जो माइक के सामने खड़े होके गाना था। और उस वक़्त बहुत कांप रही थी मैं, पता ही नहीं था ना कि माइक क्या होता है, कुछ ये सब आया ही नहीं था, कुछ आया ही नहीं था कि माइक होता है और गाना गाते हैं, ये वो सब। तो पिताजी ने रिकॉर्ड करके रखे थे अपने गाने। तो उस वक़्त इतना वो माइंड वो नहीं था। तो पहला गाना जब मैंने गाया तो मुझे लगा कि मैं गा सकती हूँ, दीदी नहीं सिर्फ गाती है, मैं भी गा सकती हूँ करके मुझे लगा कि हमारे सब भाई बहन सब गाते हैं। तो वहाँ से लाइफ शुरू हुई, वहाँ से आज तक खड़ी हूँ। और फिल्म लाइन का खड़ा होना ऐसा होता है कि 10 बजे आप स्टूडियो पहुँचे तो रात के 10 बजे 11 बजे आपको छोड़ते हैं, कभी कभी 8 बजे सुबह छोड़ते हैं। ऐसे होता है, अपना लाइफ ऐसा ही है, माइक का लाइफ विचित्र होता है। तो वैसे ही जीवन यहाँ तक आया है।
आशा जी, यू लॉस्ट योर फादर एट अ वेरी यंग एज, और आपके फैमिली के बारे में कहा जाता है, for 4 generations, as A.R. Rahman said recently in an event, that for 4 generations your family has only served the cause of music. तो we want to know about the family. आपके फैमिली के बारे में, जो टफ टाइम्स आपके फैमिली के गए हैं, और क्या एटमॉस्फेयर था उस घर में? आपके पिताजी क्लासिकल वोकलिस्ट है, लता जी, उषा जी, पूरी फैमिली आपकी।
हृदयनाथ
जी।
मेरे पिताजी गोवा से बहुत छोटे उम्र में भाग के आ गए थे बम्बई, और आके गाना तो उन्होंने वहीं सीखा हुआ था, और यहाँ पर क्लासिकल उस वक्त गाते थे लोग। फिर उन्होंने ड्रामा कंपनी बनाई खुद की, बलवंत संगीत मंडली, और वो उनके मालिक थे और काम भी करते थे। और ऐसे जीवन में हमारा भी ऐसे होता था कि खाना बदोश जैसे होते हैं, 3 महीने उस गांव में, 3 महीने उस गांव में। तो ऐसे महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग घूमते थे। तो सब बच्चे लेके, पिताजी माँ को लेके, सब मतलब सर्कस जैसे होता है ना, वैसे पर्दे इतने बड़े बड़े, सेट्स वगैरह सब जाता था, लोग जाते थे, बहुत लोग थे, 200 लोग काम करते थे। तो बहुत मज़ा था उस वक़्त। दूध पीना, मलाई खाना बड़े अच्छा लगता था मुझे। तो पिताजी का वक्त था उस वक़्त बहुत अच्छा था। फिर पिताजी जब गुज़र गए तब ज़रा कठिन परिस्थिति आई और उसमें से निकल गए कठिन परिस्थिति। माँ मेरी बहुत होशियार औरत थी, और वो कहती थी कि तुम कोल्हापुर में रह के तुम बड़े नहीं बनोगे, तुमको बम्बई जाना चाहिए, तुम मेंढक के जैसे इस पानी में पड़े हो, ऐसे नहीं करना चाहिए, तुमको बॉम्बे जाना चाहिए। करते करते हम बम्बई आए, और बम्बई में फिल्म लाइन में फिर शुरू हुआ। HMV में बहुत काम किया, नॉन फिल्मी गाने गाए और फिल्म के गाने, तब से शुरू हुआ है। पहले आपको मालूम है कि तकलीफ़ें तो होती हैं, फिर नाम होता है, फिर नाम में वक्त में मुझे लगता है कि नाम पैसा बड़ी बात नहीं है, लेकिन आपका नेचर कैसा है, आपके नेचर के ऊपर लोग आपसे प्यार करने लगते हैं। और मुझे अभी तक याद है, मेरे इतने लाइफ मैंने शो किए हैं, बड़े बड़े शो, मुझे कभी किसी ने ऐसे नहीं कहा कुछ गड़बड़, कोई बात नहीं। मैं जब स्टेज पे जाती हूँ, नमस्कार करती हूँ, लोग जैसे मेरे मुट्ठी में आ जाते हैं, इतना प्यार करते हैं मेरे को कि मैं जो बोलूँगी उसको तालियां देते, जो गाऊँगी वो। तो ये प्यार हमारे स्वभाव से भी है। आप कितने नम्र हो और कितने आप मतलब नास्टी, मतलब क्या बोलते हैं, कैसे होता है, लोगों को ईगो दिखाने की कोई मतलब नहीं होता, ईगो ये अच्छा नहीं है। तो मैं वैसे सादगी से चलती हूँ तो लोग मुझसे प्यार करते हैं। और हमारा जीवन जो है फिल्म लाइन में बहुत तकलीफ़ से होता है, क्योंकि रात हमारे लिए, वो रात को 7 बजे अगर शुरू किया तो दोपहर को दूसरे दिन छोड़ते थे। उस वक़्त ये मशीनरी भी नहीं थी, 1 ट्रैक, 2 ट्रैक, 4 ट्रैक, अभी तो 100 ट्रैक होते हैं। तो उस वक़्त कुछ नहीं था। तो मैंने 1 ट्रैक पे गाना गाया है। तो मैं मराठी का गाना था, पूना में गाना था, वो 1 ट्रैक मशीन था। तो म्यूजिशियन मेरे इर्द गिर्द खड़े थे और मैं गाना गा के डक करती थी, वो फ्लूट बजा के हट जाता था, मैं खड़े होके गाती थी। तो ऐसा भी मैंने किया हुआ है। और एक बार तो अंधेरी में मोहन स्टूडियो में, थिएटर कोई खाली नहीं थे, सब शूटिंग चल रहे थे। तो हमारे गाना था, कोई भी म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर को मिलते थे, बहुत आते थे। और जो माइक है, बड़ा माइक, वो पेड़ पे लटका के मेरे को बाहर खड़ा करके, स्टूडियो में म्यूजिशियन थे और बाहर मैं उस माइक से गा रही थी। उसको 4 बज गए तो गाने के वक्त में कौवे काव काव करके चले गए। तो हमारा रिकॉर्डिंग कट हो गया। फिर गाड़ियाँ शुरू हो गई, धक 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 करके ट्रेन चालू हो गई। तो ट्रेन में तो गाना, ट्रेन जब जाती थी तो 1-2 होता था और गाना गाते थे। ऐसे ऐसे दिन निकाले और गाने गाए हैं।
आप जब गाना गाती है, जब रिकॉर्ड करती थी उस समय, क्या आपको लगता था इतना बड़ा हिट हो जाएगा? कभी आपने सोचा था कि आज से 60 इयर्स बाद, 60-70 साल बाद लोग उसी गाने को गुनगुनाएंगे? जैसे मैं एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ आपको। जैसे 1971 का जो गाना है, पिया तू अब तो आजा। क्या आपने सोचा उस समय 1971 मीन्स 53-54 इयर्स बैक?
वैसे कोई नहीं बता सकता।
अभी भी रीमिक्स उन्हीं गाने के होते हैं,
हो रहे हैं।
तो आपको याद है, डू यू रिमेंबर दैट सॉन्ग? कारवा मूवी का गाना है। मैं बस जानना चाहता हूँ, डू यू रिमेंबर द मोमेंट, द सॉन्ग? वन ऑफ द मोस्ट अनफॉरगेटेबल, बोल्ड, एक्सप्रेसिव, न्यू ट्रेंड इन इंडियन सिनेमा एट दैट पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। तो आप जब ये गाना, व्हेन यू sang it, हाउ डिड यू अप्रोच दिस?
कारवा का गाना है ना?
कारवा का गाना है 1971 का।
और उस वक़्त मैं पंचम से कहा कि पंचम, ये ऐसे गाने तुम मुझसे क्यों गवाते हो, दीदी से क्यों नहीं गवाते हो? दीदी को अच्छे अच्छे गाने देते हो और मेरे को ऐसा क्यों? बोले ये गाना आपको मालूम नहीं क्या होने वाला है, क्या होने वाला है? मैंने कहा कुछ नहीं होने वाला, कोई प्रेडिक्ट नहीं कर सकता है कि ये गाना मेरा चलेगा, ये मेरा हिट होगा, कोई बोल नहीं सकता है। वो तकदीर की बात होती है, उसकी देखने वाले की बात। तो ये गाना जब गाने लगी थी मैं, तो इसका दूसरा अंतरा था, तेरे पैया पढ़ूं के मैंने छुए थे तेरे कदम, ऐसा कुछ। तो मजरू सुल्तानपुरी ये गाना छोड़ के चले गए और कहा कि बिटिया, वो मुझे बिटिया कहते थे, बिटिया मैंने गंदा गाना लिखा है। मैंने कहा क्या हुआ पिया तू अब तो आजा? बोले नहीं, वो जो अंतरा है उसमें एक वर्ड मेरा अच्छा नहीं है, मैं घर जा रहा हूँ, क्योंकि वो नासिर है, मेरे से कहा नहीं जाएगा उससे कि शब्द बदल, तो वो बदलेगा नहीं। तो फिर मैंने कहा कि आप घर क्यों जा रहे हैं? बोले मेरी बेटियां हैं, वो जवान हो के गाना ये गाएगी तो मेरे को क्या लगेगा? तो मैंने कहा मेरे को तो गाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मेरा काम ही है गाना गाने का, और पंचम का इतना अच्छा गाना है तो ट्यून अच्छी है, तो ये नहीं पता था कि इतना चलेगा।
तो कंजर्वेटिव ज़माना था उस समय?
बहुत। ये गाने, मेरे गाने 3-4 गाने तो कम से कम बॉम्बे रेडियो से बंद हो जाते थे,
बैन होते थे।
हाँ, बंद हो जाते थे और फिर वो सिलोन से चलते थे और सिलोन से हमको पॉपुलैरिटी मिलती थी।
That's amazing. And आज today she has 13,000. How many songs have you sung, Asha Tai? 13,000, 13 to 14,000 songs. यानी कि you were moving with the trends. जो अमेजिंग बात है आपके बारे में कि आप हमेशा अपने स्टाइल को, अपने सिंगिंग स्टाइल को हमेशा चेंज करती थी. You have always moved with the trend.
क्या हुआ
जी
कि बचपन में हम बहनों की आवाज़ एक जैसे थी.
अच्छा.
दीदी की पतली आवाज़ थी, मेरी भी पतली आवाज़ थी. तो मैंने सोचा थोड़े 2 गाने गाने के बाद कि दीदी होते हुए दीदी का गाना इतना अच्छा, तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि मुझे मेरी स्टाइल बदलनी चाहिए, नहीं तो मैं चल नहीं सकती हूँ क्योंकि दीदी है. तो दीदी के अगेंस्ट कुछ मतलब मेरा स्टाइल अलग करना चाहिए. ये देखिए मैं हूँ
जी
दोनों
जी
दीदी और मैं. तो मैंने पहले शुरू किया, मुझे इंग्लिश पिक्चर और इंग्लिश गाने सुनने की आदत थी और वो आदत से मैं गाने कैसे गाते हैं, उनकी आवाज़ कैसे होती है, ऐसे करके गाते हैं. हम नहीं गाते ऐसे, कांपता नहीं होता है हमारा गले में, हमारा स्ट्रेट होता है गाना. इंडियन गाना स्ट्रेट होता है. तो मैंने काफ़ी गाने सुने हैं. मैं सब स्टाइल में अपने आप को ढालना चाहती थी क्योंकि वहाँ के सिंगर जो गाते हैं वो मैं लाई में, और जैसे सैड सॉन्ग होता है तो कैसे करना चाहिए, ये सब मैंने अपने आप उस वक्त तैयार किया. और इसलिए मेरे गाने हर इसको पसंद आते हैं. जैसे जवान लड़के होते हैं, जो कॉलेज के लड़के होते हैं, उनको मेरा गाना बहुत अच्छा लगता था. जो बुढ़े होते हैं तो उनको क्लासिकल के वो गा के रखे. तो आने वाली जनरेशन के साथ साथ मैं चलती आ रही हूँ. आज मैं काला चश्मा करके करती हूँ ऐसे भी करती हूँ. लेकिन नई जनरेशन आज बदल रही है, उनकी सुनने की स्टाइल बदल रही है और उनके बोल अलग होते हैं. हमारा क्या होता था कि बोल, जो गाने के बोल हैं वो गाने का आत्मा होता है, जान है वो, उसका शरीर है उसका म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर, और उसके साथ सिंगर जो है वो हमें सिंगर का काम ये है कि गाने को किस मूड में है ये और कैसे गाना चाहिए, आलाप करना चाहिए, हरकत लेनी चाहिए, ये हम लोग करते थे. अब मेरा और दीदी का ऐसा था कि हम गाने को सजाते थे. इसीलिए हमको बुलाते थे वो लोग और कहते थे आप अपनी स्टाइल में गाइए. तो नेचुरली दीदी और मैं, मेरा एक स्टाइल होता था, उसका एक स्टाइल होता था. मैं तो सब स्टाइल के गाने गाती थी वैसे, तो मेरा सब जगह मतलब काम आता था, इसलिए इतने गाने हुए हैं, नहीं तो उतने गाने होते नहीं कभी.
तो उस समय के जितने रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स भी हैं
जी,
all the songs from Zinat Aman to Madhubala, आप रही हैं, you have been the voice of Zinat Aman, you've been the voice of Madhubala. तो I would just like you to remember a little bit, अगर आप हमें कोई anecdotes बता सके अपने कोई गानों के बारे में. वैसे मेरे लिस्ट में आपके कई फेमस गाने हैं, जैसे रोमांटिक सॉन्ग्स में जो हमारे फेवरेट्स भी हैं. आपने भी पूछा कि मैं आपको सवाल पूछूंगी तो मैं बहुत नर्वस हो गया. मेरी लिस्ट में अमंग माय फेवरेट्स आर दो लफ्ज़ों की है दिल की कहानी, और दिल चीज़ क्या है उमराव जान की का गाना है स्टारिंग रेखा.
उमराव जान के गाने बहुत अच्छे हैं.
इतना रेंज है आपका.
हाँ, आपने, आप तो गाना सुनते नहीं हो ज़्यादा, लेकिन गुलाम अली जो बड़े गाने वाले हैं, जैसे मेहंदी हसन खान साहब, उनके गाने भी मैंने गाए हैं, गज़लें गाई हैं उनकी भी, और अपनी गज़लें भी गाई हैं, सारे गाने. मतलब
आपने इनोवेट किया था इन गानों में जब when you were singing the songs, आपने कहा कि हम अपने स्टाइल में, जैसे हमें गाना दिया जाता था और दीदी एक स्टाइल में गाना गाती थी, मैं एक स्टाइल में गाना गाती थी, तो यू रिमेंबर इनोवेटिंग, किसी गाने में आपने अपना स्टाइल या टच लाए जो आपको उस समय का याद हो अभी?
बहुत गाने हैं,
कोई भी?
कभी कभी अंतरा भी बदल देते थे हम लोग।
जैसे
अंतरे 3 होते थे एक जैसे, तो बोलते थे कि बीच का अंतरा चेंज कर दे, तो म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर होते थे, अच्छे म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर थे, तो कहते थे आप अपने मन से बताइए क्या करना चाहती है, तो ऐसे करते थे हम लोग, तो हमको सूझता था तो कर देते थे। जैसे ये उमराव जान के गाने हैं
जी, उसके
आलाप हैं, बीच में आलाप ये है वो है, सब हम मतलब म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर के इजाज़त से हम करते थे। जैसे उनको पूछते हैं कि हम ऐसा करें कि नहीं करें।
We would love to hear something in your voice.
आप नहीं गा सकते?
यही तो प्रॉब्लम है। मैं किसी और को बुला लूंगा। मैं अलग तरह के गाने गाता हूँ रात को 9 बजे। मेरे गाने कुछ अलग तरीके के होते हैं। आपके एक एक गानों का एक एक शब्द सबको पता है। वी रिमेंबर राइट? एक मिनट। आशा, यू मेक पीपल सो हैप्पी। एक एक गाना, एक एक वर्ड, एक एक लाइन, 1 साल 2 साल नहीं 80 सालों से कोई करे तो दैट इज पर्सन इज द लेजेंड ऑफ अ लेजेंड ऑफ लेजेंड्स। See, Asha, a lot of people get respect, but there are very few people here who get this kind of love. You know, people respect you, but a lot of people here love you because they have grown up with you.
जी।
है ना? That's amazing about you. हाँ?
छोटपन से वो मेरे साथ हैं।
है।
कोई छोटे हैं, कोई बड़े हैं, पर अभी ज़्यादातर रेडियो में, टीवी में जो गाने गाते हैं लोग, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, जो बच्चे आके गाना गाते हैं वो
इंडियन आइडल वगैरह।
इंडियन आइडल सारे गाने हमारे ही होते हैं।
आपके ही?
हमारे मतलब किशोर के होते हैं, दीदी के होते हैं,
आर.डी. बर्मन जी,
रफ़ी साहब, सब आर.डी. बर्मन सब, तो गाने चलते वही हैं, पर कुछ पता नहीं पुराना नया कुछ भानगढ़ चल रही है।
नहीं वो तो मगर उस समय के ट्यून्स तो अभी भी चल रहे हैं। हाँ? जैसे चुरा लिया है, ये सब अभी भी जो रीमिक्सेस होती हैं उनमें अभी भी चुरा लिया है का गाना आता है। फिर और एक गाना है ओ हसीनो जुल्फों वाली, ओ हसीना जुल्फों वाली।
इस गाने का एक टेक हुआ था, जैसे होते हैं ना 10-15 टेक होते हैं हमारे गाने के। कोई म्यूजिशियन गलती कर गया, कोई कुछ, फिर शुरू से हम गाते थे। एंड में आके अगर सुर कुछ गड़बड़ हो गया किसी का भी, तो फिर से गाना पड़ता था शुरू से। अभी के जैसा नहीं है कि 2-2 वर्ड इधर से काट के वहाँ लगा दे, ऐसा नहीं है। वहाँ हम लोग सब होते थे, म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर, सिंगर, कोरस सिंगर सब होते थे। आजकल कोई नहीं होता है, खाली हम अकेले जाके कान में म्यूज़िक लेके गाते रहते, 2 लाइन गाए, 1 लाइन गाए, किसी पता नहीं क्या होता है। म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर भी नहीं आते आजकल, तो डायरेक्टर भी नहीं आते, और कुछ पता ही नहीं होता कि गाने में क्या करना है, तो हमने मन से कर देते। वो इसीलिए बुलाते हैं कि ये कर लेंगे।
मैं तो इसका स्टार्टिंग नहीं कर सकता।
मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। इतने साल मेरे मन में था कि मैं आपके सामने बैठूंगी।
मुझे भी था।
आप बड़े बड़े लोगों को एकदम मतलब।
मुझे एक बार देवानंद जी मिलने आए थे। देवानंद जी मिलने आए थे, टाइम्स नाउ में था मैं उस समय। तो फिर इंटरव्यू हुई उनकी लास्ट शायद इंटरव्यूज़ में से थी। तो देवानंद जी आए, उन्होंने इंटरव्यू करने के बाद कहा, अर्नब आई वांट टू हैव अ सैंडविच। ऑफिस रूम में बैठे, बहुत देर तक बैठे, बहुत बात की उन्होंने। एंड आई टोल्ड हिम, देवानंद जी मैं बहुत 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 बड़ा फ़ैन हूँ आपका, और मैंने कहा कि मेरे पिताजी को आपसे मिलना है। उन्होंने कहा आइए। मेरे पिताजी उनको मिलने गए, पाली हिल में उनका फ्लैट था। बहुत बड़े इंसान थे। और मैं लिंक नहीं कर रहा, मगर जूअल थीफ का आपका एक गाना है, शायद देवानंद जी का गाना है, देवानंद जी की मूवी का गाना है,
रात अकेली।
रात अकेली है। ये टाइमलेस गाना है। दिस इज़ अ टाइमलेस सॉन्ग। अब ये मेरी मतलब कि क्या है कि मेरी विवशता है कि मैं गा नहीं पा रहा। मैं हूँ, हम लोग सब बाथरूम सिंगर्स हैं, बट हमारी विवशता है कि हम गा नहीं पा रहे। मगर मैं चाहूँगा, क्योंकि वो ब्यूटीफुल और टाइमलेस सॉन्ग है जूअल थीफ का, और एक दैट इज़ अ टाइम ऑफ एन ईरा, 1960s 68 बीटल्स का ज़माना, डिफरेंट। मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप अगर उस गाने के बारे में कुछ आपको याद आए एट दैट टाइम, जब ये गाना रिकॉर्ड हुआ था।
गाने से ज़्यादा देवानंद जी उसमें
प्लीज़।
क्योंकि देव जी हर वक्त नई हीरोइन लाते थे। जीनत लाए, टीना लाए,
टीना जी।
हमेशा कोई ना कोई नई हीरोइन। तो मैं उनको हमेशा चिढ़ाती थी, मेरी बारी कब आएगी। देव साहब बोलते थे हाँ 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 जल्दी, अच्छा जी ऐसे करके बात करते थे। और इस गाने में उन्होंने मुझे कहा था, आप 18 बरस की है, समझ लीजिए 18 बरस की, जैसे मैं हूँ।
वी आर योर फैंस। मुझे अच्छा लगता है कि आप अनकन्वेंशनल है। आपने कितने रूल्स तोड़े उस समय। मैं उस ज़माने के बारे में आपको पूछना चाहता हूँ।
बोलिए।
1960s, 70s, 80s तक आप अनकन्वेंशनल थी। आपने बहुत बहुत बहुत, जैसे आप इतनी इजीली कहती हैं, मेरे कई गाने उस समय बैन हो गए थे, रेडियो सिलोन से प्ले होता था, बट इट मस्ट हैव टेकन लॉट ऑफ करेज, है ना, उस समय
बिल्कुल
सिस्टम के खिलाफ जाना। तो उस जमाने के बारे में ज़रा बताएं। 60s, 70s, चॉइस ऑफ म्यूजिक, पंचमदा का समय, उससे पहले
मेरा जब गाने का स्टाइल बदल गया तो लोगों ने मुझे बहुत गालियाँ दी।
आपने बदलने की कोशिश की?
हाँ, मैंने स्टाइल चेंज किया मेरा। जैसा ईना मीना डिका गाया तो बोला ये क्या है, तो सब ने बोला, जो एज वाले लोग थे उन्होंने कहा ये क्या गाना है, ये ऐसा गाना थोड़ी होता है, ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए। वो इंग्लिश लोगों के लिए ठीक है, तो हमारे लिए ठीक ही नहीं। तो मैं उन्हीं की कॉपी करते करते, कॉपी मतलब आवाज़ चेंज करने का, वो करते करते तब मुझे बहुत गालियाँ पड़ी हैं और लोगों ने बहुत कुछ, मुझे अच्छा नहीं, गाने भी बंद हो जाते थे, रिकॉर्डिंग मतलब क्या बोलते, रेडियो था वहाँ पर, तो वहाँ से बंद हो जाते थे। मेरे खिलाफ बहुत कुछ मैंने सहा है ये सब, लेकिन मैं बहुत क्या बोलते हैं उत्साही औरत हूँ, दिल से एकदम मजबूत हूँ। मुझे वो अच्छा नहीं लगता कि होगा कि नहीं होगा। नहीं, मेरे शब्द नहीं है इसमें, शब्द नहीं है, हाँ होगा, हाँ होगा, सब होगा। और आज मैं आपके सामने जो चल के आई हूँ,
बिल्कुल आप चल के आई हैं।
तो आप बताइए, मेरी मन की ताकत जो है वो बड़ी है।
अमेजिंग।
उस ताकत से मैं फिल्म लाइन से लड़ाई की है, और फिल्म लाइन से मैं तब काफ़ी, फिल्म लाइन नहीं होती तो हम नहीं होते, रेडियो नहीं होता तो हम नहीं होते, रिकॉर्ड नहीं होते तो हम नहीं HMV है। तो मैं सबका आभार मानती हूँ जो फिल्म लाइन ने हमको काम दिया, हमको नाम दिया, मैं उनका आभार मानती हूँ। लेकिन आभार मानने से पहले ये भी है कि तकलीफ़ भी उठाई हमने, बहुत तकलीफ़ उठाई। और तकलीफ़ माने काम का कोई टाइम ही नहीं होता था। जब मर्जी वो रिकॉर्डिंग करते थे और जितना मर्जी टाइम लेते थे, हम ना नहीं बोलते थे, क्योंकि हमने काम लिया है तो उसको कंप्लीट करना हमारा काम है, तो हम ना नहीं बोलते थे। रात के 4 बजे 5 बजे कितने बजे छोड़ते थे, तब तक हम खाना नहीं खाते थे, चाय और बिस्किट के ऊपर रहते थे हम लोग। मैं कम से कम रहती थी। और इसी तरह काम किया है कि जैसे शंकर जयकिशन
जी
और मदन मोहन, SD बर्मन, RD बर्मन, ओपी नैयर, बहुत अच्छा काम किया इन लोगों ने। और सबकी स्टाइल अलग होती है, सब गाने वाले की स्टाइल अलग होती है, उनका गाना अलग होता है। तो वो गाना सीखना, दूसरे का गाना सीख के पहले गाने का मूड कुछ और है, दूसरे गाने का मूड कुछ और है, तो वो करना सब जो होता है वो बहुत मुश्किल काम होता है, जो चेंज करना अपने आप को। जैसे मैंने गाए हैं कोई कोई गाने, वो मैंने जैसे चालू जो लड़के का जैसे गाना होता है और हीरोइन का जैसा होता है कि वो रो रही है और वो डांस कर रही, ऐसे मैंने डुएट आवाज़ बदल के किए हुए हैं।
अच्छा।
हाँ, तो पता नहीं लगे कि दो लड़कियां हैं, ऐसे करते किया हुआ है
सचिन देव बर्मन जी के साथ। हाँ। क्योंकि सचिन देव बर्मन जी ने एक समय ये कहा गया था दैट यू आर द मेन वॉइस फॉर सचिन देव बर्मन, और कई सारे फिल्में हुई थी उस समय, काला पानी, काला बाजार, सुजाता और कई सारे फिल्म हैं इन दिस पीरियड, और उनका स्टाइल और राहुल देव बर्मन जी, पंचम जी का स्टाइल बिल्कुल अलग था एक तरह से। तो आप कुछ याद कर सकती है अबाउट योर एसोसिएशन विद एस डी बर्मन?
वो बर्मन, एस डी बर्मन जी का स्टाइल जो था वो अलग था और आर डी बर्मन का स्टाइल अलग था। आर डी बर्मन वर्सटाइल थे, सैड सॉन्ग बनाते थे वैसे ही, क्लासिकल बनाते थे वैसे ही, और कुछ भी गाना पिया तो जैसे वो बनाते। वैसे म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर मुश्किल है अभी। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर आए, बहुत नामवर म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर, लेकिन आर डी बर्मन मेरे नंबर 1 में है।
हमारे भी। और आर डी बर्मन और आपकी जो जोड़ी थी, और एक फिल्म है विच इज़ माई फेवरेट फ्रॉम दैट टाइम, फिल्म भी बहुत खूबसूरत है और गाने भी बहुत खूबसूरत है, और वो है इजाज़त। सबको याद होगा इजाज़त, शायद आपकी और आर डी बर्मन जी की पार्टनरशिप थी। एक एक गाना जो उस फिल्म का है, एक एक गाना इज़ अ जेम। जैसे कि मेरा कुछ सामान, आज भी किसी का ब्रेकअप हो जाता है, मैंने कहा तो वो गाना प्ले करते हैं। Am I right? मेरा कुछ सामान तुम्हारे पास पड़ा है। मैंने कहा किसी को, उन्होंने बोला यस यस इट्स अ गुड ब्रेकअप सॉन्ग। देखिए आप तो 50 इयर्स।
बर्मन साहब ने क्या किया था?
हाँ बताइए उसके बारे में कुछ।
उन्होंने पेपर जैसे दिया तो उन्होंने कहा, बंगाली में कुछ गाली दी उसने गुलजार भाई को, और बंगाली में कागज़ आमे फेले दी। मैं बैठी थी वहाँ पर,
माइक को
मैं बैठी थी वहाँ पर, और बर्मन साहब कागज़ जैसे फेंका बर्मन साहब ने, तो घबरा गए हम लोग। तो बर्मन साहब उठ के हाथ में सिगरेट लेके लाइन, मतलब चल रहे थे, ऐसे चल रहे थे। ये क्या करता है तू? कल रात के टाइम्स ऑफ इंडिया में मेरे को बोलेगा कि गाना बनाओ इसके ऊपर। तू ऐसा बनाता है गाना, ऐसा लिखता है गाना, तुम्हारे पास सामान पड़ा है, लगेज सॉन्ग है तुम्हारा। मैं सुन रही थी, मैं चुपचाप, तो मैंने ऐसे ही बता दिया कि ये मैं गा रही थी, मेरा कुछ सामान। चलो चलो उठो।
अच्छा
उठो, मतलब और क्या तुम्हारे मन में आ रहा है, क्या मन में आ रहा है, बोलो क्या मन में आ रहा है ना। मैंने थोड़ा थोड़ा ऐसे करके बता दिया, तो उन्होंने बाजा लेके फट से गाना बना दिया। 10 मिनट में गाना बन गया वो। इतना अच्छा गाना, और गाना अच्छा हुआ, फिर भी उसको हम लगेज सॉन्ग ही बुलाते हैं अभी भी। लगेज।
It's a beautiful song.
Beautiful song.
Beautiful song. And your partnership with him, आप उनको बॉब बुलाते थे?
बब।
बॉब।
बब। बब।
बब.
Bub.
Not B-O-B, Bub.
Bub.
You had a different relationship and partnership with him. इतना magic create किया आप दोनों ने. Such a partnership, I think, in Indian music or in the world of music, is a rare partnership. जिस तरह से आपने
ये उनका जो था ना,
माइक को
ऐसे, तो वो मुझे बहुत तकलीफ हुई थी सीखने में, लेकिन उसको क्या वो हारमोनियम बजाते हैं ना, तो उससे वो सांस लेने का बहुत आसान होता है, वो मुझे मालूम नहीं था। तो मैं तो ऐसे ही सीखने लगी। तो उन्होंने मुझे आजा आजा मैं हूँ प्यार तेरा में पेट से करना पड़ता है, तो ये बहुत तकलीफ वाला था। तो मैं अपने जाते हुए गाड़ी में गा रही थी, पेडल रोड आया, मेरा ड्राइवर ने बोला मेम साहब जस्ट लोग लूँ लो क्या, हॉस्पिटल आया आपका। मैंने कहा क्यों रे, तू क्यों ऐसा बोलता है? बोले आपको सांस चढ़ी हुई है। मैंने कहा सांस चढ़ी हुई।
और एक गाना है मेरा फेवरेट, आप ऐसे मत देखिए मेरे को, मैं प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है। और मेरा फेवरेट है जो मतलब वी रिमेंबर, फिल्म है सागर, शायद आर डी बर्मन के साथ ही आपकी पार्टनरशिप है। ओमारिया, ओमारिया,
ओमारिया मेरे को याद नहीं है अभी इतना।
जॉनी जब बोला था तुझसे शादी करेगी मुझसे, कैसे कहा था ये बता। ये सब मत करिए, मत करिए। मेरी माता जी वहां बैठी हुई हैं, ये सोचेंगी बेटा कैसा बनाया मैंने। ग्रेट सॉन्ग्स, बट ग्रेट सॉन्ग्स। मतलब ये पार्टनरशिप मेरे और एक फेवरेट हैं जिनके साथ आपने बहुत काम किया है। मेरे पर्सनल फेवरेट भी थे, मैं पसंद भी बहुत करता था उनको, और वो भी मुझे बहुत पसंद करते थे, और हर साल दुर्गा पूजा में मुझे फ़ोन करते थे और मिलते थे। वो है बप्पी लहरी।
बप्पी लहरी,
व्हाट एनर्जी। कुछ याद है आपको उनके साथ कुछ रिकॉर्ड किए गए गाने उस समय के?
बहुत गाने उसके साथ, शायद 500 गाने किए मैंने उसके।
500 गाने।
भोला आदमी था, बहुत भोला आदमी था वो, अच्छा आदमी था। उसको मतलब गाने के सिवा और उसका कुछ ये नहीं था। हमेशा जब भी बात करता वो गाने की बात करता था। बहुत छोटा था।
लता जी के साथ आपके रिलेशनशिप के बारे में बहुत लोग बहुत कुछ कहते हैं, मगर बहुत आपकी स्ट्रॉन्ग रिलेशनशिप थी, रिस्पेक्ट, म्यूचुअल एडमिरेशन, बहुत लिखा गया इसके बारे में। आपने उनके साथ कई सारे डुएट्स भी गाए हैं। हम सब जानना चाहेंगे आपके और लता जी की रिलेशनशिप, कोई पर्सनल एंगल, उस समय म्यूज़िकल फैमिली में आप दोनों बड़ी हुई, किस तरह से आपकी करियर हुई, किस तरह से पार्टनरशिप हुई, और कैसे आप दोनों एक समय में जायंट्स रहे फिल्म इंडस्ट्री के।
पहले बात दीदी, मैं दीदी से चार साल छोटी हूँ, और दीदी मैं मोटी थी, जन्म से मोटी हूँ, और माँ कहती गोरी भी थी, अभी काली हो गई। तो दीदी मेरे को बहुत प्यार करती थी, मेरे को उठा उठा के भागती थी, तो माँ उसको रोकती थी, और मैं और वो दोनों सीढ़ियों से गिर गए, क्या क्या हुआ है हमारे साथ। तो वो बहुत मुझे प्यार करती थी। लेकिन जैसे बड़े हुए हम लोग और जैसे गाने लग गए, लेकिन आपको बताती हूँ हमारा घर ऐसा है कि ये मेरा फ्लैट है, और दरवाज़ा एक करके माँ के लिए, दूसरा फ्लैट दीदी का, 2 फ्लैट है, अभी भी हैं। तो सुबह दीदी का मेरा झगड़ा होता था, रात को खाना खाते थे बैठ के, जैसे बहनों का झगड़ा होता है तो बस। लेकिन दीदी बहुत नरम आवाज़ में बोलती थी और मैं थोड़ा ऊंची आवाज़ में बोलती थी। बात वही होती थी। वैसे उसको पसंद नहीं था कि ये तो नहीं करेगी, ये तो नहीं करेगी तो अच्छा होगा, ऐसे बात करती थी वो। ये तो नहीं करेगी तो अच्छा होगा। मैंने कहा नहीं करती मैं, मुझे बाल काटने हैं। नहीं बाल नहीं काटते। क्यों बाल काट रही है तू? मतलब झगड़े ऐसे होते थे कि मैं पिंक पहनती थी, वो सफ़ेद पहनती थी, वो मैं कलर पहनती थी, तो वो नहीं। तो मैं ज़रा उस ज़माने में थोड़ी सी फैशन करती थी, मैं फैशन वाली साड़ी में, और क्या। तो दीदी का मेरा थोड़ा सा ये होता था, गाने में भी होता था, किसी बात से होता था, लेकिन हम लोग मुट्ठी जैसे बंद होती है ना, ऐसे पांचों भाई बहन बंद रहे एकदम। मेरा भाई बहुत बड़ा म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर मराठी का है, बहुत अच्छे गाने होते हैं उसके, और उषा भी गाती है। एक बिना ते नहीं गाती, वो म्यूज़िक करती थी पहले, वो छोटा सा बंगला वगैरह बच्चों के लिए। और दीदी आपको मालूम है सबको, मैं तो आपके सामने बैठी हूँ, लेकिन हमारा झगड़ा होता था, ये नहीं कि झगड़ा होता था, लेकिन माँ थी ना, माँ थी तो सब ठीक होता था।
कोई डुएट उनके साथ जो आपको याद हो, आपने जो डुएट कोई याद हो आपने गाया है उनके साथ, जो आपके लिए सबसे मेमोरेबल रहा हो?
किसके साथ?
लता जी के साथ।
दीदी के साथ। दीदी के मेरे गाने ज़्यादातर होते थे कि दो कैरेक्टर होती थी, एक डांस करती थी, एक सैड होती थी, ऐसे गाने ज़्यादा होते थे। लेकिन बाद में अच्छे गाने भी हमने क्लासिकल वगैरह में गाने गाए हैं। मन क्यों बहका, ये गाना जब हुआ उसके बाद छाप तिलक मुझसे छीना रे, ये लास्ट गाना था हमारा। ऐसे 90 सॉन्ग गाए मैंने उसके साथ। और दीदी थोड़ा सा अलग नेचर की थी, मैं अलग नेचर की थी। मैं दोनों बहनों में फ़र्क बहुत था। जैसे मैं सबसे बात कर लेती हूँ, सबसे प्यार करती हूँ, मतलब मुझे हाथ बाहर कुछ नहीं है। तो दीदी ऐसे नहीं थी, दीदी ज़रा बहुत मतलब रिजर्व रहती थी, कम बात करती थी। और
लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, जिनके प्रेजेंस में हम हैं, शी इज़ द person who has got the Padma Vibhushan in 2008, Maharashtra Bhushan Award 2021, Dada Saheb Phalke Award 2001, Filmfare Lifetime Achievement Award 2001, Filmfare Best Playback Singer 1968, 1969, 1972, 1973, 74, 75, 79, जो
मैंने छोड़ दिया था। वो
क्या छोड़ दिया था?
अवार्ड लेना छोड़ दिया मैंने। क्यों
छोड़ा आपने? मुझे उसके बाद, हाँ, एक गैप है, ये वी वांट टू नो द स्टोरी बिहाइंड इट। आनंद जी, दिस इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्यों छोड़ दिया था आपने?
क्योंकि हम और दीदी, हम दोनों को ही अवार्ड मिलते थे, और दूसरी औरत लड़कियां गाती थी, उनको भी अवार्ड मिलना चाहिए, रफ़ी को मिलना चाहिए, किशोर को, सबको मिलना चाहिए ना। तो हमने बोला कि हम अवार्ड लेना बंद करेंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा, तो अवार्ड छोड़ दिया था।
कोई अवार्ड तो बाकी नहीं है आपके लिए। द बिगेस्ट अवार्ड इज द लव ऑफ द पीपल, आशाताई, वेरेवर यू गो। People don't believe कि आप हैं इधर। मतलब I'm getting calls, I've got messages. I am told Asha Bhosle is in your office. I said yes, she's there.
मुझे जीवन में इतना प्यार पब्लिक ने दिया है, इतना घर वालों से नहीं मिला है। पब्लिक ने इतना प्यार दिया है हर जगह पे, फॉरेन में हो, कहीं भी हो, इंडिया में हो, कलकत्ता हो, आसाम हो, नेपाल हो, कोई भी जगह ऐसी नहीं है कि मेरे को मतलब उठा के रखते, एकदम उठा के रखते। तो ऐसा प्यार बहुत कम मिलता है किसी को, और ये प्यार मिलता है जो हम प्यार करते हैं पब्लिक से, हम प्यार करते हैं।
जी, एक रीज़न ये भी है बिकॉज सब जानते हैं कि यू हैव लिव्ड योर लाइफ ऑन योर ओन टर्म्स। आपने कॉम्प्रोमाइज़ नहीं की, क्योंकि कोई और जो गाना है दम मारो दम, कोई और ये गाना उस समय शायद कोई ये गाना गा ना सके। इसको बैन किया गया था, इट वॉज बैंड एट दैट टाइम, इट वॉज वेरी कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल, बट आशाताई हैज़ नेवर बीन अफ्रेड ऑफ कॉन्ट्रोवर्सी। और वो गाना देखिए, ये आइकॉनिक बन चुका है अभी। ये हरे रामा हरे कृष्णा का गाना है, शायद 1971 में। आपको मैं गाना तो आई विल नॉट, मैं गाना गाने को नहीं कह रहा, आप बुरा गलत ना समझे, मैं उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट को समझने की कोशिश कर रहा हूँ। उस समय जब ये रिकॉर्ड की गई थी 1971 में, what was the mood in the country? What was the response to that song? आपको क्या याद है उस गाने के रिकॉर्डिंग के बारे में? उसके बाद क्या हुआ? फीडबैक क्या आई? कंट्रोवर्सी क्या थी?
ये गाना जब बना तब हम लोग नेपाल गए हुए थे और उस ज़माने में वो कुछ फ्लावर कुछ वो
फ्लावर जेनरेशन,
हाँ वो कुछ हिप्पी का ज़माना था, तो वहाँ पर पंचम ने बहुत देखे, वहाँ जाके जॉइन में देखे पंचम ने, और पंचम ने ये गाना बनाया और दिखवाया आनंद बख्शी जी से। तो दम मारो दम मिट जाए गम, बोलो सुबह शाम हरे कृष्णा हरे राम। तो हरे कृष्णा हरे राम और दम मारो दम में सबको ऑब्जेक्शन आया हुआ। गाना रिकॉर्ड हुआ, रिकॉर्ड होने के बाद घर में आके बहुत मतलब खुशियाँ मनाई कि रिकॉर्ड बहुत अच्छा हुआ आज। उसके बाद आनंद जी ने मतलब देवानंद जी ने कहा कि ये गाना मैं पिक्चर से हटा रहा हूँ, तो मैं हटा रहा हूँ क्योंकि मैं दम मारो दम और हरे कृष्णा हरे राम ये मैं नहीं चाहता हूँ। तो मैंने देव जी से कहा, मैंने कहा देव जी प्लीज़ आप ये गाना रखिए, ये गाना बहुत चलने वाला है। आप ऐसा कह रही हैं, ठीक है मैं रख लेता हूँ। ऐसे करके रख लिया उन्होंने। फिर खुद का गाना बनाया जो इसके अगेंस्ट है, मतलब राम का नाम बदनाम ना करो वगैरह वगैरह, तो वो गाना बनाया। फिर और एक गाना उषा उत्तप के साथ मैंने इंग्लिश वो और मैंने गाया। तो वो उस गाने ने सारे पिक्चर ऊपर ले गया वो गाना, सारा गाना। अभी भी उसको 52 इयर्स हुए हैं, आज भी वो गाना नंबर 1 पे आता है।
शंकर महादेवन जी हैज सेंट अ मैसेज फॉर यू। आपके इतने फॉलोअर्स हैं, म्यूजिक इंडस्ट्री के द बिगेस्ट नेम्स आर इन लव विथ यू। I want to play a few of the messages they have sent for you. First, starting with Shankar Mahadevan, please.
Namaskar. In our country, if there is anybody who takes the meaning of the word legend to a different level, it is none other than our own favorite, everybody's favorite, Asha Didi. Didi, मैं क्या बोलूँ, हम लोग सब आपके चरणों के धूल के बराबर हैं। हम लोग रोज आपको सुन के सीखते हैं, और बस ये मौका का मैं फ़ायदा उठाते हुए कहूँगा कि थैंक यू फॉर वॉट एवर यू हैव डन फॉर अस। आपने केवल म्यूज़िक नहीं हमको सिखाया, हमको लाइफ सिखाया आपने, और आपका आशीर्वाद हम पर बना रहे। और हम लोग यही आपके लिए प्रार्थना करेंगे कि यू हैव अ वंडरफुल हेल्दी लाइफ अहेड, और आपके लिए हम हमेशा we'll be sending you positive energy and loads of love. Love you, Didi, love you.
I have another message from Kavita Krishnamurthy. They are all legends in their own way, and you are the legend of legends for everyone, Ashatai. Can we play Kavita Krishnamurthy ji's message for her, please?
Namaste. Asha ji is one of the greatest and one of the most versatile singers of our country, and from childhood I have idolized her, and the very first time I got to hear her was when I came to famous recording studio in probably the maybe in 1970 or late 70s, I'm not sure about the date, but I was a guest of Hema Malini and her mother Jaya Chakravarti, and I heard a recording of hers, and I still remember the song. It was called Lo Aayi Re Jawani Jhoom Ke Nagme Gaati. And you know, for days after that I could not sleep because that voice, that perfection of singing kept on haunting me. And subsequently, few years later, thanks to Panchamda R.D. Burmanji, I got an opportunity to sing with her. And of course, those days recordings all happened together with musicians, and in Film Center there were 2 mics kept for her and me. And I was extremely nervous. I get the feeling that I don't know how I would have even sung a few lines with her. It was so nerve-wracking for me to know that I'm going to sing with her. And somehow when she came to the studios and, you know, she saw me, she didn't say a word, and except for namaste and touching her feet Nothing happened. But just before the mic, she would have guessed probably that I'm extremely tensed and nervous. So she just turned around and she looked at me and she smiled and she said, "ये तुमने अच्छा सूट पहना है, कहाँ खरीदा?" You know, I think she's such an adorable person, because the moment she said that, it was such a girlish thing to say that it kind of broke the ice, and it completely, you know, made me so much more confident that here was another person who was as simple as any other being. And I think that helped me, and I was able to sing that recording with her. And I remember it was a song from a film called Karishma. And subsequently, of course, I've met her many times, touched her feet. And I would like to say that if she's watching this program, I'd like to say Koti Koti Naman Asha ji. And thank you for inspiring singers from generation to come with your great singing, with your dedication, and with your brilliance. Thank you.
This morning when I was coming to the office, when I was driving, I spoke to Adnan Sani. And I said, "Adnan, Asha Bhosle is coming to my office." She said, "Do you know, I came to India because of her." She said that when I first came, I went and met her. 1999, he said. He said, "She's like a mother to me." And he was so grateful. He has also sent a message. I don't know if it is there. He said, "Whatever I have got in my life, whatever I have achieved, I am in India today because of Asha Bhosle. Please tell her how grateful I am that she has given me this life, this stage of my professional journey. He really loves you." He said, "I came from Pakistan to India. I settled in India because of Asha Bhosle." Do we have the soundbite of Adnan Sani, please?
नमस्ते आशा जी, मुझे आज बताया गया अर्नब ने कि आप उनकी एकेडमी में आ रही हैं, तो मेरी तरफ से कुछ अल्फाज मैं आपके लिए बोलूं। मैं कहाँ से शुरू करूं? मेरी पूरी ज़िंदगी जो है, ख़ास तौर पे मेरी म्यूज़िकल ज़िंदगी जो है, वो उसमें आपका जितना बड़ा हिस्सा है, वो जितना भी मैं बयान करूं वो कम होगा। मेरा आपका रिश्ता जो है वो मेरे बचपन से शुरू होता है, जब मैं आपसे तकरीबन 10 साल की उम्र में मैं आपसे मिला था, और उस समय आपने जो प्यार मुझे दिया, मेरा म्यूज़िक आपने सुना लंदन में, वो अल्फाज जो हैं वो आज भी मेरे दिल में गूंजते हैं। और उन अल्फाजों ने मुझे इतनी ताकत दी, इंस्पिरेशन दी कि मैं आगे बढ़ूं ज़िंदगी में। और मुझे याद है कि आपने जब मेरा म्यूज़िक उस वक्त आपने सुना, तो आपने कहा कि तुम अगर इसी तरह से मेहनत करते रहो तो शायद तुम म्यूज़िक कंपोजर बनोगे। और वो अल्फाज जो थे वो इतने दुरुस्त साबित हुए, सही साबित हुए कि देखिए, मेरा पहला जो रिकॉर्ड या रिकॉर्डिंग जो इंडिया में रिलीज़ हुई, तो वो आप ही के साथ ही हुई। और लेकिन उससे पहले मैं आपको एक चीज़ बताऊं कि जब मैंने आपको पहली मर्तबा स्टेज पे देखा, वो उसी समय था जब मैं 10 साल का था। और आपने जब पहला आलाप लिया अपनी एंट्री में, तो उस वक़्त मेरे अंदर जो जज्बात पैदा हुए, मेरे आंखों से आंसू निकल आए। और मैंने ऊपर वाले की तरफ मैंने दुआ की दिल से कि या मौला, मुझे एक दिन इतना काबिल बना दे कि मैं इनके साथ कभी रिकॉर्ड कर सकूं। और देखिए, वो आवाज़ जो थी वो दिल से निकली और ऊपर तक पहुंची।
Thank you.
Asha ji, thank you. You have actually created so many people over the years. You've influenced so many people over the years. This is very few people have done this. But the best thing about you is that kabhi bhi you could never be written off. A.R. Rahman, when he was doing Rangila, who did he think of? He thought of you in the 1990s at the age of 63 or 64. Must be around that age. You sang the amazing songs from Rangila.
70.
Huh?
70 होगी मैं.
You were about 70 then, when you sang the songs of Rangila. That is the amazing thing. You broke the boundaries. आपको याद है कोई गाना उसका उस समय का? मुझे तो I have the whole list with me out here because it was one of my favorite movies.
आप गए बात करते हैं मेरी हिम्मत की.
जी.
अभी मैं जा रही हूँ लंदन गोरिल्ला ग्रुप के साथ गाने को. गोरिल्ला ग्रुप है वहाँ पर, इंग्लैंड में गोरिल्ला ग्रुप है, इंग्लिश गाते हैं वो, और मैं उनके साथ गा रही हूँ. आपको आश्चर्य नहीं लग रहा है? गोरिल्ला ग्रुप. गोरिल्ला. और मैंने एक गाना रिकॉर्ड भी किया है, तो वो सब मिलके हम लोगों ने गाना गाया. जैसे वी आर द वर्ल्ड था ना, वैसे बॉब डिलन का मैंने इंग्लिश गाना गाया. मुझे इंग्लिश आती नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं आती, लेकिन मैंने इंग्लिश गाना गाया और उन लोगों ने पसंद किया. और दुनिया के बड़े बड़े आर्टिस्ट आए थे वहाँ पर, और वो उन्होंने मेरा पूरा अंतरा रखा, और वो गाना चल रहा है. मतलब
आप इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे, इंटरनेशनल स्टेज पे आप ग्रैमी के लिए भी नॉमिनेट हुई हैं. इंटरनेशनल एक्सपीरियंसेस के बारे में कुछ शेयर करें आशा जी.
एक्सपीरियंस, जब गाना देते हैं तो मतलब जब पहला मैंने गाना रिकॉर्ड किया था आवे मारिया करके, आवे मारिया, उसमें अपना
बहुत हाई पिच का गाना,
बॉय जॉर्ज का एक गाना है बाउ डाउन मिस्टर, उसमें मैंने गाया था उसके साथ. वो ऐसे तो इंग्लिश देते हैं तो मैं मराठी में लिख लेती हूँ, देवनागरी लिपि में लिख लेती हूँ, और वैसे गाने की कोशिश करती हूँ जैसे वो. पर उनका तो वो जो क्या बोलते हैं, लिहाजा जैसे होता है कि इंग्लिश अलग होता है ना, तो मुश्किल होता है उसमें. जिसने तमिल तेलुगु गाया हो उसको कोई मुश्किल नहीं होती है. तमिल और तेलुगु जो गा जाए, तमिल तेलुगु मलयालम, उसको दुनिया की कोई भाषा रोक नहीं सकती. तो मैंने वो गाने गाए हैं. और इसका मतलब मेरे पिताजी के वजह से हुआ है कि उन्होंने हमको संस्कृत सिखाया. संस्कृत एक ऐसी ज़बान है कि वो जब सीख लो तो आपको कोई भाषा वो नहीं होती है.
आशा जी, अब आपके 4th जनरेशन सिंगर आपकी फैमिली की स्टेज पे आ रही हैं, और सबसे मैं कहना चाहूँगा ये कि आपने बहुत परफॉर्मेंसेस, सॉन्ग्स अभी आप रिकॉर्ड कर रही हैं विथ Zanai, who's your wonderful granddaughter who's with us in the stage. I would like to call her up, please. Zanai, please come. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Zanai. She's the 4th generation singer in the iconic Mangeshkar Bhosle family, following her great-grandfather Pandit Dinanath, grand-aunt Lataji, grandmother Asha ji. What a legacy, Zanai. How does it feel to be... Would you like to say something about Zanai before I ask her? Would you like to say something about your granddaughter, please? Thank you, Asha ji.
क्या बोलूँ, मेरी जान है. मेरे को हर तरफ से सुंदर दिखती है. वो जब बोलती है तो हमारे घर में बहुत देर के बाद ये 2 बच्चे आए हैं, मतलब इसका भाई और वो जुड़वा हैं. तो दोनों मेरी आँखें हैं, आप समझ लीजिए पंचप्राण मेरे उनमें बैठे हुए हैं. तो उनके आने के बाद लाइफ इतना बदल गया, इतनी खुशी हुई, इतनी खुशी मिली है 20 साल में. तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि मैं बोल नहीं सकती हूँ. जिसको ग्रैंडसन होते, ग्रैंड डॉटर होती, वो लोग पर सोच सकते हैं, क्योंकि बहुत सालों के बाद हुए हैं और हम लोग बहुत इंतज़ार कर रहे थे उनका. बड़ी देर कर दी उन लोगों ने आने में, लेकिन आए तो सही. देर आए दुरुस्त आए. सुंदर गाती है और मॉडर्न गाती है. डांस बचपन से उसने 5 साल से उम्र से सीखा है. बिरजू महाराज जी के शिष्यों से सीखा है. तो डांस करती है वो क्या बोलते हैं उसको, कथक में है। मॉडर्न में तो सभी होते हैं आजकल, वो तो कुछ वो नहीं है, लेकिन उसका जो वो डांस है वो मुझे पसंद है। जैसे वो गाती है उसमें हर चीज़ आती। मैं ये नहीं कहूँगी कि लता मंगेशकर, आशा भोसले, ऐसे कुछ नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, ऐसे कुछ नहीं है, लेकिन जो है वो बहुत अच्छा है, जो भी है उसके पास वो बहुत अच्छा है। हम में नहीं था वो जो उसके पास है।
That's lovely.
जरूर।
Zana, is there a lot on pressure on you?
Right now, clearly there's a lot. But first of all, thank you for
Thank you,
having
Zana.
me. I'm
Thank you.
really happy to be here. Everyone's sitting here, everyone's smiling. I've been watching from the audience and you guys are a lovely audience. And I think she doesn't know this because हम ऐसे कभी बात नहीं करते. हम हमेशा ऐसे बात करते हैं कि दादी पोती की तरह. But आज मैं आपको बता देती हूँ. आप सबके लिए तो इंस्पिरेशन है, पर आप मेरी आशा हो.
Is it difficult to be on stage with her? Have you been on stage with her? Tell us about the experience of being on stage with her. That is you at 9 years old?
9 साल की थी हम।
Yes.
9 साल की थी जब पहली बार स्टेज पे गई आपके साथ. Tell us about that.
मैं अगर आपको बताऊँ तो आप you'll be on my side for sure. Because what she did was no less than trauma, I'll tell you. आप सोचो 9 साल की बच्ची अगर इतने बड़े स्टेज पे अब्रॉड wherever we used to go for shows, आप उसको जाके बोलो कि आप मेरा सबसे पॉपुलर सॉन्ग चुरा लिया गाओगे तो क्या होगा? I think I thank the day that she put me on stage, as well as, you know, how it went, because that is what gave me confidence to be able to be anything that I am today. And it's not a lot, but it's just the confidence to maybe sing and enjoy singing without having pressure. So I think that the first time I sang on stage was a very terrifying moment, but it now is a very beautiful moment in all retrospect.
So good to see this.
ये बहुत अच्छी ट्यून बनाती है, खुद लिखती है गाना, खुद गाती है, खुद डायरेक्शन करती है अपने म्यूज़िक का. तो ये हम में नहीं था और अभी आएगा भी नहीं, क्योंकि हम लोग प्लेबैक सिंगर, म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर सिखाएं वो अपना खुद बनाती है. ये सबसे बड़ी बात है हमारे घर में. मेरा भाई एक म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर है और ये म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर है.
Zana, we wish you all the best.
Thank
we
you
wish
so
you all
much.
the very best for that. I will now put the mic across to some of our guests who are here. Asha ji, Zana, please stay on stage. हम थोड़े से questions and some interaction we want to have. क्योंकि ये legend series ऐसा है कि बहुत कम मौका मिलता है to meet the legend face to face. ये बहुत intimate setting है. And एक mic को we can put a mic around. Is there a mic? Would you have some questions for Asha Tai? Would any of you like to talk to Asha Tai? You put your hands up and I'll roll the mic. Yes. I will be coming to you, yes.
Namaskar, Asha ji. It's a great moment for us. मेरे लिए आपको देखना, सुनना सामने से. मैं भी रफ़ी साहब का एक भक्त हूँ और आप सभी लेजेंड्स को सुनता हूँ. मैं सिर्फ एक चीज़ जानना चाहता हूँ. एक फ़िल्म आई थी, एक मुसाफिर एक हसीना. उसका एक गाना था, मैं प्यार का राही हूँ. आपका और रफ़ी साहब का डुएट था. ओपी नैयर साहब का म्यूज़िक था. वो गाना फिल्म में नहीं आया क्योंकि आपकी रिकॉर्डिंग के दौरान आपका पहला और दूसरा अंतरा की लाइन इंटरचेंज हो गई थी. क्या ये बात ठीक है, क्योंकि वो गाना फिल्म में रिलीज़ नहीं हुआ? तो क्या यही वजह थी या कोई और वजह थी?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. गाना वैसे ही बना हुआ था हीरो के लिए. हीरो का पिताजी मतलब बड़े प्रोड्यूसर थे शशधर मुखर्जी, और उनका बेटा काम कर रहा था, पहली दूसरी पिक्चर थी, तो उसका गाने ज़्यादा होते थे। तो मेरा गाना जितना मेरा था पोर्शन मुझे मिला और सीधा रिकॉर्डिंग हुआ था, कुछ नहीं हुआ था।
We'll take the mic around. Put your hands up so that I can see where the questions are from. Yeah, we'll take a question there, जी.
आशा ताई, आपको बहुत बहुत प्रणाम। मेरा नाम डॉक्टर विनीता श्रीवास्तव है। मैं एक डॉक्टर हूँ, मैं नोएडा में प्रैक्टिस करती हूँ। मैं आपकी बचपन से बहुत बड़ी फ़ैन रही हूँ। मैं भी क्लासिकल सिंगिंग करती थी और मैक्सिमम गाने, जब मैं कॉलेज में गई, रैगिंग जब हम लोगों की होती थी तो मैं आप ही के गाने गाती थी और मैं बच जाती थी रैगिंग से। जब मैं बहुत छोटी थी मैम, कलकत्ता में मेरे फादर पोस्टेड थे, तब मैंने वहाँ पे आपका प्रोग्राम देखा था मैम, लाइव प्रोग्राम। मेरे फादर स्टेज प्रोग्राम ज़्यादा देखते थे और हम लोगों को भी दिखाते थे। तो मैम आपका गाना सुन के मैं उस छोटी सी उम्र में इतनी इन्फ्लुएंस्ड हुई थी कि मैं पूछती हूँ मैम आपको, मैं इससे ज़्यादा तो मैं और कुछ बोल ही नहीं सकती।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, thank you.
नमस्कार आशा जी, आई वांट टू नो समथिंग अबाउट किशोरदा, और आपका बहुत ज़्यादा पार्टनरशिप रहा है। जैसे किशोरदा के बारे में कुछ बोलिए।
जी जी।
जैसे जाने जा ढूंढता फिर रहा, या ओ साथी चल, ये सब गाने के बारे में जब आप पीछे और बैकग्राउंड में भी काफ़ी हारमोनीज हैं इन गानों में, थोड़ा सा इन गानों के बारे में थोड़ा सा रिकॉर्डिंग के टाइम का कुछ किस्सा या एंड सम एनेक्डोट्स, दैट विल बी ग्रेट।
किशोरदा जैसे स्टूडियो में आते वो हंसाते ही रहते हैं, और जब हम हंस के गला खराश आने लगती है तो दादा मत हंसाइए ना प्लीज़, गला बैठ गया, खराश आ रही है। वही तो मैं चाहता था, क्योंकि तेरी खराश आ जाए और मेरा गाना अच्छा हो। ऐसे शुरुआत होती थी हमारी। तो वो अजब इंसान थे, म्यूज़िक डायरेक्टर, राइटर, डायरेक्टर, एक्टर, सब कुछ उनमें था। हम बोलते थे 5 in 1, जैसा आइसक्रीम का होता है ना, वैसे उनको मैं बोलती थी कि आप हर चीज़ जानते हो, और इतने सभ्यता से आते थे और दिन भर हंसाते थे, ज़रूर मजाक करते थे, सब करते थे, लेकिन बहुत सभ्य आदमी थे वो। कोई चीज़ ऐसी थी नहीं कि जैसे चलता है पीना वगैरह सब, वो कुछ नहीं लेते थे, ना सिगरेट वगैरह कुछ नहीं, लेकिन खाने के बहुत शौकीन थे। माछेर झोल हैं तो वो उनको बहुत पसंद था, और लूची, और क्या लूची भाजी होती है ना, लूची कुछ पूरी होती है, तो खाने का उनको बहुत शौक था। तो बंगाली थे, तो बंगाल का जैसा खाना होता है वैसा ही वो खाते थे, और बहुत अच्छे इंसान थे। और सबसे अच्छी बात थी कि बहुत अच्छी आवाज़, सुर में गाते थे, और मदद भी करते थे हम लोगों की, कि ऐसे नहीं कि आर्टिस्ट एक दूसरे से चिढ़ता है कि ये अच्छा ना गाए तो अच्छा हमारा अच्छा हो जाए, ऐसा उनमें नहीं था। वो बढ़ावा देते थे, हम भी ऐसे ही करते थे। तो अच्छे लोग थे।
आशा जी नमस्कार, मेरा नाम रुचि है।
नमस्कार।
मैं एक बात कहना चाहती हूँ, जैसा कि अभी कहा आपकी पोती ने कि आप उनकी आशा हैं, मैं ये कहना चाहती हूँ कि पहली बार आपसे मिलने के बावजूद ये लग रहा है कि मैं आपको बचपन से जानती, और शायद मैं ही नहीं, हम सबको लग रहा है कि आप हमारे जीवन का एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है। चाहे दुख हो चाहे सुख हो, हर जगह हमने आपको सुना है।
So many lives you have touched.
हेलो आशा ताई, आपको कोटि कोटि प्रणाम। मेरा नाम कल्पना है। मैं बचपन से आपका एक सॉन्ग सुनती थी जो कि बहुत ही इमोशनल है। अब के बरस भेज भैया को सावन में लीजो बुलाए, अब के बरस भेज
भैया को भेज बाबुल, हाँ, सावन में लीजो बुलाए रे।
Lovely.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, our next speaker has been at the forefront of several socio-legal battles for India's civilization identity. He started his career with the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi case in Ayodhya, challenging the 2010 verdict of the Allahabad High Court. In 2011, assisting his father, Sri Hari Shankar Jain, in the case. He has also been at the forefront of fighting the legal battle for the Gyanvapi Mosque, most of us who we know him for, and the whole nation is looking forward to that verdict. And today I want to welcome on stage Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, presenting Reclaiming India's Legacy. Please put your hands together for him.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and I'm very thankful and honored to be a part of this nationalist conclave, and it's a great honor and privilege to be here. So basically the idea is that whenever we fight all these litigations in the court, and today the issue is about nation first, whenever I ask a question to myself, and whenever I interact with a lot of youth who are practicing in the galleries of the Supreme Court, who are working in the Supreme Court, the question is that what did we achieve after a grand construction of Ram Temple on 24th of January 2024? 22nd January 2024. This entire journey of Ram Temple, which started from the suit which was filed by Gopal Singh Visharad in 1950, till the judgment delivered by the Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019, is a message, is a reflection of our entire civilization. This is an entire battle of Ram Temple, which started from 1950, which lasted till 2019, is a message that how civilizational battles continue decades and decades, and after 20th generation, on 22nd of January 2024, we got a Ram Temple. So it's the issue of our glory. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to the global world. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to a geopolitical world. The message is that this country, our nation, in our nation, our ethos, our culture, our privilege is Bhagwan Ram, Lord Shiv, Lord Hanuman, Lord Krishna, and therefore, if you are trying to destroy the cultural heritage of this country through constitutional means, through legal means, we will fight and reclaim each and every temple without any, you can say, without any violence, as well as through the pen. And this is a message which we want to give to the world, that pen is mightier than the sword. Now a very interesting question arose when this entire issue of Ram Temple was going on, and why I am focusing in my today's talk about Ram Temple is because Ram Temple issue is an area where if you will look into the history and 5 years back, or rather 10 years back, we were told that this can never be solved. We were told that Ram Temple is a dead issue and this can never be solved. It's better to build a hospital or a college there. And the questions were asked that what will you achieve, what will you gain if you will build a Ram Temple? And the similar questions are asked that what will you achieve and what will you gain when you will restore Gyanvapi or Krishna Janmabhoomi? So the issue is very, very relevant. So far when we are conceiving the idea of India, when we are conceiving the idea of Bharat, when we are conceiving the idea of nation first. So Ram Temple, according to me, in my understanding, is a Rashtra temple. It's a temple for the entire nation. And the Maryada of Lord Ram, which was on which entire civilization is continuing, that has been re-established in November 2019 when the Supreme Court delivered its a unanimous judgment. So a very interesting question arose during the hearing of the Supreme Court in Ram Temple case. And the issue was that the idols are not existing on the spot. the issue arose that there is no temple in the site in question. And at that point of time, my senior, Mr. Parasaran, and my senior, Mr. Harishankar Jain, they argued on first principles of Hindu law. And if you all would be well aware, there are 3 very authoritative books which are written on Hindu law. One by Mr. Gopal Chandra Shastri, the other is by Honorable Justice B.K. Mukherjee, as he then was a retired judge of the Supreme Court on Hindu law, as well as Mr. P.V. Karne has written Dharmashastra in 7 volumes on Hindu law, and he has been awarded as Bharat Ratna for his work. In all these 3 books, there is a very precise, we can say, a justification and a very precise Shastrik niyam, which has been formulated after years of studies. And the formulation is that even if you break the idol, even if you destroy the idol, the existence of the deity continues on the spot. The deity keeps on existing on the spot in the question in invisible form. So suppose an invader in the past, in the fervor of his ideas, destroyed a temple, destroyed an idol. But the question is that you can destroy the idol, you can destroy the temple, but you cannot destroy the existence of the deity, and the generations and generations will continue and say that this is the spot on which Ram Lalla was Virajman, and please restore us. And this Ram temple, this entire journey is a message to the entire world that through constitutional means, through legal means, we can achieve what a civilization deserves. We all remember, we all know that when the debate was going on in Ram temple case, how in 1528 an invader demolished our temple. What was the vow, what was the qasam which was taken by the invader Babar? And in that vow he has demolished the temple. All those things which we all know. But the point, the legal issue which arose was that if the temple has been destroyed in the past, today what are the means, how will we recover it? And therefore, a very interesting judgment was passed, and a very, I think I can say it was a founding order which led to a final judgment in Ram temple case, was passed by Justice Sudhir Narayan of Allahabad High Court in 2002, wherein he directed the ASI survey of Ram temple. And I must clarify with lot of sense of responsibility today that आप जितने टीवी चैनल्स पर डिबेट सुनते होंगे, देखते होंगे, a very fake message is being propagated that there is no finding in the Ram temple judgment that there was a temple which was existing in the past. The Supreme Court very categorically, I am saying, the Supreme Court in Ram temple case on 2021 SCC page 1 in Ram Mandir judgment has categorically held that the structure which was existing was a non-Islamic structure. The structure which was existing. During the excavation, during the ASI survey, Lord Hanuman was found, Shivling was found, 14 Kasauti ke pillars were found, and so many things which were resonating, which were part of old Hindu sculptures, old Hindu architecture was found during the excavation. And let me also tell you, if you all recollect, that at that point of time, there was lot of, you can say, lot of resistance. Therefore, the pits which were dug at that point of time were very limited pits. But during this recent development of Ram temple after 2019 judgment, more idols and more deities were recovered from the spot. So at that point of time, after having the complete ASI report, the Supreme Court has unanimously held that this entire structure which was existing was non-Islamic. By saying that it is non-Islamic, it meant that it is of other civilizations also, including the Hindus, Buddhists and other civilizations. So just by saying that Ram temple, there is no finding of the Supreme Court that no pre-existing temple was destroyed is absolutely wrong. There is a very categorical judgment on this point, and therefore, the Honorable Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019 granted this particular order. One very important portion of law also has been developed and finally which has, by virtue of Article 141 of the Constitution, it has attained finality, that is that the existence of the deity continues, and Hindu deity is a juristic entity, and it has a right to sue and it can be sued. So these are very important portions of Ram Temple judgment which was delivered by the Supreme Court. And with the idea of nation first, with the idea of a civilization, I was, when I was having a conversation with my father, Shri Harishankar Jainji, that, and kindly see, this is such a beautiful issue which we all must understand as a civilization, that when Ram Temple was destroyed in 1528, was there any message given by our ancestors that you go and recover the temple? It's a smriti, it's a culture, it's a civilizational battle which continued for 20 generations. So many people sacrificed their lives. So many people sacrificed their lives for restoration of Ram Temple. So many people could not see the construction of Bhavya Ram Temple. But after 20th generation, we are the lucky ones, we are the fortunate ones, that though the sacrifice which our ancestors gave, today we are seeing a Bhavya Ram Temple which is existing at the site in question. And in the same manner, I understand that today in this conclave, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of military, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of geopolitical level, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of academics. But kindly understand and appreciate that when we are talking about nation first, when we are talking about to build a nation, we must know that we cannot build a nation on the interest after sacrificing the interest of the majority community. Today in our nation, such laws have been enacted in the past where the interest of the majority community is at stake. For example, the Places of Worship Act 1991. For example, the Waqf Act 1995, which has been, as of now, stayed by the Honorable Supreme Court. The matter was heard in the Honorable Supreme Court in the month of May, and the judgment had to be delivered so far as the interim order was concerned, but till date, the judgment has not been delivered. So these are very important civilizational issues. And I am very shocked, and as an officer of the court, as well as a soldier of the Supreme Court, I feel a lot of pain when I see that in the Supreme Court, instead of having a large debate on these constitutional issues, one of our focus areas is that whether the retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has vacated the bungalow. Today we are focusing on those issues. So Supreme Court is concerned, is known as a court of the Constitution, is known for its constitutional verdicts, and today, after about 4 years in the Supreme Court, there is no stand which is taken on the Places of Worship Act. Today, after so many years of legal struggle, there is no stand which is taken on the Waqf Act 1995. And these are very important issues. Today, before the Supreme Court, the National Commission on Minority Act is under challenge, under question. Today, before the Supreme Court, the members of the majority community are saying that within our national framework, against the principles of the Constitution, a majority community is getting violated on the basic principles of law. That has to be heard. Today, before the Supreme Court, we are saying that the shivling which is existing in Gyan-Vyapi, that is a shivling, that is a shivling, that is a shivling. It is not a fountain, it is not a fountain, it is not a fountain. We are asking, see, on 16th of May 2022, on Buddha Purnima, on Monday, we found the shivling. And at that point of time, immediately the Civil Justice Senior Division had sealed that area. And why I am raising this issue of shivling in Gyan-Vyapi? Because this is the root of this entire civilization. We cannot imagine a nation without a Gyan-Vyapi. We cannot imagine a nation without a Krishna Janmabhoomi. We cannot imagine a nation without Bhoshala. We cannot imagine a nation without our temples. We cannot imagine a nation without the Hindu civilization. This entire nation will not be a nation, will not be secular if Hindus are not in majority. This nation is only secular because Hindus are in majority. And that's why I'm raising this issue on this, before this August gathering on the issue of Gyanvapi and the shivling. On 16th of May 2022, we found the shivling in the Gyanvapi. And it is not that we just said that it's a shivling. We confirmed it, we believed on our conviction, and we said it's a shivling. The Honorable Civil Judge Senior Division sealed that shivling on the same day, on 16th of May 2022. Therefore, the matter traveled to the Supreme Court directly. From the order of Civil Judge, directly the matter traveled to the Supreme Court. My Lord Honorable Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, as he then was, on first time in the Indian legal history, the order of Civil Judge Senior Division was subsumed in the order of the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court said that that area will be kept sealed. After that, we said that let the shivling be excavated without even touching it. There can be an ASI survey of the shivling. Therefore, we can know that whether it's a shivling or a fountain. The Allahabad High Court gave a landmark verdict so far as the ASI survey of the shivling area was concerned. And that judgment was ultimately stayed by the Supreme Court of 19th of May 2023. And till date, despite repeated requests, despite repeated applications, that issue of ASI survey of shivling is still stayed by the Supreme Court. So the question is that today we have punished Nupur. But the question is that the question which was raised at that point of time, and the entire country was in a debate that whether it's a shivling or a fountain, you must be shocked to know that which were the persons who approached the Supreme Court. It was a community which said that it's a fountain. They only approached the Supreme Court and got a stay over the judgment of the Allahabad High Court. If they were so much thorough with their research, and if they believed that what they are saying is a fountain, then there should have been an ASI survey of that area, that structure which we found on 16th of May 2022. And it's out of 12 Jyotirlings, 5 Jyotirlings are Swayambhu. And out of 5 Jyotirlings, the very first Jyotirling is Gyanvapi. And therefore, this is a root, and it is very, very necessary that we get it recovered. अभी रिसेंटली मैं अपनी फैमिली के साथ सोमनाथ टेम्पल गया था. अगर आप सब लोग सोमनाथ टेम्पल गए होंगे तो सोमनाथ टेम्पल में आपने देखा होगा that there is a arrow which says that यहाँ से लेके पृथ्वी के साउथ पोल तक एक कण भी नहीं है जमीन का. और ये 7th सेंचुरी में वहां पे लगाया गया था. अब मैं पूछना चाहता हूं सारे लोगों से, सारे बुद्धिजीवियों से, ये बताइए 7th सेंचुरी में क्या कोई सैटेलाइट थी? कैसे पता चला था हमारे पूर्वजों को कि यहां से लेकर पृथ्वी के अंत तक जमीन का एक कण भी नहीं है? और इसीलिए these temples are not just temples. These temples are a symbol of our civilization. These temples are a symbol and a message of cultural unity. These are the temples by which we all grow. These are the temples by which we get energy. And the center of energy, let me tell you, is Gyanvapi. The center of energy is Krishna Janmabhoomi. And these are most pious things which have to be reclaimed. And the legal battle and struggle is going on before the Supreme Court and the High Court. Every day we are fighting, we are continuously fighting against these odds. But the question is that whenever we fight against these odds, our entire battle, there is an entire group which tries to paint our battle with a brush of communal flavor. It is not a question of communal favor. It is not a battle. It is not a question of Hindus or Muslims. It is a question that it's completely legal. And these questions which are today before the court and before all of you is completely having lot of research. With lot of sense of responsibility, I am saying that these are the questions which do not have any emotions. So far as court of law is concerned, these are the questions which are pending in the court of law, has lot of research, Shastric research it has historical research, it has documentary evidences, it has oral evidences, it has archaeological survey of India evidences, and therefore, so far as Gyanvapi Bhoshala is concerned, in these 2 sites, through detailed archaeological survey, in Gyanvapi the ASI report was of 90 days, and on Republic only on the first time the ASI report was broken with Mr. Arnab Goswami. He had broken that report as to what are the conclusions of the ASI. So far as the Gyanvapi is concerned, in Bhoshala, after 99 days of survey, a categorical report has come. And let me tell you, the report of Bhoshala and Gyanvapi, so far as principles of law are concerned, so far as academic interest is concerned, is better than the report which was given in Ram Temple. So therefore, it has lot of research, it has lot of meaning to it. And when we are conceiving about an idea of Bharat, when we are conceiving about an idea of India, it is very, very important that we talk about the discrepancies, we talk about the discrimination which is there in the law, which is existing as on today. And therefore, I mentioned certain acts of parliament which are still existing, which are still there in the statute books. We must be aware of our rights, our issues. And the last issue which I want to flag, and then I will rest my conversation, is, please, I request all of you that please have a look, and as a society, we must all think about the Pakistani refugees who have come, Pakistani Hindu refugees who have come from Pakistan. Some of them are staying in shelter homes in Majnu Ka Tila. Some of them are staying in shelter homes in various parts of the country. But their situation is very, they are in a very, very bad situation. And as a society, as a community, we all must help them. मैं अभी रिसेंटली अपने इस पूरे एडवोकेट के करियर के दौरान अभी कुछ दिनों पहले मेरे से कुछ पाकिस्तानी हिंदू जो वहाँ से विस्थापित होकर यहाँ पे आए, मुझसे मिलने आए, और उन्होंने मुझे बताया कि कितनी बुरी स्थिति में वो आज यहाँ पे रह रहे हैं और क्या उन्होंने ताड़ना प्रताड़ना वहाँ पे झेली है। तो जो आज हम लोग का टॉपिक है, आज अगर आज वी मस्ट बी प्राउड एज अ नेशन, वी मस्ट बी प्राउड एज अ सोसाइटी दैट जब वो लोग वहाँ से यहाँ पे भारत में आए हैं, इतनी ताड़ना प्रताड़ना झेल के भी वो आज सिर्फ इसलिए खुश हैं क्योंकि वो इस यहाँ की सरजमीन में है। कम से कम अभी उनकी बहन बच्चियों के साथ बलात्कार नहीं हो रहा है, सिर्फ इसलिए खुश है। पर इस समय हमारी ड्यूटी है एज अ सोसाइटी, एज अ कम्युनिटी, अपने उन भाइयों की मदद करने की जो वहाँ से बद से बदतर जिंदगी जी के आए हैं, और जिन लोगों को बहुत सारी बातें जो एक एकेडमिक इंटरेस्ट की हैं, वो जब उनसे मिलेंगे तो उन्हें समझ में आएगा कि ग्राउंड लेवल पे क्या हो रहा है, किस तरह से वहाँ पे भारी मात्रा में रेप किया गया उनकी आंखों के सामने, और आज वो वहाँ से अपनी इज्जत आबरू बचा के आए हैं और अभी भी उनके पास जॉब्स नहीं है, लाइवलीहुड नहीं है, शेल्टर्स नहीं है, जहाँ पे रह रहे हैं वहाँ पे हटाने के ऑर्डर्स किए जा रहे हैं कि यहाँ पे आप इलीगल रह रहे हैं। तो एज अ सोसाइटी, एज अ कम्युनिटी, व्हेन वी आर डेवलपिंग द आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया, हमें उन सारे लोगों को इंटीग्रेट करने की ज़रूरत है। सिटीजनशिप अमेंडमेंट एक्ट में हमने 2014 तक उनको नागरिकता दी है, पर 2014 के बाद भी करीब 1 करोड़ से ऊपर पाकिस्तानी हिंदू वहाँ से विस्थापित होकर आए हैं। उनको भी हमें मेन स्ट्रीम में इंटीग्रेट करने की, अपने भाइयों की तरह रखने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। तभी जाके हमारा जो आइडिया ऑफ इंडिया है, तभी जाके हमारा जो आइडिया है नेशन फर्स्ट, वो कंप्लीट होगा। क्योंकि वो लोग जिन्होंने अपने धर्म के आधार पे वहाँ पे ह्यूमिलेशन झेला है, आज उनको मेन स्ट्रीम में इंटीग्रेट करने की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है। आप लोग ने मुझे इतनी धैर्यतापूर्वक सुना। आई एम रियली ग्रेटफुल एंड थैंकफुल, and Jai Hind and Namaskar to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on, our next speaker has been at the forefront of several socio-legal battles for India's civilization identity. He started his career with the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi case in Ayodhya, challenging the 2010 verdict of the Allahabad High Court. In 2011, assisting his father, Sri Hari Shankar Jain, in the case. He has also been at the forefront of fighting the legal battle for the Gyanvapi Mosque, most of us who we know him for, and the whole nation is looking forward to that verdict. And today I want to welcome on stage Advocate Vishnu Shankar Jain, presenting Reclaiming India's Legacy. Please put your hands together for him.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and I'm very thankful and honored to be a part of this nationalist conclave, and it's a great honor and privilege to be here. So basically the idea is that whenever we fight all these litigations in the court, and today the issue is about nation first, whenever I ask a question to myself, and whenever I interact with a lot of youth who are practicing in the galleries of the Supreme Court, who are working in the Supreme Court, the question is that what did we achieve after a grand construction of Ram Temple on 24th of January 2024? 22nd January 2024. This entire journey of Ram Temple, which started from the suit which was filed by Gopal Singh Visharad in 1950, till the judgment delivered by the Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019, is a message, is a reflection of our entire civilization. This is an entire battle of Ram Temple, which started from 1950, which lasted till 2019, is a message that how civilizational battles continue decades and decades, and after 20th generation, on 22nd of January 2024, we got a Ram Temple. So it's the issue of our glory. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to the global world. It's an issue that what is the message which we are giving to a geopolitical world. The message is that this country, our nation, in our nation, our ethos, our culture, our privilege is Bhagwan Ram, Lord Shiv, Lord Hanuman, Lord Krishna, and therefore, if you are trying to destroy the cultural heritage of this country through constitutional means, through legal means, we will fight and reclaim each and every temple without any, you can say, without any violence, as well as through the pen. And this is a message which we want to give to the world, that pen is mightier than the sword. Now a very interesting question arose when this entire issue of Ram Temple was going on, and why I am focusing in my today's talk about Ram Temple is because Ram Temple issue is an area where if you will look into the history, and 5 years back, or rather 10 years back, we were told that this can never be solved. We were told that Ram Temple is a dead issue and this can never be solved. It's better to build a hospital or a college there. And the questions were asked that what will you achieve, what will you gain if you will build a Ram Temple? And the similar questions are asked that what will you achieve and what will you gain when you will restore Gyanvapi or Krishna Janmabhoomi? So the issue is very, very relevant. So far when we are conceiving the idea of India, when we are conceiving the idea of Bharat, when we are conceiving the idea of nation first. So Ram Temple, according to me, in my understanding, is a Rashtra temple. It's a temple for the entire nation. And the Maryada of Lord Ram, on which entire civilization is continuing, that has been re-established in November 2019 when the Supreme Court delivered its a unanimous judgment. So a very interesting question arose during the hearing of the Supreme Court in Ram Temple case. And the issue was that the idols are not existing on the spot. the issue arose that there is no temple in the site in question. And at that point of time, my senior, Mr. Parasaran, and my senior, Mr. Harishankar Jain, they argued on first principles of Hindu law. And if you all would be well aware, there are 3 very authoritative books which are written on Hindu law. One by Mr. Gopal Chandra Shastri, the other is by Honorable Justice B.K. Mukherjee, as he then was a retired judge of the Supreme Court on Hindu law, as well as Mr. P.V. Karne has written Dharmashastra in 7 volumes on Hindu law, and he has been awarded as Bharat Ratna for his work. In all these 3 books, there is a very precise, we can say, a justification and a very precise Shastric niyam which has been formulated after years of studies. And the formulation is that even if you break the idol, even if you destroy the idol, the existence of the deity continues on the spot. The deity keeps on existing on the spot in the question in invisible form. So suppose an invader in the past, in the fervor of his ideas, destroyed a temple, destroyed an idol. But the question is that you can destroy the idol, you can destroy the temple, but you cannot destroy the existence of the deity, and the generations and generations will continue and say that this is the spot on which Ram Lalla was Virajman, and please restore us. And this Ram temple, this entire journey is a message to the entire world that through constitutional means, through legal means, we can achieve what a civilization deserves. We all remember, we all know that when the debate was going on in Ram temple case, how in 1528 an invader demolished our temple. What was the vow, what was the qasam which was taken by the invader Babar? And in that vow, he has demolished the temple. All those things which we all know. But the point, the legal issue which arose was that if the temple has been destroyed in the past, today, what are the means? How will we recover it? And therefore, a very interesting judgment was passed, and a very, I think, I can say it was a founding order which led to a final judgment in Ram temple case, was passed by Justice Sudhir Narayan of Allahabad High Court in 2002, wherein he directed the ASI survey of Ram temple. And I must clarify with lot of sense of responsibility today that आप जितने टीवी चैनल्स पर डिबेट सुनते होंगे, देखते होंगे, a very fake message is being propagated that there is no finding in the Ram temple judgment that there was a temple which was existing in the past. The Supreme Court very categorically, I am saying, the Supreme Court in Ram temple case on 2020 1 SCC page 1 in Ram Mandir judgment has categorically held that the structure which was existing was a non-Islamic structure. The structure which was existing. During the excavation, during the ASI survey, Lord Hanuman was found, Shivling was found, 14 Kasauti ke pillars were found, and so many things which were resonating, which were part of old Hindu sculptures, old Hindu architecture was found during the excavation. And let me also tell you, if you all recollect, that at that point of time, there was lot of, you can say, lot of resistance. Therefore, the pits which were dug at that point of time were very limited pits. But during this recent development of Ram temple after 2019 judgment, more idols and more deities were recovered from the spot. So at that point of time, after having the complete ASI report, the Supreme Court has unanimously held that this entire structure which was existing was non-Islamic. By saying that it is non-Islamic, it meant that it is of other civilizations also, including the Hindus, Buddhists, and other civilizations. So just by saying that Ram temple, there is no finding of the Supreme Court that no pre-existing temple was destroyed is absolutely wrong. There is a very categorical judgment on this point, and therefore, the Honorable Supreme Court on 9th of November 2019 granted this particular order. One very important portion of law also has been developed and finally which has, by virtue of Article 141 of the Constitution, it has attained finality, that is that the existence of the deity continues, and Hindu deity is a juristic entity, and it has a right to sue and it can be sued. So these are very important portions of Ram Temple judgment which was delivered by the Supreme Court. And with the idea of nation first, with the idea of a civilization, I was, when I was having a conversation with my father, Shri Harishankar Jainji, that, and kindly see, this is such a beautiful issue which we all must understand as a civilization, that when Ram Temple was destroyed in 1528, was there any message given by our ancestors that you go and recover the temple? It's a smriti, it's a culture, it's a civilizational battle which continued for 20 generations. So many people sacrificed their lives. So many people sacrificed their lives for restoration of Ram Temple. So many people could not see the construction of Bhavya Ram Temple. But after 20th generation, we are the lucky ones, we are the fortunate ones, that though the sacrifice which our ancestors gave, today we are seeing a Bhavya Ram Temple which is existing at the site in question. And in the same manner, I understand that today in this conclave, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of military, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of geopolitical level, we have a lot of intellectuals from the field of academics. But kindly understand and appreciate that when we are talking about nation first, when we are talking about to build a nation, we must know that we cannot build a nation on the interest after sacrificing the interest of the majority community. Today in our nation, such laws have been enacted in the past where the interest of the majority community is at stake. For example, the Places of Worship Act 1991. For example, the Waqf Act 1995, which has been, as of now, stayed by the Honorable Supreme Court. The matter was heard in the Honorable Supreme Court in the month of May, and the judgment had to be delivered so far as the interim order was concerned, but till date, the judgment has not been delivered. So these are very important civilizational issues. And I am very shocked, and as an officer of the court, as well as a soldier of the Supreme Court, I feel a lot of pain when I see that in the Supreme Court, instead of having a large debate on these constitutional issues, one of our focus areas is that whether the retired Chief Justice of the Supreme Court has vacated the bungalow. Today we are focusing on those issues. So Supreme Court is concerned, is known as a court of the Constitution, is known for its constitutional verdicts, and today, after about 4 years in the Supreme Court, there is no stand which is taken on the Places of Worship Act. Today, after so many years of legal struggle, there is no stand which is taken on the Waqf Act 1995, and these are very important issues. Today, before the Supreme Court, the National Commission on Minority Act is under challenge, under question. Today, before the Supreme Court, the members of the majority community are saying that within our national...
ये है secret recipe, MDH का जीरा सिप, जल जीरा मसाला. Sip, sip, जीरा sip, MDH का जल जीरा sip, MDH का जल जीरा sip.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for R4 Sports and let's cheer together.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा मसाला। थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
MDH केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा मसाला।
उनसे क्यों नहीं? तो इन 5 सवालों को पहले ले लेते हैं। हमारे सारे मीडिया बंधुओं के माध्यम से मैं देश के मतदाताओं को ये बतलाना चाहता हूं कि जब भी मतदाता सूची का रिवीजन होता है तो उसकी प्रक्रिया वही होती है जो मैंने आपको अभी शुरू में बताई। अर्थात सबसे पहले बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स और बीएलएज, राजनीतिक दलों के बीएलएज मिलकर एक ड्राफ्ट तैयार करते हैं और उसके बाद सभी राजनीतिक दलों को और उसी असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के मतदाताओं को ये अधिकार होता है कि वो उसमें त्रुटियां सुधारने के लिए आवेदन कर सके। आवेदन 3 तरह के हो सकते हैं, या तो किसी का नाम छूट गया हो तो फॉर्म 6 होता है, या किसी का नाम गलत जुड़ गया हो या किसी और को जुड़वाना हो तो फॉर्म 7 होता है, और या कई बार उसमें विवरण गलत हो जाए, आपकी नाम की स्पेलिंग गलत हो जाए, फोटो गलत हो जाए, एड्रेस गलत हो जाए तो फॉर्म 8 होता है। तो ये क्लेम्स एंड ऑब्जेक्शंस का जो पीरियड होता है ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है और इसमें सभी राजनीतिक दलों की भागीदारी और मतदाताओं की भागीदारी भी आवश्यक होती है। जब ये सारे क्लेम्स एंड ऑब्जेक्शंस आ जाते हैं तो उसके बाद जो उस इलाके का एसडीएम होता है, जिसको कई जगहों पर इलेक्टोरल रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर भी बोलते हैं, जो कि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट का एक अधिकारी होता है, वो उस पर एक निर्णय लेता है और निर्णय करने के बाद एक अंतिम सूची का प्रकाशन करता है। ये प्रक्रिया मैं आपके माध्यम से सभी मतदाताओं को बताना चाहता हूं, जिससे कि उन्हें भी सनद रहे कि पूरी प्रक्रिया होती क्या है। तो एक बार जब एसडीएम की तरफ से अंतिम सूची प्रकाशित कर दी जाती है, और याद रहे कि प्रारूप अर्थात ड्राफ्ट सूची भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से शेयर की जाती है और अंतिम सूची भी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी से शेयर की जाती है, और आजकल चूंकि तकनीकी का जमाना है तो वेबसाइट पर भी इलेक्शन कमीशन की अवेलेबल होती है। इसके बाद भी अगर कोई भी त्रुटि रह जाए तो उस जिले के डीएम के पास एक अपील होती है, और अगर डीएम से भी उस त्रुटि का समाधान न निकले तो उसके ऊपर उस प्रदेश के चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर के पास एक अपील होती है। जो अंतिम सूची प्रकाशित हो जाती है उसके ऊपर हो जाते हैं चुनाव। जब चुनाव होते हैं तो पॉलिटिकल पार्टीज अपने कैंडिडेट्स को खड़ा करती हैं और उन कैंडिडेट्स को यह सूची एक बार फिर दे दी जाती है कि इस सूची के ऊपर मतदान होगा, और ये सूची मतदान केंद्रवार दी जाती है। इस प्रक्रिया के बाद जब चुनावी मतदान होता है तो मतदान केंद्र के अंदर हर प्रत्याशी को यह अधिकार होता है कि वो पोलिंग एजेंट्स को नामित करे, और वही सूची पोलिंग एजेंट्स के पास भी होती है। तो उदाहरण के तौर पर जब हमारा कोई मतदाता जब मतदान करने जाता है तो पोलिंग एजेंट्स देखते हैं, और अगर कोई गलत व्यक्ति जा रहा है या कोई 2 बार जा रहा है तो उसके ऊपर ऑब्जेक्शन भी कर सकते हैं। मतदान प्रक्रिया समाप्त होने के बाद मतगणना होती है, और मतगणना के बाद रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर रिजल्ट्स डिक्लेयर कर देते हैं। ये एक डिसेंट्रलाइज्ड कंस्ट्रक्ट है। संविधान के अनुसार ये पूरी जिम्मेदारी चुनाव आयोग की है, लेकिन लोक प्रतिनिधित्व कानून के तहत चुनाव आयोग तो एक छोटा सा 800 लोगों का एक समूह है, तो लोक प्रतिनिधित्व कानून के तहत चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर, हर जिले का डिस्ट्रिक्ट कलेक्टर, जिसको डिस्ट्रिक्ट इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर भी कहा जाता है, हर असेंबली कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी का इलेक्टोरल रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर जो कि एसडीएम भी होता है, बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स, ये सभी के सभी सिर्फ इसी काम के लिए चुनाव आयोग के पास डेपुटेशन पर भी रहते हैं, सिर्फ मतदाता सूची और मतदान कराने के लिए। तो जब रिटर्निंग ऑफिसर रिजल्ट डिक्लेयर कर देता है, उसके बाद भी कानून में प्राविधान है कि आप 45 डेज के अंदर आप उच्च न्यायालय जाकर एक चुनावी याचिका दायर कर सकते हैं और चुनाव को चैलेंज कर सकते हैं। जब ये प्रक्रिया 45 दिन समाप्त हो जाते हैं, उसके बाद इस तरह के निराधार और आरोप लगाना, चाहे वो केरल हो, चाहे वो कर्नाटक हो, चाहे वो बिहार हो, जब 45 दिन चुनाव के बाद पूर्ण हो चुके हैं और किसी भी दल को, किसी भी कैंडिडेट को कोई भी गलती नजर नहीं आई, तो आज इतने दिनों के बाद इस तरह के निराधार आरोप लगाना, उनका उद्देश्य क्या है, ये सारे मतदाता और देश की जनता पूरा समझती है। जहां तक स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन की जरूरत क्यों पड़ी और स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन में और नॉर्मल जो रिवीजन हर साल होता है, दोनों में क्या फर्क है, ये बहुत अहम सवाल है। पिछले 20 सालों में हर साल रिवीजन होता रहा और जो एनुअल रिवीजन होता है उसमें साधारण तौर से एब्सेंटी, शिफ्टेड और एक जिसे कहते हैं कि एक रैंडम तरीके से उसका रिवीजन कर लिया जाता है। जब पिछले 20 सालों से इंटेंसिव रिवीजन नहीं हुआ, हालांकि पहले होते थे, अभी तक भारत में 10 से ज़्यादा बार स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन हो चुके हैं और स्पेशल इंटेंसिव रिवीजन की खासियत ये होती है कि मतदाता सूची को, इलेक्टोरल रोल को टोटली मैक्सिमम प्योरीफाई करने के लिए एक इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म भरा जाता है और हर मतदाता उसको जब भर के देता है तो उसका नाम मतदाता सूची में फ्रेश, एकदम नए तरीके से सूची बनाई जाती है। और ये इंटेंसिव रिवीजन इसलिए भी आवश्यक हो गया, एक तो सभी राजनीतिक दलों की लगातार शिकायतें आती जाती हैं कि साहब वहाँ पर वोट बढ़ गए, वहाँ पर वोट कट गए, इन लोगों का वोट सही बना, इन लोगों का वोट गलत बना। साथ ही साथ समय के साथ कई लोग जो गांव में रहते थे, जहाँ पर उनका वोट था, वो शहर में आ गए, उनका वोट गांव में रह गया और जब वो शहर में आए तो वोट कटवाने की प्रक्रिया की भी अपनी कानूनी जटिलताएं हैं, तो उनका वोट गांव में भी रह गया, शहर में भी हो गया। और आजकल आपको पता है, जैसे जैसे भारत का विकास होता जा रहा है, वैसे वैसे लोग शहर छोड़ के भी दूसरे शहरों में भी जाते हैं। मुझे आशा है कि जितने हमारे मीडिया बंधु हैं वो भी शायद किसी न किसी दूसरे शहर को छोड़ के यहाँ पर आए होंगे, तो जब वो यहाँ रहने लग जाते हैं तो उनका वोट यहाँ भी बन जाता है। तो इस तरह से करते करते एक व्यक्ति के जाने या अनजाने में कई जगह वोट रह गए। तो मतदाता सूची को शुद्ध करने के लिए इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म एकमात्र रास्ता रह जाता है, क्योंकि मैं आपको एक उदाहरण भी देता हूँ। जैसे मान लीजिए श्रीपर्णा चक्रवर्ती जी हैं, उनका पहला वोट था श्रीपर्णा चक्रवर्ती के नाम से, दूसरा वोट जब वो दूसरी बार उन्होंने भरा तो उन्होंने भर दिया एस चक्रवर्ती। पिताजी का नाम मुझे पता नहीं है, माफ करें, लेकिन ए बी चक्रवर्ती भरा। अगली जगह जब उन्होंने भरा तो उन्होंने कहा कि नहीं, अखिल बी चक्रवर्ती। तो यह संभव हो जाता है जानना कि ये दो व्यक्ति एक हैं कि नहीं। तो एक ही तरीका है कि उसके लिए इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म जारी किए जाएं और एक व्यक्ति एक बार में एक ही इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म भरेगा, जिससे कि मतदाता सूची का शुद्धिकरण भी होगा। अगर उनका नाम गलत लिख गया है तो वो भी वो सही कर सकते हैं, अगर उनकी फ़ोटो ठीक नहीं है तो वो भी सही कर सकते हैं, अगर उनका पता ठीक नहीं है, माता पिता का नाम ठीक नहीं है तो वो भी ठीक कर सकते हैं। तो ये रही SIR की आवश्यकता। SIR में डोर टू डोर जाना पड़ता है। बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर हमारे बिहार के लगभग 90,000 बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स 7,89,00,000 लोगों के घर घर जाकर उन्होंने एक एक व्यक्ति को ये इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म दिया। जो लोग मृत पाए गए या जो लोग घर पे नहीं थे, जिन्होंने पड़ोसियों ने कहा या उनके घर वालों ने कहा कि ये परमानेंटली शिफ्ट हो गए हैं, या जिन लोगों ने कहा कि नहीं साहब मैं तो पहले ही दूसरी जगह इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म भर चुका हूं, अर्थात उसका नाम 2 जगह था, ऐसे लोगों के फॉर्म वापस नहीं मिले और 7 करोड़ 24 लाख फॉर्म वापस मिले 30 दिन के अंदर। इनमें से एक सवाल यह था कि कितने नेपालीज हैं और कितने बांग्लादेशीज। पहली बात तो मैं ये स्पष्ट कर देना चाहता हूं कि भारत के संविधान के अनुसार सिर्फ भारत का नागरिक ही एमएलए और एमपी का चुनाव कर सकता है। किसी और कोई अधिकार, किसी और देश के नागरिक को यह अधिकार प्राप्त नहीं है। अगर ऐसे लोगों ने इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म भरा है तो एसआईआर की प्रक्रिया में अपनी पात्रता सिद्ध करने के लिए कुछ दस्तावेज भी मांगे गए, जिनकी गहन जांच 30 सितंबर तक होनी है। और ऐसे केस में जो ऐसे लोग हैं जो कि हमारे देश के नहीं हैं, गहन जांच के दौरान वो पाए जाएंगे और निश्चित तौर से उनका वोट नहीं बनेगा। जहां तक वेस्ट बंगाल के एसआईआर की तारीख की बात है, हम तीनों कमिश्नर्स एक उचित समय देखकर उसका निर्णय लेंगे कि कब वेस्ट बंगाल में होना है या देश के अन्य राज्यों में कब होना है। उसकी तारीखों का ऐलान आने वाले समय में उचित समय पर किया जाएगा। एक और सवाल था कि जब इतनी पारदर्शी प्रक्रिया है तो फिर भ्रम फैलाने वाली कोशिश पर आप कुछ लोगों से ये कह रहे हैं कि फॉर्म 7 दे दें और कुछ लोगों से कह रहे हैं कि आप शपथ पत्र दे दें। इसका जवाब ये है, लोक प्रतिनिधित्व कानून में जो सबके लिए बराबर है, मेरे लिए भी है, आपके लिए भी है और किसी भी सांसद के लिए भी है और किसी भी एमएलए जी के लिए भी है। अगर आप उसी निर्वाचन क्षेत्र के निर्वाचक हैं तो आपको समय रहते शिकायत करने का पूरा मौका है। आप फॉर्म 6 भर सकते हैं, फॉर्म 7 भर सकते हैं, फॉर्म 8 भर सकते हैं। आपके राजनीतिक दल के बूथ लेवल एजेंट्स को भी ये अधिकार प्राप्त होता है कि वो एक शपथ देकर 10-10 फॉर्म भी बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स को दे सकते हैं, बशर्ते आप उस विधानसभा क्षेत्र के निर्वाचक हो। लेकिन अगर आप उस विधानसभा क्षेत्र के निर्वाचक नहीं हैं, उस कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी के आप इलेक्टर नहीं हैं, और अगर आप अपनी शिकायत को आगे बढ़ाना चाहते हैं, एक विषय होता है शिकायत करना, एक होता है उसके ऊपर भ्रम फैलाना और एक होता है उसके ऊपर चुनाव आयोग पर आरोप लगाना। तो ग्रेडेड रिस्पांस के तहत अगर आप उस क्षेत्र के निर्वाचक नहीं हैं तो आपके पास एकमात्र कानून में विकल्प है और वो है रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफ इलेक्टर रूल्स, रूल संख्या 20, सब क्लॉज 3, सब क्लॉज बी, जो ये कहता है कि अगर आप निर्वाचक नहीं हैं उस विधानसभा क्षेत्र के तो आप एक विटनेस के तौर पर अपनी शिकायत दर्ज करा सकते हैं और इलेक्टोरल रजिस्ट्रेशन ऑफिसर को आपको एक ओथ देनी होगी और वो ओथ जिस व्यक्ति के खिलाफ आपने शिकायत की है उसके सामने एडमिनिस्टर करानी होगी। ये कानून शायद इस सदन में बैठे सभी लोगों के जन्म के पूर्व का बना हुआ है और सबके लिए बराबरी तौर से लागू है। आशा है इन 5 सवालों को मैंने जवाब दे दिया होगा। आगे बढ़े।
4. I'm coming.
Hi, sir.
Please, I'll come to you. No problem.
Hi, sir. Vrinda from Hindustan Times.
Yes.
So first question is that initially when the draft electoral rolls were uploaded on the website, these were machine readable and searchable as well. The size was smaller, the pictures were clearer. But soon after Rahul Gandhi's press conference, the rolls were updated and they were changed into non-machine readable, non-searchable, low quality pictures. So was that because a lot of searches were being conducted in these roles? And secondly, why is the dual epic ID issue there in Bihar, despite the commission saying back in May that, we have resolved it across the country?
76.
सर मैं मुकेश कौशिक हूँ दैनिक भास्कर से। सर आपने देखा होगा कि राहुल गांधी लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन ने सेंट्रल बेंगलुरु की कॉन्स्टिट्यूंसी के तहकीकात की और ढेर सारे आरोप लगाए। उनका कहना था कि फेक सस्पिशियस वोटर बन रहे हैं, मैनिपुलेटेड हैं, मास एडिशन हुए हैं। इसके 2-3 दिन बाद ही बीजेपी के पावरफुल लीडर अनुराग ठाकुर जी ने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस की और उन्होंने कहा कि उनके पास कंक्रीट प्रूफ हैं कि कंक्रीट प्रूफ है इस बात की कि लैक्स ऑफ सस्पिशियल वोटर्स, डुप्लीकेट वोटर्स, फेक एड्रेसेस, एज मैनिपुलेशन, मास एडिशन हैव बीन फाउंड इन वायनाड, रायबरेली एंड अदर कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसीज। देश की 2 बड़ी राजनीतिक पार्टियां ये आरोप लगा रही हैं कि फेक वोटर्स, बोगस वोटर्स, मैनिपुलेशन ऑफ एज, डुप्लीकेट वोटर्स ये मौजूद हैं। तो आप कितना सहमत हैं और इन आरोपों के आप क्या जांच कोई कराएंगे?
196. Hi, I'm coming. श्री ज्ञानेश कुमार, मेरा नाम परंजॉय गुहा ठाकुरता है, मैं फ्रीलांस जर्नलिस्ट हूँ। परंजॉय गुहा ठाकुरता। सर, फ्यू क्वेश्चंस। इतना हड़बड़ी में आपको एसआईआर करने का क्या जरूरत है जब बाहर चल रहे बिहार में बारिश के समय, और समय बहुत लोग कह रहे हैं बहुत कम है। आपको सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने आदेश किया 14 तारीख के दिन, आपको मशीन रीडेबल जो 65 लाख लोग का नाम नहीं है तो आपको देना पड़ेगा। इससे पहले आपने क्यों नहीं दिया? आखिरी सवाल है कि महाराष्ट्र में जो 40 लाख नया वोटर आए हैं और लोग कह रहे हैं कि पहला बार महाराष्ट्र के इतिहास में, भारतवर्ष के इतिहास में वोटर ज़्यादा और 18 साल उम्र के लोग कम, और 5 बजे के बाद बहुत लोग वोट दिया। तो ये सारे जवाब मुख्यमंत्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस दे रहे, राजनीतिक दल का नेता दे रहे, चुनाव आयोग अभी तक खामोश थे, क्यों? 279।
सर, मैं पीयूष पांडे हूँ, टीवी 9 भारतवर्ष से। मेरा सवाल ये है कि एआई और डीप फेक जैसे तकनीकी खतरे भी मंडरा रहे हैं, राजनीतिक दल उसका प्रयोग भी कर रहे हैं। क्या चुनाव आयोग के पास इस पर शिकंजा कसने के लिए कोई कानूनी प्रावधान है, और क्या इसको लेकर के कोई कदम उठाया जा रहा है? दूसरा एक सवाल मेरा ये है कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जब आदेश दिया तब चुनाव आयोग 65 लाख हटाए गए वोटरों की सूची जारी करने की दिशा में काम कर रहा है। क्यों राजनीतिक दलों के कहने पर पहले ऐसा नहीं किया गया?
147। We'll start the next round.
सर मैं गौरव श्रीवास्तव, टाइम्स नाउ भारत से। मेरा सवाल ये है सर कि चूंकि हम लोग चुनाव आयोग भी देखते हैं, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई भी देखते हैं, बार बार ये सवाल उठा, और जिस बात को आप कह रहे हैं कि भारत का संविधान कहता है कि भारत का नागरिक ही वोट डाल सकता है, लेकिन भारत के नागरिक ही वोट डाले और चुनाव आयोग नागरिकता तय करे के बीच की जो एक पतली सी रेखा है उसको लेकर जो कानूनी लड़ाई है वो कैसे सुलझने वाली है? और दूसरा ये कि जो ये बार बार विवाद आता है कि वोटर लिस्ट जो है वो सर्चेबल हो, फिर उसमें एक जैसे कई नाम हैं, क्या ऐसी कोई प्रक्रिया या आधार को लेकर जो चर्चा है कि अगर आधार से लिंक कर दिया जाए सिर्फ इस मकसद से कि एक व्यक्ति के पास दूसरा वोटर आईडी कार्ड न बनने पाए जब तक कि डेटाबेस में ऐसी जानकारी हो, इसके लिए आयोग क्या कदम उठा रहा है?
तो इन 5 अपने जर्नलिस्ट का मैं जवाब देता हूं। मशीन रीडेबल मतदाता सूची और सर्चेबल मतदाता सूची, दोनों में हमें अंतर समझना होगा। जो चुनाव आयोग की वेबसाइट में मतदाता सूची होती है, उसमें आप एपिक नंबर डाल के सर्च कर सकते हैं, डाउनलोड भी कर सकते हैं। इसको मशीन रीडेबल नहीं कहा जाता। मशीन रीडेबल के ऊपर मैंने आपको शुरुआती उसमें बताया था कि 2019 में माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने भी इस विषय का गहन अध्ययन किया और ये पाया कि मशीन रीडेबल इलेक्टोरल रोल देने से वोटर की प्राइवेसी का हनन हो सकता है। इसलिए मशीन रीडेबल
Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you very much. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
राजा और मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार।
विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा, आर प्योर मसाला।
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle, the Beast. When reporters from the US yelled questions, Trump did not urge Putin to respond.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now?
Thank you, press. 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 Thank you, press.
This was a departure from Trump's snappy interaction with Zelenskyy at the White House, which blew up a few months ago.
We gave you, through this stupid president, $350 billion. We gave you military equipment, and your men are brave, but they had to use our military. If you didn't have our military equipment, if you didn't have...
The Trump red carpet for Putin was more than just optics. It conclusively was the stamp of approval by the White House for Russia's reintegration on the global table.
It is known that there have been no summits between Russia and the US for 4 years, and that's a long time. This time was very hard for bilateral relations, and let's be frank, they have fallen to the lowest point since the Cold War. I think that's not benefiting our countries and the world as a whole.
But beyond the appreciation for the hospitality and gestures, Putin was classic Putin, holding on to Russian terms without giving an inch.
At the same time, we're convinced that in order to make the settlement lasting and long-term, we need to eliminate all the primary roots, the primary causes of that conflict, and we've said it multiple times, to consider all legitimate concerns of Russia and to reinstate a just balance of security in Europe and in the world on the whole.
This made it amply clear Russia is no hurry. Putin's steadiness made it clear that Moscow can and will prolong the Ukraine war if its interests are not met. But Putin did this with tact, projecting his in-game of peace as the underbelly.
One of the central issues was the situation around Ukraine. We see the strive of the administration and President Trump personally to help facilitate the resolution of the Ukrainian conflict. And his strive to get to the crux of the matter, to understand this history, is precious. As I've said, the situation in Ukraine has to do with fundamental threats to our security. Moreover, we've always considered the Ukrainian nation, and I've said it multiple times, a brotherly nation, however strange it may sound in these conditions. We have the same roots, and everything that's happening is a tragedy for us and terrible wound. Therefore, the country is sincerely interested in putting an end to it.
Putin chose his words tactfully, calling his relationship with Trump direct and businesslike.
Incidentally, when the new administration came to power, bilateral trade started to grow. It's still very symbolic. Still, we have...
This turned the entire purpose of the meeting into one that was transactional, one in which Russian business became top-tier focus instead of any peace deal talk. In fact, Putin highlighted publicly the enhancement of trade between Russia and the US by a whopping 20%.
The US and Russian investment and business cooperation has tremendous potential. Russia and the US can offer each other.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Hi guys, just wanted to tell you that Republic Media Sports, our 4 sports, is not just about sport. It's about heart, discipline and untold dreams. Stories that need national stage. And I fully support this initiative and invite you all to be a part of this. So stay tuned for our 4 sports and let's cheer together.
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा
मसाला।
Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a ceasefire? Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine? Will you stop killing civilians? Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians? Why should President Trump trust your word now? President Putin, will you stop killing civilians? President Putin, how can the U.S. trust your word? Mr. Putin, will you commit to not killing any more civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Mr. President,
Thank you, press.
President Putin, why should President Trump trust your word now? Mr. Putin, will you agree to a
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Mr.
Thank
Putin,
you,
will
press.
you
Let's go.
commit to
Thank you,
not
press.
killing any more
Thank you, press.
civilians?
Thank you, press. Let's go. Come on, guys. Thank you, press.
Let's go.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
will you agree to a ceasefire?
Mr. President, what's your message to Vladimir Putin?
Mr. Putin, did you underestimate Ukraine?
Putin got the red carpet from America and Donald Trump. From the moment he landed, literally a red carpet rolled from the tarmac in Anchorage in Alaska for Donald Trump. The US president stopped at nothing, clapping for Putin and giving him a ride in his official vehicle.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
मैं फिर आप सभी से, सभी देशवासियों से आग्रह करूंगा, भारत में बने सामान पर हम भरोसा करें। भारतीय हैं तो भारत में बना ही खरीदें।
Prime Minister Modi bats for local goods and businesses, says we need to buy Indian goods which have been made in India, made by Indians.
वोट चोरी जैसे गलत शब्दों का इस्तेमाल करके जनता को गुमराह करने का असफल प्रयास किया जाए तो यह भारत के संविधान का अपमान नहीं तो और क्या है।
After Rahul Gandhi's vote chori claims, Election Commission response to Rahul says this is an insult to the Indian Constitution. Election Commission of India confirms special intensive revision will take place in other states too after Bihar. Heavy rains triggered massive landslide in Katwa. 7 people have died. Meanwhile, 6 others have been injured. Rescue teams rushed to the spot. Firing reported at Elvish Yadav's residence in Gurgaon. 2 to 3 miscreants opened fire and investigation is now underway. A day after Trump said that he would reconsider tariffs on India, US delegation calls off its visit for trade talks to New Delhi. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You're watching Live and Breaking with me, Krutat Patnaik, at 4 p.m. this Sunday afternoon. Our top story remains Prime Minister Narendra Modi is continuing his pitch for Swadeshi goods today while speaking in the national capital of Delhi. While inaugurating 2 landmark national highway projects, the Prime Minister once again batted for Made in India goods during the public speech in the national capital. But before that, let me take you through the updates coming in from the national capital of Delhi, where the Election Commission of India has done a massive press conference, taking on Rahul Gandhi's vote chori allegations head on. That's the
मतदाता कोई छूटे नहीं। और अगर कोई लीडर, कोई भी लीडर अगर इस तरह का झूठ बोल रहा है, क्या आपके पास कोई अधिकार नहीं है उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई करने का? आप उनको बनाते हैं, रजिस्ट्रेशन देते हैं। ये 2 सवाल है सर।
पहला ये था कि 6 महीनों में इतने मृत लोग कैसे पाए गए। शायद इसका जवाब मैं पहले दे चुका था कि पिछले 20 सालों से जब ये नॉर्मल रिवीजन होता है तो घर घर जाकर इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म नहीं दिया जाता है, और शायद इसलिए कई बार जब घरों में किसी की मृत्यु हो जाती है तो वो इन्फॉर्मेशन बीएलओ के पास कैसे आएगी। तो बीएलओ के पास अगर उस परिवारजनों ने न बताई तो बीएलओ के पास संभव नहीं होगा। इसीलिए 22 लाख मतदाता कोई 6 महीने में मरे हुए नहीं हैं। ये वो मृत मतदाता हैं जो लगभग पिछले 20 सालों में रिकॉर्ड करने से छूट गए, और इन्यूमरेशन फॉर्म की वजह से ये सत्य सामने आ रहा है। एक बात जो मैं आपके माध्यम से भारत की जनता तक पहुंचाना चाहता हूं, वो ये है कि मतदाता सूची एक विषय है और मतदान करना दूसरा विषय है। मतदाता सूची में किसी का नाम गलत आ सकता है। अगर बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर से गलती हुई हो या राजनीतिक दलों ने उस पर ध्यान न दिया हो, तो किसी भी व्यक्ति का नाम मतदाता सूची में गलत आ सकता है। शायद ही किसी भी मतदान केंद्र में उस लेवल का परफेक्शन एसआईआर से पहले न रहा हो जहां की इस तरह की त्रुटियां न रही हो। इसके दो कारण हैं। एक तो हमारे बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स की जो ट्रेनिंग अब हम लोगों ने दिल्ली में शुरू की है और उसके साथ साथ उनके दायित्व को उनको समझाना। आपको अंदाज होगा कि कितने बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स हैं इस देश में? 10.5 लाख। तो 10.5 लाख बूथ ऑफिसर्स इस गुणवत्ता के साथ काम करें, प्रयत्न पूरा होता है, लेकिन कुछ गलतियां रह जाती हैं। अब वो गलतियां सुधारी कैसे जाएं? तो उन गलतियों को सुधारने के लिए ही चुनाव आयोग ने जिन जिन राजनीतिक दलों को मान्यता दी है, उन दलों को ही ये अधिकार दिया है कि आपके जिला अध्यक्ष बूथ लेवल एजेंट्स को नामित कर सकते हैं और वो उनको सूची भी दी जाएगी और वो उसको शुद्ध भी कर सकते हैं। बूथ लेवल एजेंट्स भी उसी बूथ में रहने वाला व्यक्ति होता है। तो ये हमारी एक साझा जिम्मेदारी है, मतदाता की, बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर अर्थात चुनाव आयोग के पास जो डेपुटेशन पर अधिकारी है उसकी, और राजनीतिक दलों की। तो मतदाता सूची को शुद्ध करना, जिस पर हम आगे अब एसआईआर के साथ बढ़ रहे हैं, तो साझी जिम्मेदारी है। लेकिन बिहार में चूंकि हमारे बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर्स ने बूथ लेवल एजेंट्स और राजनीतिक दलों के साथ मिलकर ही काम किया, उसकी कॉपीज मैंने आपको दी हैं, कि जो लोग मृत पाए गए, जो लोग स्थानांतरित पाए गए, जिन लोगों के 2 जगह मतदाता सूची में नाम है, वो सभी ने मिलकर सत्यापित किए हुए हैं। तो शायद इसीलिए जब 1 अगस्त के बाद हमारी डेली बुलेटिन आनी शुरू हुई तो किसी भी राजनीतिक दल ने अभी तक एक भी आपत्ति दर्ज नहीं कराई है। तो क्या इसके 2 ही अर्थ हो सकते हैं? या तो प्रारूप सूची एकदम शुद्ध है, जो कि चुनाव आयोग नहीं मानता। चुनाव आयोग कह रहा है कि 1 सितंबर तक हम समय देते हैं, इसमें त्रुटियां हो सकती हैं, आइए सब लोग आइए इसको शुद्ध करते हैं। 15 दिन अभी बाकी हैं। 1 सितंबर के बाद अगर उसी तरह के आरोप लगने शुरू हुए तो जिम्मेदार कौन? हर मान्यता प्राप्त दल को अभी भी 15 दिन बाकी हैं। अगर आपको अंदाज हो तो 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा बूथ लेवल एजेंट्स हैं। बूथ लेवल ऑफिसर तो सिर्फ जब हम लोगों ने किया था तो 77,000 थे, उसके आधे थे। हम लोगों ने ये काम 20 दिन में समाप्त कर दिया था। तो मतदाता सूची का गहन परीक्षण, एक एक नाम के आगे मैं निवेदन करना चाहता हूं, आपके जरिए आह्वान करना चाहता हूं कि सभी 12 राजनीतिक दल, चाहे वो राष्ट्रीय पार्टी के हों चाहे वो स्टेट पार्टीज के हों, अभी भी समय रहते 1 सितंबर से पहले इसमें गलतियां बताएं। चुनाव आयोग सुधारने के लिए तैयार है, लेकिन 1 सितंबर के बाद नहीं, क्योंकि उसके बाद वही दौर शुरू हो जाता है कि मतदाता सूची एक अलग चीज होती है और मतदान अलग चीज होती है। मतदान में जब कोई वोटर वोट करने जाता है और वो बटन दबाता है तो एक ही बार दबा सकता है। मतदाता सूची में अगर 2 जगह नाम हो तो वोट चोरी कैसे? नहीं हो सकती। वोट तो एक मतदाता एक ही बार डाल सकता है, और इसीलिए हमने कहा था कि चूंकि इस तरह की पीपीटीज बनाई जाएं जिसमें कि चुनाव आयोग के डेटा को गलत तरीके से एनालाइज किया जाए और उसके जरिए ये कहा जाए कि चूंकि मतदाता सूची में ये नाम है इसीलिए मतदान गलत हुआ। मतदाता सूची और मतदान दो अलग विषय हैं और इन दोनों को अलग अलग ही देखा जाता है। दोनों के कानून भी अलग हैं। मतदाता सूची का कानून है लोक प्रतिनिधित्व कानून 1950 और मतदान करने का कानून है लोक प्रतिनिधित्व कानून 1951। दोनों के नियम अलग हैं, दोनों के लोग अलग हैं और दोनों चीज़ों को जुड़ा के ऐसा भ्रम फैलाना कि अगर मतदाता सूची में कोई ऐसी चीज़ है, जैसे एक विषय आया था, किसी ने कहा कि साहब हाउस नंबर 0 है, 80,000 लोगों के हाउस नंबर 0 हैं, इसीलिए वो फर्जी हैं। अगले दिन कई सारे मतदाता खड़े हो गए, उन्होंने कहा नहीं साहब हम तो यहाँ रहते हैं। तो आपके थ्रू मैं जनता को बताना चाहता हूँ कि हर पंचायत और हर म्यूनिसिपैलिटी में जरूरी नहीं है कि आपका घर होते हुए भी उसको घर का नंबर दिया गया। तो चुनाव आयोग जो कि एक एक मतदाता को ढूंढ कर उसका वोट डलवाता है, आपको पता है अरुणाचल प्रदेश का एक गांव है मालेगांव, जहां सिर्फ एक मतदाता बहन के लिए पूरा चुनाव आयोग 2 दिन तक ट्रैकिंग करके जाता है और उनका वोट लेके आता है। वही चुनाव आयोग जो गिर फॉरेस्ट के पीछे एक महंत हैं, उनके लिए 1.5 दिन की ट्रैकिंग करने जाता है, पूरा वोट बूथ बनाता है और वोट लेके आता है। उस कर्मठता से, और आज से नहीं 75 सालों से उस विरासत से, कर्मठता से कार्य करने वाले चुनाव आयोग के ऊपर अगर निराधार आरोप आप मतदाता सूची और मतदान को मिला के और जनता के सामने अगर ये कहें कि चोरी हो रही है तो ये गलत बात है। जनता सब समझती है। किसी व्यक्ति के अगर 2 जगह वोट भी हों तो भी वो एक ही जगह वोट करने जाता है। 2 जगह वोट करना कानूनी अपराध है। और अगर कोई भी व्यक्ति ऐसा कहता है तो सबूत तो चाहिए। सबूत मांगा था, मिला नहीं। इसी तरीके से जिन लोगों के पास घर नहीं होता, आप लोग भाग्यवान हैं, कई लोगों के पास घर नहीं होता लेकिन उसका नाम भी मतदाता सूची में होता है। और उसका पता क्या दिया जाता है? उसका पता वो जगह दी जाती है जहां वो व्यक्ति रात को सोने आता है, कई बार सड़क के किनारे, कई बार पुल के नीचे या कई बार लैंप पोस्ट के किनारे। और फिर अगर ये कहा जाए कि वो फर्जी मतदाता है, ये हमारे गरीब मतदाताओं, बहनों, भाइयों और बुजुर्गों के साथ एक बहुत बड़ा खिलवाड़ है। 0 नंबर। आपको पता है इस देश में करोड़ों लोगों के घरों के पते के आगे 0 नंबर है। क्यों? क्योंकि पंचायत, म्यूनिसिपैलिटी जिस घर में वो रहते हैं उन्होंने उनका नंबर नहीं दिया। शहरों में अनऑथराइज्ड कॉलोनीज हैं जहां उनको नंबर नहीं है, तो वो अपने फॉर्म में क्या पता भरें? तो चुनाव आयोग के निर्देश कहते हैं अगर ऐसा कोई भी मतदाता इस देश में है, चुनाव आयोग उसके साथ खड़ा है और उसको नोशनल नंबर देगा। और चूंकि कंप्यूटर में जब उसको भरते हैं तो वो 0 दिखता है। इसका अर्थ ये नहीं है कि वो मतदाता नहीं है। मतदाता बनने की शर्तों में आपका पता इतना अनिवार्य नहीं है जितनी कि आपकी नागरिकता और आपके 18 वर्ष की आयु पूरा होना और जितना कि आप उस बूथ के आजू बाजू में रहते हैं। इन अनिवार्यताओं के तहत ही आपका वोट बनता है। शिकायत के ऊपर जांच क्यों नहीं होती? इस सवाल का जवाब भी देना बनता है। अगर मीडिया में किसी एक व्यक्ति के बारे में शिकायत आ जाए तो चुनाव आयोग कहता है कि नियम में तो नहीं है लेकिन कर लेनी चाहिए। वो सीईओ को बोलता है, या सीईओ कई बार चीफ इलेक्टोरल ऑफिसर स्वतः संज्ञान ले लेते हैं, डीएम स्वतः संज्ञान ले लेते हैं और जांच कर लेते हैं। लेकिन अगर आरोप 1.5 लाख मतदाताओं का हो तो क्या बिना किसी सबूत के, बिना किसी हलफनामे के 1.5 लाख मतदाताओं को नोटिस जारी कर दिया जाए? क्या यह न्याय संगत होगा? कानून में न प्रावधान है, न कोई शपथ पत्र है, न कोई एविडेंस है, न कोई सबूत है, तो क्या 1.5 लाख नोटिस जारी करके उन मतदाताओं को एसडीएम के दफ्तर में बुलाया जाए और यह कहा जाए कि आप फर्जी हैं? क्या मतदाता चुनाव आयोग से यह नहीं पूछेगा कि आपके पास क्या सबूत है? आज भी आपके मीडिया में चल रहा है, जितने नाम लिए गए सब एक एक करके सामने आ रहे हैं। और अगर चुनाव आयोग ने उनको नोटिस दिया होता तो हमारी साख गिरती कि बढ़ती? किसी ने सवाल पूछा था तो मैंने सोचा बतलाता चलो। बिना किसी सबूत के किसी भी वैलिड मतदाता का नाम नहीं कटेगा। चुनाव आयोग हर मतदाता के साथ चट्टान की तरह खड़ा हुआ है। अगर कोई सोचता है कि एक पीपीटी देकर, जो कि चुनाव आयोग के आंकड़े नहीं हैं, चुनाव आयोग ने मतदाता सूची जरूर दी है, लेकिन पीपीटी में गलत तरीके से एनालाइज करना, गलत आंकड़े देना और यह कहना कि पोलिंग ऑफिसर ने कहा है कि इस महिला ने 2 बार वोट दिया है,